with all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The revenues generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
On Saturday, February 14th. And earlier in the week, a few things happened. First, the Republican majority in the House passed the SAVE Act, which, if it were to become law, would require proof of citizenship to vote. Second, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, urged Congress to pass the SAVE Act and then declared that even if it isn't passed, he's going to issue an executive order to make sure that there are voter ID requirements at the polls in November. This would be to prevent non-citizen voting. So in this video, we're going to talk about a couple things. We're going to talk about the SAVE Act. We're going to talk about non-citizen voting, voter fraud, and we're going to talk about voter ID. And the main message I want you to take away from this is that the SAVE Act and voter ID are totally unnecessary, that non-citizen voting is not a thing, that voter fraud, in-person voter fraud, voter impersonation, is also not a thing, and that voter ID is not actually necessary whatsoever, and that all these things, these demands for requirements for ID and citizenship test are akin to the kind of poll taxes, literacy test, and grandfather clauses that Southern states used to disenfranchise large numbers of their own citizens, black and white, during Jim Crow. Now, the SAVE Act, like I said, would require proof of citizenship to vote. You'd have to present either a birth certificate or a passport in order to register to vote or cast a ballot. The issue, obviously, is that many tens of millions of Americans do not have passports. Most Americans don't have passports, and that birth certificates are not necessarily easy to come by. I have my birth certificate around, but many Americans, especially older Americans, non-white Americans, do not have immediate access to their birth certificates. Moreover, in order to obtain a passport or a birth certificate, you have to pay money. $40, $50 for a birth certificate, $165 for a passport. And that's in addition to taking the time and everything. The effect of this would be to reduce the incidence of voting among people that I think Donald Trump and Republicans believe would favor Democrats. Part of the irony here, one of the reasons why I don't think the SAVE Act is going to pass in the Senate, why the Senate majority is not going to kill the filibuster to allow this to pass, is that if you just think about it for a second, one thing that comes across is that the pool of voters who are most likely to have passports or immediate access to birth certificates might skew Democratic, depending on the state. And the pool of voters who may not have access to that may actually skew Republican, given education polarization in the electorate. If you have a college degree, you're more likely to vote Democratic these days. If you don't, you're a little more likely to vote Republican. Education polarization, gender polarization, might actually mean that this does not play out the way that Trump and Republicans imagine. But setting aside the potential for ironic blowback in passing the SAVE Act, the problem that it's supposed to be trying to solve, non-citizen voting, is not a problem. There have been multiple studies by a variety of groups over the decades which have shown quite conclusively that non-citizen voting effectively doesn't exist. That when you look back to the past 2 or 3 decades of elections and hundreds of millions of ballots cast, you find maybe a handful of incidences of what might be non-citizen voting in federal elections. States actually can allow non-citizens to vote if they want, so can localities and municipalities. But when it comes to federal elections, there's no evidence of it. After the 2016 election, for example, multiple institutions, including my own employer, the New York Times, surveyed election and law enforcement officials in virtually every state of the union. The New York Times learned of two possible instances of non-citizen voting out of 137.7 million votes cast. It's not a problem. Now, Trump continues to claim again and again that there is vast and rampant non-citizen voting. He claimed it after 2016, he claimed it after 2020, and he claimed it after 2024. He also claims that there is rampant voter fraud, some kind of voter impersonation. That too is vanishingly rare if it even actually exists. The Conservative Heritage Foundation has maintained a voter fraud database for some years now in an attempt to show the frequency of voter fraud. They've had to go back decades to find instances of things that may be voter fraud. And in the states that they focused on, places like Pennsylvania and Arizona, they have, looking at decades of elections, looking at tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of ballots cast, they found a few dozen instances of voter fraud in these states, meaning an incidence of something like 1/10,000th, 1/100,000th of a percent. It doesn't happen. You are more likely to be struck by lightning every day for like the next week than you are to encounter voter fraud in the United States. And that is because American elections are incredibly secure. States maintain any number of rules, regulations, and safeguards to ensure that there is no fraudulent voting happening. At every level of the voting apparatus in the United States, which remember is run by individual states, there are overlapping levels of safeguards designed to make sure that the identities of voters are verified. Try to register in two different places and get back to me. You'll find out from the state that you have broken the law, and they will come after you. States verify that ballots have not been duplicated. States verify that ballots have been accurately counted. It is one of the reasons that we don't really have recounts in the United States. Even if we have close elections, they're often superfluous because the count is exactly accurate. And there's never any evidence that there's some kind of fraudulent behavior going on. If a non-citizen were to try to register to vote for federal election, it would be caught. If they were going to try to cast a ballot to vote, it would almost certainly be caught. And to try to do this at scale is basically impossible. The claims of non-citizen voting are bunk. The claims of voter fraud are bunk. And this voter ID, a requirement for voter ID, popular with most Americans, is more or less unnecessary. You already have to provide proof of identity when you register to vote. And often when you go vote anyway, in most states, they ask for some proof, whether it is an ID card or a bill or something to demonstrate that you are who you say you are. But beyond that, voter ID or a citizenship requirement to vote is like trying to require a volcano insurance. It is time and effort and money spent to solve a problem that doesn't exist, that isn't real. It is a burden that may end up disenfranchising people to solve a problem that isn't there, that's imaginary, that is more the product of a particular set of political ideas than it is anything in observable reality. And that's the last point I want to make. The reason why Donald Trump is obsessed with non-citizen voting and voter fraud isn't because it's real. It's because it is downstream of a belief that some Americans just don't count. That even if you are a natural-born American citizen with every right to vote that anyone else has, if you are the wrong race, the wrong gender, the wrong religion, the wrong political affiliation, Trump doesn't think you count as a full American. That is what Trump means by fraud. Not by anything illegal happening, but the wrong people voting. And so one reason to oppose these efforts to impose new requirements on voting is just to push back against this idea, to push back against the idea that voting is somehow a privilege, that you have to earn the right to vote, that there's a lack of integrity in our voting. No, there's not whatsoever. And we shouldn't honor a notion of voting that depends on the idea that some Americans are more Americans than others. Voting is a fundamental right that must be affirmed, not restricted, that must be expanded, not limited. And interestingly enough, our Constitution doesn't actually guarantee explicitly a right to vote, which is something I will discuss in a later video. For now, as I've said in previous videos, if you want to protect and defend the right to vote in the upcoming election, the best thing you can do is volunteer to work the polls, to observe the polls, and to help people register. Getting involved and participating in the democratic process is really the best way to secure the democratic process from those who seek to corrupt it.
African philosophy versus Western philosophy.
Yeah, we should go into that.
Here's a thought.
But we won't. So welcome to Wednesday afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Good to see you, Snake. Good to see you, Kelvin. The alert to first strategy. Very, very strategic. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to wander in and you're new and you're interested, please subscribe to the channel. And if you like it, stay. If you don't, leave. We seem to be a boutique show sometimes, a boutique channel. So many have what's the term? Many have tried, or many have failed, a few have tried, or whatever. Many have tried, few have succeeded. Something like that. So we're gonna stay on this SAVE Act, which is just this is just white supremacy gone wild. Let's roll back the 15th Amendment. That's pretty much what they seem to be trying to do. So this is Stacey Abrams talking about it, and actually thought I had a video somewhere that I want to watch of her. And we will get into news at some point, but this SAVE Act is some bullshit. And since I live not too far from Fulton County,
because we
probably need to pay attention to how Trump is trying to hijack elections, that sort of thing. What's up, Lord ADS? And we get to watch his strategy in real time.
And an authoritarian regime that intends to end participation in democracy from those they do not like, the most effective way to do so is to purge voters under a pretext. If you are not a believer in an inclusive democracy, this is a roadmap to how you build an ethno-fascist state.
Welcome to The Stakes. I'm Brad Rourke with the Charles F. Kettering Foundation. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan operating foundation that focuses on advancing and defending inclusive democracy. Today, I'm talking to Stacey Abrams, author, political leader, host of Assembly Required podcast, which is Must Listen Podcasting, and one of our newest Kettering Foundation senior fellows. Stacey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Today, we are talking about protecting the vote now and in the future. On January 28th, FBI agents raided the Fulton County, Georgia election hub, seizing almost 700 boxes of 2020 election materials, including ballots and tabulation records. The search was based on a sealed warrant, and federal officials have not publicly explained the reason for it. Fulton County leaders have pushed back, saying the seizure was mishandled. Yesterday demanded return of the records and the unsealing of the affidavit and warrant. Stacey Abrams, how do you make sense of all this?
So there are three things at play here. First and foremost is the psychic benefit of continued grievance. This is an administration, and namely a president, who built an entire financial and political apparatus around the notion that the 2020 election was unlawful. That has been roundly disproven by his own people, by Democrats, by independents. No one thinks it's true, but it sells. He made lots of money, and his party expanded its power based on that idea because it is a rallying cry. It is one of the conspiracies that's the most durable, and it helps an authoritarian regime led by this government hold power. So there's the psychic ability, having the ability to encourage psychologically their followers to think that here's something else to pay attention to. Number two, they have been trying their best to seize voting rolls from states. Article 1 of the Constitution, Section 4, gives states the authority to manage elections. The federal government is not entitled to your voting rolls. And they have been trying to get that. They've sued 44 states. 24 have complied. About 20 are still suing, saying no, including the state of Georgia. And so this gave them the ability to use a pretext to come in and seize the 2020 election information, but included in that information was the voting rolls for the largest county in the state of Georgia, Fulton County. And now they have the voting rolls from 2020. The third one is this connects to what's happening in Minnesota. This also gives them access to data to hunt for migrants. We saw that in Minnesota, Pam Bondi said to Tim Walz, if you'll just hand over your voting rolls and your SNAP benefit rolls, we won't keep killing your people. Well, in Georgia, getting access to this information, because of how big Fulton County is, Fulton County has one of the largest populations of immigrants. And so this also gives them the ability to go through those rolls, comb through that data, and start hunting for people in the state of Georgia.
So that's absolutely one of the consequences of getting this up-to-date, unredacted, full data. What are the other consequences of the federal government having voting rolls across the nation in this election and future elections?
The states control voting rolls because the idea is the more local your information, the more credible the information. And because we have an administration and an authoritarian regime that intends to end participation in democracy from those they do not like, the most effective way to do so is to purge voters under a pretext. Georgia was actually ground zero for testing this out with what was called exact match. And for years, Georgia unlawfully rejected or held up voter registration or purged voters based on false information because of mismatch between federal and state data. This would put that on steroids and apply it across the country. And so, number one, you get to purge voters, which means you get to remove voters that you do not want to have participate. Number two, you can use it as, again, a way to manipulate other forms of data that the federal government has access to by adding the layer of state data that you don't. And by doing so, they can go after communities, they can go after people that they otherwise could not effectively target, because voter rolls, especially in southern states and states that were covered under the Voting Rights Act, contain data about race, about religion. It has information that you normally would not have access to if all you're looking at is a Social Security record.
So is it fair to say, in the same way that...
Let me pause this right here. Now, I have at least one MAGA black in the audience, Solid Snake. I am very curious to hear what you have to say about the SAVE Act and, this weirdness that MAGA and their MAGA massa are trying to do. There's literally zero reason to go through all this rigmarole. There is no voter fraud. That's just an outright lie. And the only people who seem to believe it are hardcore Trump voters. We call them MAGA, and their vassals, the MAGA blacks. So, and Solid Snake, if you're too busy to come up, that's fine. But any MAGA black who might be within hearing distance, I need a MAGA black to explain why this is necessary.
Like Amazon and Walmart have this growing dossier about me and you and anyone who shops there, that everything we do sort of becomes this file that lets them know more and more and more about us. That this could be seen as one of the linchpins in the federal version of that kind of database.
Absolutely. This is an administration, and again, I'm going to use the term authoritarian regime because it falls under the known rubric for how authoritarians gain and maintain power. And we talk about this in the 10 steps to authoritarianism in our 10 steps campaign. And one of those steps is that you have to break trust in government. But part of breaking trust in government is also using government to misapply its power. We live in a burgeoning surveillance state. The federal government has admitted that they gave access to Social Security data, to Medicaid data, to Treasury data, IRS data, that information has been given to third parties that should not be entitled. Well, if you can also give them voting records, they will know, when did you vote? How often did you vote? How did you vote? Georgia does not register by party, and a number of states don't. But now they can build a better profile of not just your politics, but your needs. And if you do not like the people who live in your country, if you are not a believer in an inclusive democracy, this is a roadmap to how you build an ethno-fascist state, because you will now know who to go after. You don't have to go after your friends. You only go after your enemies, because you have a more detailed roadmap of where they are and what you can do to them.
You've spent really your entire career protecting elections, protecting the right to vote, and protecting the electoral system and its integrity. And I want to pull the lens back a little bit. There's another population that's involved here that that I've heard a lot of people be concerned about. I'm certainly concerned, and that's election workers.
Yeah.
Who are many of them are volunteers. They're just ordinary folks who step forward to help us like pull off this election. That's one of the most amazing things that happens on the globe of all the democracies, that we're able to do it in this amazing, diverse and massive nation that we're in. What does a move like this do to the safety, the morale, the integrity of the folks who actually work for our elections?
We know that the attacks on election workers after the 2020 election led to death threats. In fact, there were 2 election workers in Georgia who they filed lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani, and they won because he so imperiled their lives and their ability to take care of themselves and their families. We know that in Michigan, election workers were threatened and had to go into hiding. We know across this country that when election workers are put in the crosshairs, when they are treated as the enemy, there is a segment of the population that believes that rhetoric, believes that propaganda. And as you pointed out, the United States has built a democracy and a democratic process that relies not only on election workers who are paid, but also volunteers. And when you weaponize that system, you not only put them in jeopardy, you undermine the integrity of the system and the trust that people have in the system. Step 10 in the 10 steps to authoritarianism is that you basically destroy democracy forever, and you don't do it by eliminating elections. I know there's this narrative out there that he's going to declare martial law, that authoritarians are going to dismantle. They don't need to. All you need to do is break the apparatus of democracy. Make certain that election workers won't show up. Make sure they won't take the jobs, so that you can then fill those jobs with those who do not believe in democracy, but actually believe in authoritarianism. But at the same time, you terrify the people who would show up to cast their ballots, because they no longer see someone they recognize who's a neighbor. They see someone who is hostile to their presence and could be part of putting them and their families in harm's way. And most people will sacrifice that opportunity to cast a ballot to protect their families. And that's another means through which authoritarianism deepens its claws in our democracy.
And and as you said, that makes me think of just a couple days ago, Steve Bannon was saying that absolutely we're going to deploy ICE to voting booths. I think, as you point out, even the threat of that is enough to undermine and create catastrophes, electoral catastrophes that doesn't have to be as dramatic as calling off an election or invoking martial law.
I mean, part of what that means for some folks, they're like, well, it's okay if ICE is there as long as you're legal. Well, let's think about it. The Supreme Court has said that ICE can use as a pretext your race, the language that you speak, or if you have an accent. And because they no longer use judicial warrants as the predicate for engagement, they violate the Fourth Amendment with impunity, which means you're not protected simply because you're a citizen facing ICE. Secondly, we have a number of naturalized citizens who live in mixed status families. So if ICE is present, even if you are a naturalized citizen, you are putting your entire family at risk because you show up. And then third, the presence of any law enforcement has an intimidation effect. People will not participate if they think it puts themselves or their communities at risk. And so we have to remember that in the 1960s, basically under Jim Crow, Voter suppression was designed to eliminate entire populations. These days, we win elections on margins. And so as a practical matter, you don't need to get rid of an entire population. You just need to shave points. And if you can shave points by terrifying people, if you can shave points by removing them and purging them, if you can shave points by saying that the processes you use to participate in elections are no longer permissible, and we can talk about the SAVE Act and the MEGA Act, those are all ways that you don't have to eliminate elections. You just eliminate access, trust, and the effectiveness of voting.
The stakes are so very high. What are you watching as next developments? What would give you pause? What would give you hope?
Pause, we should think about the fact that they have reintroduced the SAVE Act, which is ostensibly designed to require that everyone have proof of citizenship, which sounds benign.
I'll go ahead and stop it right there with the SAVE Act. This video I got from Stacey Adams' Substack page, but this is like some of the elements in this particular think tank or organization is kind of broken down the SAVE Act into 10 problems or steps that it proposes. Win the last fair election. Autocrats often come to power through democratic means. Expand executive power, which is literally, the Federalist Society and all these folks have been trying to do it pretty much since Reagan. It's unitary executive theory. So push constitutional boundaries, declare manufactured emergencies, and test what the system will tolerate. That's been happening. Capture the other branches. Oh, that's definitely. Co-opt Congress and neutralize the judiciary. Yep, that's been happening. Break government. Yep, that's been happening. You bring in an Elon Musk to do that, and he did a very effective job. So gut agencies, fire civil servants, and replace expertise with chaos. Yep, that's Trump's cabinet. Install loyalists. Yep. I talked yesterday about how the Justice Department has been just broken, and they're having trouble hiring top talent lawyers because they're requiring, some sort of loyalty test to Donald Trump. Attack the truth, discredit journalism, intimidate public voices. Yep. Scapegoat vulnerable communities. Yep. And my favorite community that's been scapegoated was what Trump did to to the Venezuelans and the Cubans. That I will vote for Donald Trump. Dude, they got screwed royally. It is almost sad, but they identified as white, so now they know they're not. So let's see. Destroy support systems, harass and undermine organizations that educate people, mobilize civic participation, or protect our rights like legal aid. Yep. Universities, even down to local police departments and local government like Trump did in Minneapolis. Normalize state violence. I probably don't need to go much farther with that. These motherfuckers are killing people in the streets and then saying it's the victim's fault. Minnesota, just prime example. In democracy itself, I actually, this one is kind of hard to understand. You're not going to be able to end democracy unless, basically, they're going to end the legitimacy of real democracy. If everybody votes because they're forced to vote, technically it's a democracy. Everybody's expressing an opinion, even if it's a coerced opinion. So that is essentially what the SAVE Act is trying to accomplish. There's zero reason to have a SAVE Act. I could actually live with the ID requirements if they were going to just say, hey, the government's going to buy everybody who's eligible to vote in ID. If people have to go out and pay for an ID that is the requirement to vote, that is a poll tax, and that's unconstitutional. It went away with the 15th Amendment. And these dumb fucks think they can enforce it through statute, and they simply can't. It's unconstitutional. So the MAGA blacks like Solid Snake, and I know there are other MAGA blacks. I pretty much would name names, but Solid Snake, I can say is a MAGA black because he's proud to be one. So I'm safe there, I'm sure. So part of part of this narrative, I just ran across this in the Washington Post today. This opinion piece is called "It Took 1 Year for Black MAGA to Crater." So, serendipity has blessed me with an anti-MAGA black editorial from the Washington Post. And it's a 5-minute AI read, and I'm going to savor every second of that 5 minutes.
Atlanta. Imagine trading traffic for turquoise waters and turning your quick journey of just about 3 hours. Start
listening to "It Took 1 Year for Black MAGA to Crater," an opinion piece written by Theodore Johnson and read by Rebecca, an AI-generated voice. Last year, at the White House's Black History Month celebration, President Donald Trump took the lectern and basked in victory. He'd just won a second election with more Black support than any Republican presidential candidate in 5 decades, and 1 in 3 Black Americans approved of the job he was doing. He thanked the room and teased that his first administration never had a Black crowd as large. "I look at this turnout," he crowed. "This is just love in the room." Today, however, new polling among Black Americans suggests the love is gone. Trump's favorability has plummeted from 30% a year ago to as low as 13% last month. His job approval has fallen to 15%, less than half of what it was at that White House celebration. His current ratings are about what they were before he lost the 2020 presidential election. Where did Black MAGA go? The declining numbers don't just signal that the president is losing voters. They show that MAGA's appeal to Black Americans stems less from affection, partisan identity, or loyalty to Trump. Instead, their support primarily rests on 2 pillars: successful implementation of policies they can point to with pride, and a sense of belonging to a movement that outweighs racial differences within it. And importantly, it requires...
Well, see, this particular editorialist, who happens to be a Black male, he's getting it totally wrong. Everyone that I personally know, and I hate to use anecdotes, and I don't want to fuss with the numbers are the numbers, but every fucking MAGA Black I know is shit. They're more for Trump than they were over a year ago. These MAGA Blacks, dude, the problem with MAGA Blacks is that, as a man that they all think they are, even the women are as a man, they can't admit that they're fucked up and wrong. So these motherfuckers will vote. They would vote for Donald Trump tomorrow. None of them have. I don't know a MAGA Black who has changed their mind.
Requires political competence to guard against the scrutiny that Black MAGA receives from Black Americans for supporting Trump and from the MAGA faithful wary of newcomers. A year later, however, the honeymoon is over. Black supporters sought prosperity and governance, but the Trump administration has mostly delivered chaos. They needed belonging but found hostility. The easy but incomplete explanation for the attrition is that outcomes have worsened for Black Americans in the past year. At 7.2%, the Black unemployment rate borders on recession levels and has returned to being about twice that of white Americans. Deep cuts to the federal workforce and government contracting disproportionately harmed Black workers and small businesses. And Trump has broken almost every promise he made to Black voters in his re-election campaign. But he often characterized these results as corrections for diversity.
Well, let me also point out that I know very shortly, it was a year ago or so, when a lot of federal workers were getting laid off, and it disproportionately, at least in the Black community, affected Black women. I heard a lot of motherfucking manosphere MAGA Blacks excited that Black women were finally getting their comeuppance. A lot of these MAGA Black manosphere types were like, oh, the government, these women are getting help from the government. They were fucking thrilled. And it was on BGS's show, if I recall, where, it was like those motherfuckers were declaring victory. What? I guess they thought these Black women were gonna, get back in line now that they can't be all uppity with those jobs. it, if it wasn't so sad, it would have actually been funny. And again, any of you MAGA Blacks who have some balls to come up today, the link is posted. I'm in a loaded for bear mood, and you know what? I'm gonna shoot some holes in some MAGA Black hide today. It's y'all went for a fucking racist, and quite frankly, if you vote for a racist, you're a racist. So MAGA Blacks are as racist as any fucking cracker I know.
Equity and inclusion programs run amok, something that Black MAGA also believed to be true and needed fixing. More difficult to excuse, though, is how the Trump administration governs. His Black supporters typically hold hardline stances on immigration, but the violent and chaotic manner of the deportation operations leaves nothing to defend. Like most of MAGA, many Black voters who backed Trump expected an exit from foreign entanglements and to reap dividends from a bustling economy.
See what MAGA taught the MAGA Blacks falsely? It was a false dichotomy. The Black job thing was a bullshit false dichotomy. And I really, Yvette Carnell, who's the kind of like the leader of the ADOS organization, she went into that hook, line, and sinker about Black jobs, and Trump is right about Black jobs. And my question was, why the fuck are Black people competing for chicken processing plant jobs? We've been here for quite some time. If we are still competing for that level of job, well, it's actually not an immigration problem. It's an internal problem. Something's messed up with the quote Black community if we're still fucking competing with fruit pickers 60 years after the civil rights movement. That is a problem that isn't an immigration problem, and it's not a problem Trump probably even understands is a problem. But someone who's Black and living in the quote Black community should understand the Black community better than Donald Trump. So all these MAGA Blacks, all these Thomas Sowell brothers who have bought into white supremacy hook, line, and sinker, and then you add the misogyny on top of that, dude, y'all deserve to lose.
They're getting neither. His presidency has lurched from capricious tariff policy to repeated government shutdowns to indifference regarding long-standing security agreements. For Black Trump voters, the problem is less the policy than the careless and erratic execution. In a focus group of regretful Trump
Careless
2024
and
voters,
erratic.
one black man
That's
gave
an
Trump a
understatement.
particularly poor grade. Everything that's been enacted, he said, all these ICE escapades and everything like that, it's rough, and I just don't think he's doing anything about it or helping at all. With a friendly Congress and a sympathetic Supreme Court, Trump's failure to deliver seems either because he isn't capable or because he doesn't care to be. Either way, for Black MAGA, the end result is unattractive. This, too, might be surmountable if MAGA made Black supporters feel more welcomed. Political scientists have found that Black Republicans, particularly during the Tea Party and MAGA movements, must lean in harder to the party's ideologies for acceptance. And they've noted that Black voters supporting Republicans often face community backlash, making a vote for Trump a risky proposition. But studies show that MAGA's racial resentment and anti-wokeness views are particularly high and not at all colorblind. Trump has insisted white people are today's targets of racism, while citing Black and Hispanic people
I'm
as the
sorry.
root of
I
the
meant
nation's
to bring that
immigration
up.
and
So these motherfucking MAGA blacks probably agree that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 created a system of abuse for white males in particular. And Trump pretty much specified white males. Trump said something, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that, hey, it did some good, but white males, you know, there were some real issues that it caused for white males. Well, the issue is, bitch, you got to share power now. That's the real problem. Okay, white people of that Donald Trump MAGA ilk, they don't want to share power. They don't want to see white supremacy, the concept of white supremacy. They don't want threats to Western culture, even though Western culture is not a singularly Northern European premise. Okay, fucking Greece and Rome weren't in Northern Europe. These dudes, and most of these people, including Trump, they just have no goddamn clue about Western culture. They know the supremacy parts of it. They don't know the actual, like, hard work to actually understand what Western culture is. And the MAGA blacks know even less than Trump and Stephen Miller and these fuckers. And who knows? Stephen Miller isn't dumb. He may know this shit, but he may just go, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Whites are superior. And there's actually a short that I just thought of that I want to show after this is done. And then we'll move on to some other news. You know, I'm getting bored with bashing MAGA black.
an election
See, it seems like none of the MAGA blacks want to come up here and stand up for the little runty asses.
problems. And the administration is removing Black history exhibits while planning to install a statue of Christopher Columbus in front of the White House. We love the Italians,
Really?
Trump remarked at a signing ceremony for a Columbus proclamation.
Christopher Columbus
Trump began
wasn't
Black
a
History
Northern
Month this year
European,
not
by
by
the way.
holding another White House celebration, but by posting a racist video to social media of Barack and Michelle Obama. When paired with immigration agents' violence towards citizens, high costs of living, and a government unconcerned with the will of the people, whatever love remains in the air isn't enough to keep a substantial number of Black voters in the MAGA coalition. Black voters have long been pragmatic and sensitive to political expedience, alert to the differences between genuine acceptance and being courted for votes. In the 2024 election, Trump proved there were Black voters willing to give him a shot, and he convinced enough of them that MAGA held a place for them. But their experience in it, and the lack of anything to show for it, did not meet expectations. While Black voters will always make up a minute share of MAGA's core supporters, many of them didn't need a year to know it was a bad match. They learned the hard way that, in politics, love is fleeting. Respect and belonging, along with results, are why coalitions last.
Right now, during the President's Day sale, you can get a Washington Post premium subscription for just $3 every
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. My bad. This particular video, it's a short, and it reminded me. I watched it earlier today, and it reminded me of something that someone said a couple days ago, and I can't remember if it was in the chat or actually up on the panel, but it was some white male who said something like, "Well, white people, Europeans have their origins in the Caucasus." And I'm like, they what? See, white people, and it's really kind of like the lower echelons of whiteness. The funny thing is, racism in America affects the working class whites, not quite as bad, in a very immediate way. Working class whites have suffered for their social betters, their political betters, their class betters, whatever you want to call it. They literally have suffered for some of the weird notions that their white betters have been propagating for centuries. Like Caucasian has anything to do with white skin. It doesn't. So, we're going to watch this video and then I promise we're going to move on. But I'm kind of I've been listening to too much of this stupid shit for the past week. I swear, the MAGA blacks and their fucking little hovel mates, y'all are some uneducated motherfuckers. It's just stunning. And I heard a show this morning, and I guess maybe I'll get into it or I may hold it, for another day this week. But this bullshit about why can't blacks get together? Oh my Lord. I almost hit that link, Savage. But you know what? I had things to do this morning and I just didn't feel like having to do another lesson on American culture. It gets tedious when I have to fucking keep teaching people shit they should have learned 20, 30 years ago when they were in high school. So, oh well. Sometimes I understand how John Henrik Clark felt. He only he only debates with his equals. all others he taught. It is literally boring as fuck to have to teach and reteach motherfucking people in their 40s the basics of American culture. But anyway, let me stop whining. So Caucasian. This is everybody who talks about race in America should know this bullshit.
Caucasian. What does the term mean? Well, we use it to describe racial whiteness, but within the term, we see the construction, the fabrication of race itself, and the fictions and the lies underneath it all. The term comes to us from the 18th century naturalist, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He uses specious data to justify his election of the Caucasus region as the so-called homeland of whiteness. The biblical lore stating that Noah's Ark came to rest there is one reason. The so-called beauty of the women from all these travel narratives is another reason. And the final is the symmetry of the skulls that were associated with the region. And from it, we have this term that we've used for centuries. Something happens. In the 19th century, there's something called the Caucasian War. It's an actual war. It takes place at the end of the American Civil War, and it exposes the region. It shows that there's no such thing as whiteness there at all.
But
this is just a quick warning.
Oops, let me stop that. This was actually interesting, and I haven't gotten around to listening to it. It's about black tutors. There were black people in England back in the day. But let me concentrate on something my dear friend Dave has to say. He says, everything I play is littered with projections and not worth fighting. You think they're projections, Dave, because you haven't done the hard work of actually knowing that I'm right. And it's not worth you fighting because all I'm going to do is mock the ignorance and tell you the books that you need to be reading so you know that I'm right. So it is not worth fighting, and it's not worth me fighting either. So thank you for that hard truth. So let's see, what else do we have in this bag? And I bet I have driven some motherfuckers off, and I don't care. There needs to be a purge of ignorance. So we're gonna sorry. We're gonna talk a little bit about Maha. So FDA reverses decision. A few days ago, the FDA decided they were not going to even review Moderna mRNA candidate for flu vaccine. Moderna said it had held further discussions with regulators and announced the agency would accept the company's application for approval of its flu vaccine that uses mRNA technology. Well, here's the reality of it. The bullshit that MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses propagated, that, oh, it's newfangled technology. Fucking mRNA viruses have been around for decades. I'm sorry, mRNA technology. Now, a lot of it, was, in research and stuff like that. But anyone who's ever taken cell biology well, cell biology is more useful because in a cell biology class, you're actually going to have to memorize the mechanisms that DNA and RNA, it's mostly RNA that builds DNA and maintains DNA. You literally sometimes have to get down to the actual, how it gets complicated because you have to know the actual mechanisms. You have to know which protein does what. It can get that detailed, and you have to memorize that shit, and you get tested on it. mRNA, it's a brilliant technology. In my opinion, it's way safer than a weakened virus protocol because the virus never gets introduced. The mRNA basically mimics, parts of the protein that the virus is, out on its surface. And I don't want to get too knee deep into it, but the surface of a virus, there are structures, there are shapes, there are proteins that fold in certain ways that allow, say, a virus to connect to a cell wall. And, it gets complicated. It's beautiful, as a matter of fact. But these fools, these anti-science quacks, who, for some reason or another, want to shit on new technology and better technology. Maha needs to go, by the way.
FDA reverses decision and agrees to review Moderna's flu vaccine. This article is by Christina Jewett and Rebecca Robbins and read by an automated voice. The Food and Drug Administration has reversed its decision on Moderna's flu vaccine and has agreed to review it for possible approval, Moderna announced on Wednesday. Last week, the agency had rejected Moderna's application for review of a new flu vaccine, saying the company's research design was flawed. But in subsequent discussions, the company said that the agency had relented and agreed to begin a review. Moderna said it split its application for the flu vaccine based on age, seeking a traditional approval for people 50 to 64 years old, and accelerated approval for those 65 and older. The company also said it agreed to conduct an additional study among those 65 and older once the vaccine reached the market. Moderna said on Wednesday that the FDA set a deadline of August to decide whether to approve the vaccine. If it is authorized, it would be available for those older adults in the flu season that begins later this year. The vaccine uses messenger RNA technology, which Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has repeatedly criticized as unsafe and ineffective. The mRNA approach, which instructs the body to produce a fragment of a virus that sets off an immune response, was widely successful in COVID vaccines and is considered generally safe by public health experts and scientists. Despite its development during the first Trump administration, mRNA uses have been extensively curtailed in the last year, sending shockwaves through the vaccine industry. Hundreds of millions of dollars in research contracts and projects have been canceled, and agencies under Mr. Kennedy's purview have sharply limited the recommendations for administering COVID vaccines to certain groups of people. Dr. Vinay Prasad, the agency's top vaccine official, signed the letter refusing to accept Moderna's original application for the vaccine over the objection of the second highest-ranking vaccine scientist at the FDA. Dr. Prasad cited concerns about the control vaccine that Moderna used for people older than 65 in a study of about 41,000 people. He concluded that the vaccine used for comparison was not the best available option. Moderna spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the study, in addition to a $750 million investment from Blackstone. Dr. Marty Makary, the FDA's commissioner, briefly referred on Tuesday evening to last week's rejection at an event held by PHRMA, the pharmaceutical industry's trade group, in Washington. "I think if you're going to talk about what happened last week," he said to the moderator of a fireside chat, "you should know the exact details of the trial results, which are public information." More broadly on the topic of vaccines, he defended the administration's sharp paring down of recommended childhood immunizations, saying the changes were meant to increase trust in federal guidance. "I want to see more kids get vaccinated," he said. In the company's earnings call last Friday, Stéphane Bancel, Moderna's chief executive, told analysts that the FDA risked inhibiting the development of new medical products. "The current uncertainty in the U.S. FDA regulatory environment creates real challenges for businesses, patients, and the broader innovation ecosystem," he said. Regulators in Europe, Canada, and Australia are also reviewing Moderna's vaccine.
All right. Well, we'll see how that turns out. But the companion story is this is just hot off the presses, as it were. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya will serve as acting director of the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention until President Trump appoints a permanent director. Well, let me let you all know that I've known about Jay Bhattacharya for probably 10 years. He is a neurologist or a neurosurgeon. I can't remember. But where I know him from is he's a colleague of Thomas Sowell at the Hoover Institute. He has, done a lot of work on policy. So he is a political actor. Now I've seen interviews with him, and I'm talking for the last 10 years. He's a thoughtful guy. So I'm not gonna, blast him or anything like that. But he is not. He's either a neurosurgeon or a neurologist. He's not a specialist in this. Now, again, as the head of a health agency, you got plenty of experts. But during the COVID year, or two. He talked a lot about COVID, and he's not an epidemiologist. He's not any sort of infectious disease specialist. Now, that doesn't mean he can't learn it. Doesn't mean he's not good at it, but there are just some things that you learn young as a certain type of specialist. Um, but he's a good guy. I will not take that away from him. The interviews I've seen, I've always come away with the impression that he's a thoughtful guy. That he's working for the Trump administration, though, is a big that's a big minus. That he's working for fucking Robert, that as a medical professional, he's willing to work for RFK Jr. That's a big strike. Motherfucking RFK's a goddamn flake. So I don't know. Sometimes I guess you go work for some idiot thinking you can do some good, but I don't know. These MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses have just created a fucking mess, and it's gonna have to take Obama level, like an Obama level president, probably a couple of them, to unfuck what Trump has done over the past year. If it can be unfucked. And talking about fucking up, U.S. military says it killed 11 people in strikes on 3 alleged drug boats. Now, I scanned the article. Where the fuck are these drug boats coming from? I thought we took over Venezuela. Where the fuck are the boats coming from? Captured the head of a quote narco terrorist organization, and there's still drug boats. It's like fucking Trump, dude. Fourth rate intellects in this cabinet. Okay. Why'd we take over Venezuela if we still have to expend ordnance with drug boats? Their head hombre, he's in jail in fucking Manhattan, or I guess it's Staten Island or Rikers. He's on Rikers Island. Why are there still drug boats? Can a MAGA black please explain this to me? Oh man. Let's see here. What else do we have? We'll turn to something related, I guess. So judges reject Trump administration's deportation cases in 2 pro-Palestinian college, or 4 2 against 2 Palestinian college students in pro-Palestinian, my bad. Well, one of the dudes who was at Columbia, I don't think he's the same guy who he wasn't the main leader, but another Columbia grad student who was a protest leader. Nope. A judge said no. The Justice Department has failed to prove its case. Now the government can still appeal, so it's not over yet. And then there was that PhD student at Tufts. She's a female. They just fucking she wrote like an op-ed piece in the student newspaper, and they swooped in. She was like exiting the building, going to lunch, and these motherfuckers just swooped in and nabbed her ass. It's embarrassing what Trump's ICE capades involved, and they keep getting shot down in the courts. And I guess this will wind up in front of the Supreme Court. But these poor kids did nothing wrong. And for some reason, MAGA does not understand that the First Amendment actually protects immigrants as well. What's up, Lawrence? Hey, Yeti. Um, it's not like, even if you are not a US citizen, if you're here on a visa or something like that, now not every right, especially statutory rights, not every right applies, but things like, in the Constitution, they do apply. As a matter of fact, I got corrected a while ago, months ago, maybe a year ago, because I didn't think that non-US citizens could own firearms, but apparently you can. So, I got corrected on that particular point. But anyway, Trump's just basically trying to impose a supremacist state. And MAGA blacks, I think the MAGA blacks are just not answering polls. They would vote for Trump again. I saw a MAGA black say he would vote for Rubio. So the MAGA blacks will ride again. I'm going to talk briefly about this. The FCC has been let me see. What's about the story after this? No. I don't even understand why Stephen Colbert is supposed to be leaving in May, and he was literally told that you can't interview a senatorial candidate from Texas, a Democratic senatorial nominee candidate. Stephen Colbert couldn't talk to him. He was forbidden from talking because of some weird the fairness doctrine, which I actually thought went away. Apparently it hasn't gone away for broadcast TV. So what Colbert did is he went and did a YouTube interview, but he couldn't do it on broadcast TV. And look, the story that dovetails with this is that all of a sudden Warner Brothers has opened itself up for negotiations with is it Skydance? Whatever Larry Ellison owns. I thought it was basically going to be a done deal that Netflix would acquire Warner Brothers, but no, it's been opened up. And essentially what's happening, and again, the MAGA blacks aren't noticing and the MAGA masses aren't noticing. We are literally having our media consolidated into ownership by Trump allies, MAGA allies. There really is all the broadcast news, all the movie companies, they're all going to be owned by the Larry Ellisons and the Elon Musks, all these billionaires that have pretty much bent a knee to MAGA and Donald Trump. There's not going to be very free speech if this keeps going. And I personally think we're already there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being a little bit, ahead of myself here. But I don't hear the MAGA blacks. All I hear the fucking MAGA blacks talking about is Anton and Corey for the last 99 days. Nobody is covering this shit. Nobody is talking about how the SAFE Act. Okay, what's happening in places like Georgia, in the South in general, with the gutting of the Civil Rights Act? Pretty much, if the Supreme Court pretty much votes against, um, is it Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? It's over in the South. Um, Basically, states like Louisiana, which is, I think, the current case, challenging Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, these motherfuckers are going to be able to suppress the black vote in the South. And the MAGA blacks, shit, they went out and got their passports so
What's
they
up,
could vote.
Stanley?
What's going on, tough guy? Give me 1
Hey,
second.
you right
Please.
about it. You right about it though. Hey, it's about to go down if niggas don't get their shit together.
I don't know if it's about to go down. Really, what I think I'm right about is the MAGA blacks, all these black Trump voters who even today are saying what a great president Donald Trump is. And I'm like, dude, you know what? You have no fucking clue what's going on because you would rather talk about Anton and Corey than pay attention to the actual important news. Who gives a fuck about what Anton is doing in his marriage or who Corey is punching? Why the fuck is a 60-year-old out after dark on the streets anyway? But this is what is holding, the attention of a lot of these supposedly political black channels and shows. I don't get it, to be honest. So what's been going on with you, tough guy?
Oh man, still trying to find my place. I thought I found a spot, but it didn't work out. So it's all good. I'm gonna find something else.
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, I'm
So
not. What's for you is for you. If it didn't work out, that means it wasn't supposed to be yours.
I
You know?
reckon.
Yeah.
Well, what is going to be interesting is what happens to Colbert after May. And I seriously, if Colbert formed like a think tank or something like that, I'm looking forward to I hope Colbert just goes like supernova. I'll join that. I'll join that organization as long as they make me the chief ad hominem officer. There's some there's some problems that CBS is going to fail. Donald Trump and MAGA are basically going to figure out how to end broadcast TV. The TV, the 3 networks and maybe a PBS and a UHF station when I was growing up. Essentially, they're going to just fucking destroy it. They're going to poison those wells. What's up, Dwally? And I don't know, maybe it's for the better. So I'm gonna go, and I wish my buddy Fred was in the audience, and hopefully maybe he's in the bushes out there. So we're gonna be talking about Epstein for a while. Next 3 stories, there's an editorial or 2. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, all these motherfuckers, Steve Bannon. Why is MAGA protecting these folks? So, despite Epstein's toxicity, Steve Bannon stood by him, texts indicate. Basically, Steve Bannon said, hey, don't worry about it. I got your back. And I really had been staying away from this Epstein stuff because I don't find it surprising that this sort of stuff was happening. But I think that somehow or another, the Trump administration has figured out how to neutralize this to a point to where, Ghislaine Maxwell has a fucking puppy She's got a puppy in jail. She's got a therapy animal. So I think that people who are convicted of those types of crimes, you don't want to give them puppies. Who knows what they'll do with the puppies? So let's see. We watched a little bit of that interview because Steve Bannon did a very long series of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein, and apparently, some of the support that Bannon gave Epstein happened after Epstein was convicted. So, it's concerning, but one of my guilty pleasures is watching Virginia Heffernan be all white and liberal about this sort of stuff. So I'll make people suffer through it for an hour. And feel free to stop me if you have any comments there, tough guy.
It's our come round at
Oh, and by the way, I love her opening theme song.
Slouches towards Bethlehem.
Oops.
Je dis ce que je pense et je vis comme je veux. Je gagne beaucoup d'argent, mais quand j'en avais peu, je n'étais pas plus malheureux, oui, mais je n'étais pas plus heureux. Je suis comme ça pour moi, pas pour vous.
So I am so glad we're doing this again. Welcome to What Rough Beast.
Thank you, Virginia. I'm so excited to be here, and especially to talk about your recent article.
I'm in the Epstein files. Let's just face it. I don't know how to. I still haven't gotten over the moment. It's actually surprisingly upsetting.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Take me through it a little bit. Like, how did you actually find yourself in the files?
Suddenly, sometime late at night, realized that I might be in there because
what would even give you that thought?
Well, Jeffrey Epstein was part of, and it turned out to be the sort of secret sponsor of this organization that I also was part of. It was a salon, styled itself as a salon for intellectuals, and I'll hasten to add pseudo-intellectuals. You can decide which one I'm in, right? We needed it was roughly 75 to 25, I would say. And, you can probably tell which direction it went in when you learn the name.
Well, that sounds like this show.
But, Jeffrey Epstein sponsored this thing, and I was in it too. And there were a lot of email blasts from the head of it, a guy named John Brockman. And like a lot of old men, he did not know how to blind copy people. So the whole list of all of us, which often included people like Elon Musk, showed up for all of us. And so for 12 of the emails, I guess Epstein's JEE, whatever it is, Epstein vacation, whatever it is, at gmail.com was copied on things that I was copied on. So they were email blasts. I'm not writing anything back and forth, but just it's something that brings me back to a time when I was both a client of Jeffrey Epstein and also a member of an organization that I was initially quite excited to be included in, with names like Ian McEwan and maybe even Elon Musk. And so that's what
take me back to that time period. Like, what time period are we talking about? Where were you in this? Sort of tell me about how you even came to be introduced to John Brockman and who John Brockman is, because there's probably a lot of people who don't know who he
don't
is.
know. So this article appeared in The Nerve, which is Carol Cadwalader's new media project. And I only say that because she was at The Guardian for a long time and has formed her own venture. And that is, in a way, part of the story here, because a lot of us found ourselves, it feels like under the weight of certain institutions. For me, it was Harvard and also the New York Times, that were giving a lot of our identity to our lives, but also ultimately sort of sterilizing or creating a ceiling on what could be thought and said in ways that were confusing.
This is
And
the early 2000s, right?
yeah, this is the early 2000s.
Okay.
And so my version of this was that I was at the New York Times and I was getting divorced. And I was, my history, as we've talked about before, was that I got online, ludicrously early in both my life and the history of the internet. Sometime when I was 9 or 10, I dialed into a mainframe computer, something like 1978 or 79, headquartered at Dartmouth College. And it was, I know, and there was a chat room, as always, and there were you could play other video games. And you can imagine it was text only. In some cases, the conference I was a part of was called XYZ. To join it, because you could only use three character commands. It was JOI space for join. Couldn't use the N. XYZ. There's so much strange apparatus around that experience, but it's very into networked computing from an early age, not coding, although the person that started this thing was John Kemeny, one of the authors of BASIC. And so I knew elementary basic coding, but what I got into early on was internet culture. And just the code names in those days, all the Led Zeppelin kind of stuff, like damsels and steeds, and they're just like this weird way of talking. And my name was Athena. You may remember me. Nothing better for a 10-year-old, right? And a lot of the stuff actually that washed up on 4chan, but kind of ways of posturing that was similar to that. So because I'd gotten on so early, and then because I did a PhD at Harvard, and then because I had worked at the New York Times, I was sure that I had finally paid my dues. But I also noticed that there were people significantly, they were like Clay Shirky and Chris Anderson, who had big books on tech. And I know you were also in New York at the time in the kind of Silicon Alley days, right? Of like working on these things. Yeah. And there was just this constant puzzle to me, which is like, why did they get big book contracts? And I seem to be hitting my head up against the wall. And I was especially in dire need of cash. I had a new baby and was getting divorced and was leaving the New York Times. I had a big job at Yahoo News, but it was on contract and I wasn't sure how long that would last. I was working for Marissa Mayer. And there was also like, how did Marissa Mayer get where she was? I just would puzzle over it. And I would think like, not to be I went to Harvard dick, but it was also like, I don't know how much you've done this, but I would go over my resume in my head and be like, what
I have all my permission slips lined up. Like,
yes,
what's wrong? Yeah.
Isn't this the time where I should be able to count on like a W-2 and a salary and some benefits and a 401k? And I honestly would sometimes think maybe I should have a postdoc, or maybe there's something
maybe what I need
wrong.
is more permission slips.
Maybe I need more permission slips. Exactly. I thought I had my mom had signed off on, So I, in desperation, picked up, and of course I bought all these guys' books too. So I pulled a Clay Shirky book off my bookshelf and looked at the acknowledgement section.
Stanley.
And said, and I owe it all to, I named this person I'd never heard of, John Brockman. And I was like, that's it.
Stanley.
There's a back room there and they all know this person. And if I have that person.
Yes, sir.
Stanley. Yeah. This lady is just a person that was on the internet early in life and she's just talking about her experience or what's going on.
No. Well, kind of. Basically, she is a writer. Fairly famous now, not like super famous, but people know who she is if you're in the right circles. And she was a part of some organization that Jeffrey Epstein started. And eventually she is going to get into some of the stuff. Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking racist, like big time. So she gets to it. I guess she's kind of setting up the background. So I actually have the article. I rarely get to watch Virginia Heffernan. So,
Why isn't the
okay.
most racist, weirdest white people be doing the most strangest shit in the world?
I'm sorry. Why is it that white people do the strangest
You
racist
know what I'm
stuff?
saying? Yeah, I mean, the people that act like that towards black people are usually have some weird shit going
Well,
on
it's
in their
because
house.
they were trained to. I mean, you
Yeah,
tend
but they
to
also got
act.
some weird. They got some weird shit going on in their household, like incest and
Okay, you're
working
not
with kids.
listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me. They were trained to be that way. Okay, and when I say trained, I mean like home training. This weird race stuff has been going on in quote European culture for centuries.
Yeah, but they're
They
sick.
put the Portuguese started enslaving Africans back in like I think the first slave auction was in Lisbon, Portugal, of all places, in like 1452.
Mm.
So a lot of the Enlightenment invented racism. And it's kind of strange, the accepted theory or the accepted timeline is that labor was needed and the justification for enslavement actually came after enslavement started happening. Basically, Europeans needed to justify their cruelty. And there's a parallel if you look at what MAGA's doing. Okay, MAGA has made up a theory. They talked about an invasion at the southern border. In Trump, when he got into office the second time, is declaring emergencies that aren't there. Okay, they need stories, they need drama to back up the fucked up things they want to do. Same thing with race. Okay, Europeans basically uh figured that, oh hey, these Africans have been enslaved for quite some time. You know what? There's a market here. Let's exploit it. But then you also have to go back to even the Crusades. I mean, Christians enslaved Arabs. Slavery is something that has been, they're right when they say it's something that's been going on as the spoils of war, since recorded history. What the Soul Brothers and the MAGA blacks and all the other people who would rather fucking watch YouTube videos rather than actually learn history, what they don't understand is that American slavery is very unique. There literally the Industrial Revolution would not have happened had it not been for Europeans enslaving Africans and a lot of it was native people being enslaved, but ultimately it was Africans being enslaved, at least in the New World. So there are a lot of moving parts, but Epstein is inevitable in Western civilization. Everybody wants to talk about how great Western civilization is. They don't talk about the Hitlers. They don't talk about, the shit that was done during the Crusades. They don't talk about the Salem witch trials. They don't talk about, eradication of Aborigines in North America and Australia. They don't talk about the bad stuff. They only want to tell you about the poetry. Well, Western civilization, it's a 50-50. They fucked up, or Western civilization has done as much harm to humanity as it has good. What they would have you believe is that Europeans, especially in Western culture generally, is like the best humans can do. And anyone who's ever studied Western culture, you know, any deeper than what you learn in high school or in, your freshman classes in college, you start to raise an eyebrow like, oh gee, I didn't know this. So that's why Epstein is important. It's just the shit hasn't ended. And the big story is that, some of these billionaires who are supposedly benign, like Bill Gates, trying to eradicate human suffering. Well, God damn it, he supported some human suffering himself just because of his peccadillos. That's why, in my opinion, Epstein is important. And I've had, one or two people go, well, why are you even bothering with this? Because, motherfucker, it's just another brick in the wall of Western civilizations. Just, I don't know why people think that Western civilization is the civilization of gods. It's no better or no worse than any other civilization that's come to be. But if you let white people tell it, people like me and you and Ilhan Omar and anybody who's not white, we need to be thanking the fucking be braves of the world who have contributed nothing to quote white culture, by the way. We need to be thanking them. So that's why I'm watching this.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Well, I will be
Oh,
back.
it's a long-winded answer.
Yeah, I see. But I'm gonna be back. I was just seeing what you was talking about, but I'm just handling a few things. But I'll be in
Well,
and out.
go
I'll holler
tell if you wander by Bob and CT and all those guys have the entertaining stuff. I have the hard stuff. The
Yeah,
shit
they ain't talking about
the
I mean,
shit
CT's a big ass kid.
the shit that Anton is doing and Corey is doing in the major scheme of what's important to to American
They're not
culture.
helping. Yeah, they're not helping.
Well, no. Corey is literally an ant. And Anton is just another ant. They literally mean nothing to American politics.
Yeah. All right. Well, shit.
Neither of them
I'll
have a
be in and
conscience.
out.
Well, good.
All right, my man. Be back.
As simple as that. And I thought like, oh, why didn't I think of that? It's all about the agent, because I had a very literary agent at the time who like loved the English major in me. But I was like, it's time for me to jump the tracks and be just like a hardcore tech, single mom who's entrepreneurial and who's not relying on kind of calcified old networks in the humanities.
Right.
So I cold called him, and he said,
like on the telephone?
On the telephone. Yeah, on the telephone.
How did you get his number?
I think, well, he's an agent. So
okay, so you just looked it up. Okay.
Yeah. And I looked at his client list and, my eyes popped out of my head, because why did he have Jack Dorsey and Jeff Bezos as clients? But also it was like the tech gods of my childhood. It was like Kevin Kelly, Marvin Minsky, people that like Murray Gell-Mann, who discovered quarks. And I was like, don't mind if I do, maybe I can just take my seat among these people. I did notice that there was an alarming...
Among the Olympians, old Athena coming back
Yes.
from Mount Olympus.
That's it. Yeah. Athena, exactly. I was like, I belong up there. Up there. And I did notice that there was an alarming shortage of women, but I took that to mean, well, every place needs women. So this is a good opportunity for me that, they could like bring in women and diversify their list. Interestingly, I don't know that I've written about this, but the women on the list were Naomi Wolf, the great thinker of our time, who is like a nut job libertarian now, I guess libertarian, Trumpite. But at the time was some kind of feminist. And Carol Gilligan, who, I don't know if that name means anything to you. So I think her degree was her field was sociology, but there's a little prefiguring of the divine feminine kind of thing. She was like basically kind of the queen of like women just think differently. And it was like, yeah, women just think differently and women are like more soft and they don't want to be ambitious and whatever. And it was kind of feminist because it carved out this space for women, but it was a little bit like women are peaceful.
Segregationist.
It was a little what?
Segregationist.
A little segregationist, a little separate spheres, you know, we're like made to cook and whatever. And I know a lot of women liked it because it sort of argued that like women in the workplace were trying to act like men or something. Anyway, I think there was something quite reassuring in retrospect. And so Carol Gilligan belonged there. And I think Lisa Randall now, and anyway, some other people showing up in the Epstein file. It doesn't quite matter, but I was sure that if I was like, I'm a pick-me girl, basically like intellectual pick-me, because I was like, I'm jockey, I am tacky. I was a
Well, I guess one of the things I neglected to say, and of course, Dave, you're not quite getting the point, so let me help you out here. She's talking about shit that happened 20 years ago. This thing about, women thinking differently. The same bullshit I hear day to day, every day on Nightish's show or CT's show or Bob's show. Oh, women and men are different. This shit has been going on for decades. Okay. The Black Manosphere, I didn't know, anything about the history of it, but I'm told by people who were there that you know what, there was a manosphere, and then it got and then it got racial. That's how the black that's how the Black Manosphere started. Like apparently the manosphere wanted to segregate itself. So what is ironic to me is that these Black Manosphere people got fucking racially segregated, but they're still voting for Trump and racists like that. I think it's beyond irony. It's fucking hilarious. So here's a woman who is damn near 60. I'm pretty sure the woman on the right, she's probably around 55 or so. She PhD from Harvard. She's mainly she's written for Tech Magazine. She was well connected enough to know people who knew Epstein. So, I mean, she's kind of, very well connected. And, she's talking about some of the shit that I hear on your average DJ Hamp show about, how women are different than men. And this fucking stuff is not new. It is literally been in the culture sphere, the American culture sphere for decades. And that's why, these panels are a fucking waste of time. That's why the only time I ever watch them is when I watch um Nightish like spaz out about nothing much at all and interject his personal life into whatever the fuck DJ Amp is talking about. I'm these days kind of confused about, who's talking about whom, but none of this shit is new. And I'm going to be blunt. Some of the shit that you'll hear on, some of these Black Manosphere relationship channels, it's literally the leftovers from what white people were talking about 20 years ago. That's what I actually want to point out. There's nothing new under the sun. And to hear someone who is just rehashing points that white people have been talking about for quite some time, but then I'll be asked, well, why can't black people pull together? Well, some black people have heard this shit 20 years ago, and I don't need to be a part of that tired, rehashed, rewarmed bullshit about men and women being different. Fucking Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein and all those motherfuckers were doing it back. And she said her first time on the internet was back in 1978. Is there any wonder why I mock some of these old YNs? Y'all don't know shit. You don't know shit. You don't read shit. You don't want to know shit. But you'll come to my panel and go, "Oh, Stanley, what you read in a book?" Well, motherfucker, dude, I don't know what to say, but I don't want to pull with a bunch of tired old motherfuckers who are just learning what white people and black people too, by the way, have been talking about for decades. It's boring. Y'all are motherfucking bores. The black manosphere, fucking boring. So DJ Hemp runs a feeder channel into extreme movements. I have no clue what a BHI. All I Oh, you know what? I actually have a Ben clip. Let me play it now that you mention it, but give me a second because I know that I seem kind of scattered with this, but I guess I've had enough Coors Lights to just fucking say, dude, y'all are a bunch of bores. This black manosphere bullshit. this black manosphere bullshit. This woman on the right, who I've known about for quite some time, kind of had a crush on her when she was younger. She's literally talking about 1978 and the bro culture in technology in 1978. And I'm older than she is. I didn't really get into online culture till, I don't know, probably 83. So I'm actually behind her. Now, her father was a college professor, so she had access to labs, the computer labs. Back in the day, computer labs were computer labs. You had like fucking 100 computers in kind of a sterile space. Those computer labs were actually labs. But anyway, all I'm saying, and I say it all the time, there is nothing new under the sun in American culture. It tends to be rehashed, reshaped, even reframed. But if you go back and you study the history, it's variations on a theme. And I know people think I'm a dick. I know people think I'm an asshole, but dude, half the time it's sheer fucking boredom. This shit has all been done before. The culture wars been going on for 250, actually probably 400 years. Class war, which is really what, people call MAGA a class collaboration, where the working Joes and the billionaires get together. Well, I don't call it a collaboration. I call it a class fucking oppression. Okay, Donald Trump has basically walked all over the white working class, and they're feeling it now. Dude, you got a working nurse and like some stay-at-home mom type, they're getting killed. Okay. Donald Trump is a problem. MAGA is a problem, and the MAGA blacks, they are just lapping it up like the Cheshire cats that they are. So, and I've been talking too much shit, so I do need to move on. Mackenzie, I do have a Ben clip that I clipped because it was Sin7, as a matter of fact, who popped into my chat, and I just happened to see it because I usually set up these shows, and sometimes people will wander into the chat and type stuff, and I happened to have seen what Sin typed, so I went over to Ben and Grace's live yesterday because I'm like, what the fuck? They're talking about Nat Turner. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah. I did a clip, like a 10-minute clip, and then I got out of there. I'm just not I'm just kind of moving away from that. Um, you know, um look, I'm as shallow as anybody. I started, you know, I ran into Grace on CT's show, was it Monday or so? Dude, she's looking bad. I mean, both she and Ben are, they're worse for their wear. And Grace isn't even 25 yet, I don't think. She's looking like she's been through the ringer once or twice. So anyway, so BHI, okay, I get it now, Sin. The gender war is a byproduct of class insecurity. I am not going to. You and I would have to you'd have to convince me. I think you're right, but you'd have to convince me a little bit more of that. Um, but you're probably right, to be honest. I think that it is a working class insecurity. I'm not so sure it's a an upper class insecurity. If you go back, you know what? I'm not prepared to talk about it. I think you're probably right, Sin, but I think it's more working class insecurity. Tell me what you think. What do I think about Grace? I think Grace looks like she needs to take better care of herself. She looks rough. That's what I think, Lawrence. And it's such a shame. She was a lovely, lovely young lady, even 2 or 3 years ago. So anyway, let's get back to this.
Athena, I'm just as like into D&D as the next like computer nerd, dandruff club person. And I can also bring that like, small like hint of wokery if you're trying to get the sheen of like, and we have women,
Right.
So I went in to see John, and I think he was kind of surprised to see me there. Like it really now in retrospect. Yeah. And he tested me on the pick me stuff where he showed me his office on Fifth Avenue and it had been the Playboy Club.
Oh,
and he
boy.
showed me where there were like whatever that S&M kind of apparatus that people have on walls. It was
like the restraints.
yes, yes. And it was just like, I feel like in retrospect, it was like, can you handle this or are you going to freak out about it? And there was a ton of that now. And who doesn't, what woman of the 90s like me doesn't love to be like, oh yeah, right. I love that stuff. Like there's nothing cooler than like some serious S&M materials or like the Playboy Club. That's so, excellently retro. And like, who doesn't love that? And so after like a little bit of kind of testing, which I don't want to get too granular, but I've heard this happens with men a lot too. Obviously, not every guy is like gonna go the child molesting pedophilic route, but there's this ring of men who like will tolerate it, and then ring of women who will tolerate / enable it, and who kind of get off on being like, I'm cool with this. Like, I'm not like the other girls who would be prudish. I guess like that's why the pick me idea is so powerful because I think we've all been there.
It's a little bit of a hazing mechanism where it's a little bit like, are you going to be able to clear this bar?
Yes.
In order, it's really more of a like, are you going to tattle on me if like
Yes.
if you see what all this is really about, or are you going to help us satiate our appetites?
That's it. Yeah. And I heard, of a really good friend of mine was at a major magazine, and one of the ultimate Me Too figures was a huge editor there. And he remembered he was like a young dad when he was working for this guy, and he would just ask everyone to go out for drinks after. And that's sort of where the men advance their careers. And he wasn't asked to, have sex with a teenager, but he was asked to sit by while this guy told raunchy stories. And that's it, right? And I'm sure the other guys didn't feel sullied by that, or at least had made the decision they didn't feel sullied by it. But this guy wanted to go home to his wife and kids. And he was passed over for promotion after promotion. He just wasn't available in those moments. And that is a kind of Me Too harassment too. That is hostile workplace. That is like, those are like soft EEOC violations. And if the people who get promotions are not just the people who sleep with you, but the people who tolerate that you're sleeping with other people, it's just a mess. In any case, I hope you see where this is going. Brockman was getting money from Epstein all along. And a lot of Edge, which is the organization that was around his clients.
So when you went and met him, he was already receiving money from Epstein.
He was
of course,
already
you didn't know who Epstein was, of course.
Didn't know at all. Definitely didn't know who Epstein was.
Did you? And at some point, he agreed to take you on as a client. And at that point, did you know about Edge? And at what point did he bring you into Edge?
So he started immediately showing me the kind of things that he could offer me as an agent. And, one of the things is connections to publishers, of course. And that one I understood. It's just that he wasn't naming the people in publishing that I knew from my background in the humanities. And he was naming people that I didn't really understand and naming people that publish. I'm trying to think of who in book publishing is in the Epstein files, but it was just that whole other world of people that were like, winning Nobel and Booker prizes. Like, let's face it, they were like in this higher level, but in that realm, and everyone listening is in some world where you're like, how do you get to the top of retail or banks? And so these were people at the very top, but there was a real, you can't get there from here. And that was true with the publishers that he offered me. So I was like, okay, if they publish these Nobel people, I've never heard of them, but maybe this is again part of this like back room thing where the room where it happens, I guess I'm there. Then the second thing he offered me was access to billionaires. And that was real. He showed me pictures of what are the billionaire dinners, the images from which now show up all around Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was,
as I can say, you can come to, quote, billionaire dinners?
He said, we have billionaire dinners. We have an event at TED. And another parenthetical, you're someone who's spoken at TED. Another vague promise was that I would get these huge speaking gigs if I went to work with him, that I'd get invited to these billionaire dinners and make connections with people who could fund my work. Now, this is not a concept in the humanities. It's a concept in the sciences, but no one is like, there's no Medicis around paying for poets. Like, let's just face it, right? So the Gates Foundation, you're right. Although, by the way,
we're gonna fund your study of obscure manuscript and like
nobody's doing
that
it.
12 people will read. Yeah.
Although, by the way, there's a crazy detail where Larry Summers' wife was the head of my department at Harvard. And she actually did get money for a poetry project. Or I think she got the collaboration of Woody Allen through Epstein. So the allure of this kind of money, when it's washing around in the system, when you feel like you're a chump because you're like, I've been making $80,000 a year. And, I've got that W-2 and I'm at the New York Times and I'm in the newspaper guild and I'm, and I've got my health insurance and I'm a good person. And then some friend of yours who like happened to have gotten in pretty early with Twitter, Facebook, whatever, has an expense account. They're picking you up in Uber XLs and you're just like, they're two separate worlds. But that one feels so close to me, and it feels like if I just took a step into another place, I would be doing the same thing I love, but I would, be able to afford living in New York City. So, and I think
just a scene set for any listener who was not in New York in the mid to early aughts. This was the time in New York where tech money started to actually show up in a big way in New York. And it was the time when platforms like Facebook and Twitter and Venmo, things like that started to actually make just churn out the money. And so it was really the first time that anybody in the city had seen that type of lifestyle show up and be a big presence in New York.
That's
And
right.
it started to change the dynamics of a lot of these other prestige industries that had dominated the city prior, including the literary sphere, which was really kind of like the ivory tower prior to that. So that's just a little
Yes.
bit of
That's
aside.
absolutely right. I mean, the one of the moments for me was I worked at Slate in the 90s, and Slate was owned by Microsoft.
Yeah.
And we had
I have a Slate story for you.
Oh, really?
Totally other time, but
Oh
yeah.
gosh. We had a retreat at the Microsoft campus in Redmond, whatever. Everything about it, I could not believe. I just thought ink stained wretches, we're gonna sit here and make $40,000 a year and write about the things we care about. And all of a sudden it looked like Microsoft and Bill Gates and whatever were thinking there was some huge value in what we did. Salon, meanwhile, did an IPO, which is insane. And everybody was vested. So there were like people around me. I remember distinctly hearing the words IPO. Our company is going to IPO. Could not believe that was even, I didn't even really understand. Like
what it
a
meant,
publicly traded website where people were publishing articles critical of the US government. Like it just, anyway. So
and this is again scene setting coming off of the era of what we called multimedia.
Oh my God.
Where
Exactly.
that was supposed to be the future of media in general, was hypertext networked multimedia.
That's it.
And yeah, and Microsoft had expended a huge amount of money on building like verticals within the company on owning publishing going forward, because they didn't want to just sell software. They wanted to sell all of the things that were showing up on your computer and on the packet media. And so there's a really great book. It might be out of print, but it's called I Sing the Body Electronic, not electric.
That's great.
But it is tracking how they put millions and millions of dollars into publishing a CD-ROM driven version of like an encyclopedia and all these other things. Anyway, so this is the immediate next era where they're like, okay, well, packet media is over, so we have to buy Slate.
Yes, that's it. That totally. We have to buy Slate, and we will, I think, start Slate actually.
Yeah, they might have done. Yeah.
And they hired a lot of people from the New Republic. And, it's important to remember, before social media, which made the creators of media into chumps, who.
What's up, MOT?
Oh, nothing much, man. Sitting there listening.
Yeah, this is this is kind of how would I put it? A little bit off the beaten path of what I imagine, my subscribers watch. But what I get from it, because I've known, I subscribe to all these newsletters, and Substack's been around for years. This I guess what I said, I don't know if you heard this, but what strikes me is what Virginia Heffernan is describing is shit, maybe not to the degree, but some of the themes that you'll hear in some of these blackosphere, I guess I call it, YouTube channels. I hate to be mean, but this is like the fucking, the scraps from the table. This shit, this manosphere stuff, and I actually mentioned because you kind of hit me to this. Look, I keep hearing the question, why can't black people pull together? Why can't black people do this or that? Well, maybe a lot of these black people need to be original thinkers and stop taking the intellectual leftovers from, the Elon Musks and the Donald Trumps. Dude, that you're invited to the children's table doesn't make you someone that I personally want to follow. This sort of stuff has been going on for years, and I can't see to me, this is more important than what Anton or Corey have or are doing. It's small potatoes. What Corey and Anton are fighting about is not for the soul of the country.
They're fighting for the soul of idiots. And you have to realize that most of these people, the ones who are talking about community, the ones who are talking about, why people can't do this. Like, you have people who are the next iteration of the manosphere in content production, and the people who they're trying to mislead, talking shit about the very people who gave them the opportunity to do that in the first place.
Well,
who they follow to give the opportunity to do that. I mean, not you. I'm talking about like these new content creators.
No, I wasn't going there. I'm saying, but look, even now, I mean, I think YouTube, for instance, is kind of done. You can come up and you're not gonna be. It's gonna take years and some just hard ass work and creativity to actually make $1 million. And I know that you don't stop with YouTube. There's merchandising, there's all kinds of things you can do with YouTube as kind of a springboard, but not a lot of people do it. And I'm just saying, YouTube opportunity to create manosphere content, to me, it just seems like it's not something I would recommend to my child.
No, I mean, no one would recommend it to their child, and no person who cares about their child would recommend listening to Anton to their child. Like, these people know that they're looking for a very specific. Well, what black content creation is AM talk radio from the 1970s. Until maybe like 10 years.
That's an interesting comparison.
Yes. Because, you had all these sportscasters, once they got rid of, like more in the 90s, once they got rid of the fairness doctrine and all that kind of other stuff, all those people went into right-wing creatorship to mislead whites into voting against their own best interests. Like these MAGA blacks who want to mislead black people into not supporting the Democratic Party, but somehow staying in the more liberal areas and supporting somehow conservatives who don't give a damn about them, while simultaneously asking questions about why black people doing this while being the worst of black people who do X.
Right.
Like the actual conversation between Corey Holcomb and Anton. Anton was showing a level of disrespect that should have got him assaulted on the show. Like, you would never show up and deliberately show that level of racial disrespect to another person of your race without there being violence involved, while asking, how come we all don't get along while you're doing it?
Right.
Right. So this stuff right now is pretty much low bottom barrel gutter talk, and the people who are actually capable, like the first Manosphere audience, those people who are capable of change, they already left. They stepped off. The only people who remained and are left are the people who are unwilling to make that type of change in their life whatsoever. Like, when they're asking for help, they're asking for a rescue operation. They're asking for a turnkey $1 million opportunity that they could just walk away from or walk you away from. And the moment something goes wrong, bring you back in to fix it. So right now, I see all the people who's doing this Manosphere content, talking to, women online about relationships or any of the other stuff. I see this off predatory. And I don't have any problem with the people failing to do that because they can't live in the real world. So,
but let me ask you a hard question though, and it's even hard for me to kind of formulate the question. What Virginia Heffernan is talking about is a Jeffrey Epstein or some, Woody Allen type, where, you heard the story of, some Fortune 500 company, and you've probably, experienced the hey, it's Friday, let's all go to happy hour and some of the hijinks that'll happen there.
Oh yeah, especially
You
in
know
corporate
what?
America.
What I'm saying is that what I see, and I don't mean to pick on DJ Hamp. He's just the only one that I actually know of that does this, sort of content. And I know there are a couple others, but he's kind of like you know, the first person I think of. Dude, this isn't thank God it's Friday in a corporate atmosphere what DJ Hamp is doing. It's not high level. It's literally third or fourth leftover content from
Yes.
20 years ago. It's not
Yes.
it's not groundbreaking, it's not intriguing, it's not breaking new ground. It is a rehash of a rehash of a rehash,
Yes.
and people like Virginia Heffernan are saying this shit's been going on at a minimum since the early 2000s.
Yes.
And she's talking about, this bro culture stuff on the proto internet back when she was 10 in 1978. And I can
Yeah.
kind of vouch for it because, back in the early 80s, like freshman year of high school, I didn't really get into, the mainframes and what the internet became, because it's nowhere near as robust as it was even in the mid 90s. This sort of bro culture, this sort of like, you know, um, bro culture, it's been around forever.
Oh yeah.
I just don't understand why some of these old YNs don't know that they're not breaking new ground. Dude, no one wants to. I personally don't want to follow some 40-year-old dude talking about what's happening in the black manosphere, because it's unoriginal. It's not interesting. It's nothing
And it's
new.
not their story. It's not their story.
Exactly.
like the actual triumph over things was pretty environmental for me. Once I got into better environments and got around better people, it was easier for me to solve problems.
Yes.
But it was environmental. I used to look at it as, man, these people don't let me get away with anything. But the real lesson was life will never let you get away with anything. So if you're not going to practice and play hard here, you're not going to practice and play hard anywhere. Right? So at this point, you're seeing people who want to waste 20 years of their life following losers. Now, we used to store people and the people who didn't go to school, hanging out in the neighborhood type people in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, maybe even the early 2000s. Now we have content creators socializing the same aspects of stuff in word culture online, except for they're getting paid to do it, while everybody else suffers from it. It's kind of like hip hop. A couple people got paid to talk about drive-bys, while everybody else had to live through the reality of having their kids being killed by other people doing drive-bys.
Right. And let me tell you something else, a byproduct. And maybe it's not a big byproduct, but I've only been online to this level for a couple, maybe close to 3 years. What happens on some of these panels is just like gasoline to the racist fire that people like Imperious. Dude, the atrocious shit that I've heard some of these low class white boys talk shit about black women. And a lot of times they're talking to some of the same black men that you see on these these relationship panels. Dude, why the fuck would I want to form any sort of association with that sort of stuff?
I
So
mean, it's quite new that both of these low class people who never got to interact with each other before are able to interact now with each other, and they're both
yeah,
like
but
what they think is white and black culture is actually low class American culture. Period.
I don't know though. Sin is saying that I can't disagree with her because I don't know the topic well enough to debate her, but Sin 7 Sin is basically saying it's a class insecurity.
It is.
But
It
to
is.
me, it just seems I know she's right, but I can't quite get my head around it. It's not when you say class, you mean working class.
No,
But
social class.
the problem is
Social class.
class and race intersect
Yes.
in, it's not like a homogenous, it's a multicultural thing. And the problem is in America, race and class sometimes are synonymous.
They are. Especially when it comes to these people.
Right. So I mean, I hesitate to say it is a quote class thing. I think it's more complicated than class.
All right, here's a better way to put it. You have white bumpkins and black bumpkins trying to saber rattle that each other can be the better bumpkin, or who has the worst people within their bumpkin class. That's the only thing that you're seeing. When they're both the actual same people, because no matter where you are, race exclusive, you're going to have the same problem. Like, people think that Mississippi has issues. I'm like, dude, you can go to rural Idaho and see the same exact issues. From welfare percentage to out of wedlock birth rate to poverty to lack of jobs to all that. Because I deliver to rural America all over the lower 48, right? So I've seen the same behavior everywhere, but everyone is pointing out that we're much better than we're Idaho than Mississippi. And it's like you are both going through the same exact things because of your lack of understanding of class and the environment. There's
Right.
no difference in being left on the Homestead Act land in Mississippi versus paying for a trailer park in Idaho, also on Homestead Act land, and thinking that you're better than somebody else halfway across the country when you still have the same exact circumstances.
Right. Well, I mean, but the problem is they are told, back in the day, they were told, at least you ain't black. Almost the opposite of what Biden said. You ain't black. Back in Biden's youth, it was at least you ain't black.
But the thing is, with the Biden statement that he said, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for him, he's right, but he didn't intellectualize it properly after he said the statement. Because the understanding was supposed to be on black people's part, right? Because at the end of the day, like, given with Jesse Jackson dying, Jesse Jackson was fighting against conservatism his entire life. And most black people right now want to join conservatism as if there's no historical relevance of people fighting against that their entire life. Yeah.
Yes, like all of a sudden those people are your friend.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you want to argue with and about the women you actually want to be with and join the group of people who would never have you as friends in the first place as the solution to everything. What? What?
Hey, let me tell you a funny story. I showed that whole speech yesterday. You were here for some of it. I didn't get a copyright strike, but you know how they'll say, well, you triggered like it's a copyright issue, but it doesn't affect your channel. This is not a strike.
Content warning.
Well, it wasn't even a warning. They basically, and I think part of it is I'm not monetized. However, the strike came from AP News UK. So you know what I did? I got basically they fucking
For
had a
what?
problem with the whole speech. I got like 4 issues for that speech. Now it was the speech I tuned into C-SPAN's channel. It wasn't AP that I played that speech from. It was
Oh, come on.
okay. Well, no. I went in and I disputed it. I'm like, number one, and I'm pretty sure I'll win this because number one, it's fuck AP News UK. You know, this is American history, and I am basically going to say it was educational. I'm doing, everything. I commented during it. And I also added this channel is about news, politics, history, and American culture. I'm not going to tolerate AP News UK to have a problem with something that is strictly shit. I think I even mentioned it's Black History Month. It's like, what the fuck? I'm not going to tolerate this. And if I lose, that's fine. It's not going to affect the channel, but I'm not going to cut it out of the video.
Oh no! I mean, I used to go through that all the time with ABC and NBC, and they'd be like, "Oh, well, you can't play a speech by the president." I'm like, "It's our country. It's a presidential." It's just your content. Like,
MOT, you're Borgin.
Yeah, I know. I'm going up and down hills in Kansas. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that unless you tell me.
No, just so you know.
And Mella,
friends that's friends board. So
I don't know. I don't know how because you're all the time bringing up stuff. I'm sorry I didn't give you a wrench earlier. Most of the people that have wrenches,
I don't ask for wrenches, but
most of the people
my
tend to
tactic
like.
is to go in the back chat, place it back there, especially if it's a video, as I mentioned in what I posted to you backstage. It's like taking the attention off your channel is not the goal. It's for you to educate on your channel. And for people to hit a video link, that's going to take them away from your channel. So I'm strategic in what I do.
Well, I've never
asked for it.
I never would have thought of it. So thank you. I have angels in the background. Let me.
I appreciate your insight and the way you deliver information. So I present people I like. Yeah, even if we don't get along sometimes, I'm interested in you.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm falling in love with you.
Nah,
give me some knowledge, and I'm yours.
Yeah, it's about the concept of preservation. It's not a unique thought that I have. I mean, I would like to take the credit, but really it's just the concept of preservation as to why my strategy is more effective. So I've never bothered to ask for a wrench because I would most likely compulsively just drop a video link. Hey, Stanley, did you check this out? And you know what happens? People press the link on that video, and next thing you know, the traffic is diverted from your channel. And that's not necessarily a smooth move.
I'm glad you're doing the thinking for me because it really never would have crossed my mind.
That's what women are for.
Well, I'm not going to disagree. Hey, are you gonna? Do you think I'm going to disagree with that? I can't think of it. Let me address Chris M here, and this is actually something, and I assume Chris is white because I only hear this from
That's
those
Caucasians' new thing. That's their new thing. They are
well,
aggressing themselves and insisting that Black Americans are racist, and it's absurd. And quite frankly, it's played out. Just stop.
well, two things I want to say. I have no problem with white people. If you're cool, you're cool. But he uh and there's some black people like John Galt who said this before, pointing out American history, pointing out things that are racist does not make you a racist. I have also said that it's almost impossible to be born in American culture and not be racist in one way or another. You have to work hard if you're born into American culture to not be racist.
Because the
Being race,
propaganda,
being racist is the default setting. You have to
yeah,
turn the
we're
racist.
saturated with the
Yes.
propaganda of a subservient class that happens to be brown skinned. That is the cheap, and we're coming up on 250 years or something of the Declaration of Independence. It is
Yeah.
not a foreign concept that people have been bombarded in these modern times with this thing called television and media prior to that emphasizes that, you know, people of a certain, the people with melanin, let's just keep it like that. People with melanin are not to gain power. That is, and what, see, they want to, I don't like to use that S word. You know, they say white S word. I don't even want to tag them with that word. What I will choose to do
No,
is
not at all.
I choose, because words matter. And I choose to identify not just the hypocrisy and the paranoia, but also the aggressive tactics of Jedi mind tricks out here. Like, you know, like that's basically what they're practicing. These look, these super Jedi mind tricks are real. Okay. They will keep telling people that, yeah, you're oppressed, but you're racist. It's like, that doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. They will say you're racist for noticing the racism.
Exactly. That's that Jedi mind trick crap. We watched Star Wars. Try again.
And this is what I say to them in response. If you point out the evil things that Satan does that make you a Satanist?
Right.
And then I just stop the conversation and then I walk back to the points that I was making before.
Yeah,
you can observe it and not actually qualify for it. It's like, we don't qualify for being racist. Period. And when that became annoying, here comes the Jedi mind trick. Well, it seems to me, and that's why affirmative action has fallen by the wayside, and other programs that would even the playing field. That's why I put the Hillary Clinton interview in the bag, because she's the big sister I never had. You know.
Let me make a point about my observation or my thinking on the Students for Fair Admissions. That organization had tried several years before with a young white woman who was a college student. They tried to get they've been trying for years to find the right case to get affirmative action before the Supreme Court. It failed with a young white woman, probably because young white women have benefited, more. So the Supreme Court wouldn't hear the case, if I remember correctly. However,
was it Michigan or Wisconsin?
I can't remember. Well, no, Michigan. You're thinking of this was I want to say it was in the 2000s. You're thinking of the medical school case. There was Bakke, and then there was the University of Admissions. University of Michigan admissions, that's where Sandra Day O'Connor basically said, hey, you got to put a time limit on it, which was 25 years. And by the way, that 25 years had not expired with the Students for Fair Admissions
It did not.
case. However, the young white lady, I think it was University of Texas, she got rejected from the University of Texas. I'd have to go back and remember. I'm old now. But here's the interesting thing about Students for Fair Admissions, the Asians. Okay, it was the perfect case for Students for Fair Admissions because what you do is you take one minority that was a beneficiary of the 14th Amendment and the 65 that specific Civil Rights Act that dealt with immigration. You pit one hold on one sec. You pit one minority against another minority.
Right.
And it was mission accomplished. You had that older lady who was assaulted by the black kid. Oh, this was white supremacy at its finest. Let's pit a minority against another minority.
Okay.
And I remember, I was on YouTube at the time, but here is the icing on the cake. Well, you get Clarence Thomas in his concurring opinion quoting Thomas Sowell. Like Thomas Sowell is any sort of fucking legal scholar. I was disgusted. Why the fuck? And I'm a little, I'm a little bitter. I'm a little salty about.
What was the Thomas Sowell quote?
I'd have to go back and look,
Okay,
but
don't worry about it.
essentially having a non-legal scholar in a Supreme Court concurring opinion,
Yeah,
I
I'll look at it later.
thought it was disgusting because Thomas Sowell is not even a good historian.
Right. He's just somebody that talks a lot.
So the upshot, let me just summarize it. It was a white supremacy dream. You get a model minority supposedly versus the black people. So you used one minority to get rid of a benefit for another minority. It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
And
and by the way, Asian admissions have not gone up that much.
Not at all.
Okay,
there was a whole story about it a couple weeks ago. Asians didn't win. Asians have not won.
With that word minority intentionally being the compromise when the affirmative action legislation was put down, they said, oh, everything's fine with it, but you got to change the word from black to minority. And that was the corruptive word. That word minority.
No, that wasn't quite it, actually.
Really?
Essentially, it's got, you can't do race. However,
yes, you can.
The one thing, hold on one sec, because I'm going to get there. You're right, but it's how and when you mention it. It's when race intersects with First Amendment. Okay. When you're talking about, oh, hey, in my college essay, I'm going to talk about, I deserve to be here because I lived in the deepest, darkest Cabrini Green-like ghetto, and I had to overcome, racial stuff, but I still got good grades. Race can, Justice Roberts, I don't know if it was intentional, and I suspect it was.
It is a distinctive category that was manipulated.
It's a First Amendment right to talk about it.
Okay, what I'm indicating in terms of that use of the word minority was an intentional inclusion where they had the man's back against the wall. It was like, okay, this sounds great for your people, but let's classify it as minority.
Are you talking about Students for Fair Admissions?
What I'm talking about is because I'm not as scholarly as some people. So what I will say is that I'm not going to lie. I heard this from Claude Anderson. Okay.
Okay, Claude. Okay, well, you go ahead and say it, and I'll talk a little bit about Claude Anderson when you're done.
I'm not sure what his personal areas of life are, but when this was verified that he introduced into legislation the Affirmative Act, and it was specifically to accommodate Black Americans.
Well, it was in state legislature. I don't think it was federal.
Florida. Yeah, Florida.
Right.
Florida.
So
yeah.
Look.
So legislature is what I'm talking about. So he introduced this into legislation in Florida, and what eventually
back in what, the 70s or the 80s?
Oh my God, Stanley! You know, this is the thing with you, right?
Okay, I'm gonna ask questions. I'm not gonna.
I know you're gonna ask questions, and it interrupts my thought process, and now I can't. I really can't.
You know what? I can only apologize.
It's difficult for me to talk when I'm
sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. It's not a wrong thing. It's just I need to be stronger for it thing. I blame myself for not being strong enough to prepare for your interruptions. That's all.
It wasn't an interruption. It was a question.
Yeah, while I'm talking. Save your questions. But I can't ask you to do that because this is your channel.
Well,
so
no, you know what? I generally, let me tell you something. Maybe because I have a whole notebook, and it's going to be a bit of a diversion. When my son was young, I went to Amazon and I bought all these fancy little wire-bound notebooks with little cloth bookmark things in them. I had a whole pack of them. And, they were fancy looking. We've been using those notebooks forever. And I still have it right here.
I'm not going to take notes.
Yeah, I need to do better.
I'm not going to do that with you. I will do that for something pertinent in my life, not a YouTube live stream. I'm not going to take notes.
Well, I need to do it too.
I'm not getting graded for anything that will advance my life.
No.
I'm not going to take notes.
Interrupting is what I'm saying. That's what I need to do. But let me also say this, and let me pat myself on the back. It's all off the cuff. I don't generally take notes. It's all in my head.
Heck yeah. As far as we've come, how dare we believe these conversations are so prosperous in our lives that we need to take notes. That is the most. Now, there are people that will do that because it's important to them. But when I really examine the ABCs through XYZs of what is prosperous for myself in these conversations, it's like, I wish I would sit down like I'm preparing for a test. I wish I would. We're talking about a well-established woman out of the workforce. I have nothing to prove. Why in the heck would I take notes for?
Well, that's an interesting point. What the fuck do you have to prove? You don't.
We don't.
That's actually one of the.
Are we getting graded on this stuff? No, we're not.
Dude, I hear, and I'm gonna name names. I hear people like Savage and Nightish and all. Motherfucker, I'm retired. I've been retired for like 5 years.
Exactly. Where's the incentive? If anything, like you want to, not you, but if a person wants to challenge me, I'm looking for the incentive. Straight up. It's like, what's the incentive for me to take your challenge seriously? Because believe it or not, there are other fish to fry out here. It's just not. It's not worth the stress. Do you know how many people have stressed themselves out taking YouTube seriously? It's an epidemic.
Well, my father used to say, "Son, I'm where you want to be." Now, shut up and listen.
It's a damn epidemic, Stanley. You got people correcting grammatical errors as if they're
Well,
in
I
an
do
English
that.
fucking test. I mean, if somebody wants to learn how to type or spell, or read for that matter, have oratory skills, that's one thing if that's what they're looking for. But
Right.
just clobbering somebody because, they type too fast and you want to embarrass them about it, that shows a lot of that individual's character.
Well, no, I'm not above that though.
Well, to be low
You're
down and
talking
dirty,
about
I've
me.
done it too. But we all make mistakes. It's just that we are not affording anyone to have mistake. Okay. Anyway, we're getting off the beaten path of
Hey,
affirmative action.
I have no path to beat wherever it
Okay,
goes.
affirmative action was what we were discussing.
Oh,
And
I remember.
I
And
didn't know
actually,
that
before that,
that Supreme
look,
Court Justice sellout was quoting Thomas Sowell. That's some
well,
research I want to look up.
as I've said, Clarence Thomas literally grew up in literally the same all-black Catholic parish in Savannah, Georgia that I grew up in. I know
I can
people
believe
or
it.
knew people. I same diocese.
I can tell a Catholic black man when I hear one. I believe it.
Well, yeah, we sound weird. However, I have to respect him. I swear, one of an old letter carrier in Savannah who is kind of like kind of like an unofficial but recognized historian of the Black community in Savannah, Wesley Law, W.W. Law. He knew Clarence Thomas. I knew Mr. Law as a little boy because we were all in the same Black Catholic parish, same St. Benedict's. Dude, my mother, she didn't do a funeral. She wanted a memorial service. Priest from St. Benedict's laid her to rest. My father, probably St. Benedict's. I am knee deep and I love how I grew up in Savannah, and I
Well,
didn't
today is Ash
realize it at the time.
Wednesday. Today is Ash Wednesday, so you put the
Well, I'm
coffee
not
in your
getting
hair.
any ashes on my forehead.
You did not. You didn't put the ashes on your forehead.
Dude, I haven't been to mass in probably since the 90s.
Wow, that's a while back.
Now hold on now. The priest, the Catholic priest, who's the parish priest at St. Benedict's, I have been to a mass, but it was a funeral mass for my mother. Oh, and by the way, I had no clue. They asked my family asked me to write the eulogy. I wrote it and they're like, "Well, can you get up and read it?" I was like, "What?" I had no clue they were going to ask me to do that. So I had to revert back. I was a reader. I was a lay reader back when I was in high school. I was an altar boy and then, a lay reader. And I had to read the obituary I wrote. And it was flawless. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't stutter. I was nervous as fuck. And part of the reason I was nervous is, God damn it, my mother will fucking tap me on the shoulder from that casket behind me if I make a mistake.
Yeah. The thing about that is they gave you advance notice as opposed to on the spot.
I
It was on
wrote
the
it.
spot.
They gave me. I didn't practice it. I didn't know I was going to have to read it in public.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay.
As a matter of fact, it's probably it's better that they didn't. If I'd practiced it, I probably would have messed it up. But here's the upshot. So the priest, after it was all over, he literally like shook my hand. He's like, that was excellent. And it took me back to my high school days because I went to an all boys. Mackenzie, I went to BC. So, those priests still intimidate. So look, when the priest came over and said, "Hey, you did a good job," I'm like, I felt like I was 15 again. The parish priest has said, "Oh, good job. My parents will be proud of me."
Okay. Was it recorded? Video recorded?
What, my speech?
The funeral, was it recorded?
I don't think so.
Okay. Back, people are doing it now. They're recording the ceremony.
No, but oh yeah, Mackenzie, dude, he's from Pinpoint. He was born in Pinpoint, right out Skidaway. So yeah, Chatham County. Yeah, well, you're not from Savannah, so you may not know, but I'm literally um there's a documentary that I've watched a couple times on this show about Clarence Thomas, and they talk about Saint Benedict's. They go into the church, and I'm like, God damn. I'm look, there's a total possibility that I will go back to Savannah one day and go back to that church. Um, I have funny stories to tell about it. Um, I have a whole monologue about Savannah, and I had a parish priest, uh, like the last one, before I went off to college. He was married and had kids, and there's a provision that, if you're a widow, like a widower, you can become a parish priest. Um, you've lived a good life. You haven't sinned. If you lose your wife and, you want to be a parish priest, there's a way you can do it. And I not very fleetingly thought about doing it. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? Um, but luckily I had a young child, so I didn't have the time. So Mello will be right back. I don't know. I think I'm going to move on from this, but the upshot is that the part that they're not really telling you, Epstein was a race scientist. A lot of this stuff, the Charles Murray stuff. You know what? Actually, what I'm going to do, because I have a Charles Murray thing that, I've been mulling around talking about, the bell curve. So I'm going to save this if I can, bookmark it where it is, because it needs to be talked about. The MAGA blacks are just, they buy into white supremacy at a level that I just can't admire. And I want to trash the MAGA blacks every goddamn opportunity I get. I shall be merciless. So there you go. So give me one sec here. I need to drop a link into my Slack so I know where to come back for it. So the next topic, let me talk about this right quick. So billionaire Les Wexner tells lawmakers that he was conned by Jeffrey Epstein and did nothing wrong. This is this dude testifying before probably Jim Jordan's committee. Oh no, it was Comer's commission, Oversight and Government Reform. So Wexner said he vetted Epstein in the mid to late 1980s through Bear Stearns and Rothschild contacts before hiring him, later granting power of attorney. Yeah, all these billionaires want to scurry away. And the interesting thing, I've not heard a MAGA black even discuss Trump and Epstein. It's disgusting. 99 days of Corey and Anton, but not a comment on their president and his relationship, his best bud for a while.
Contentment is the worst enemy.
Yeah.
They've grown content with the disillusionment, and that's really dangerous.
Father Malfi. And now our friend and colleague Deacon Dave says MAGA blacks aren't victims, and that's a herd pill to swallow, motherfucker. So MAGA blacks
He meant hard
oh,
pill.
no. Deacon Dave doesn't make spelling mistakes.
Oh, really?
This motherfucker
So they're following the
thinks
herd, is what he's indicating.
that's pretty much it.
All right.
A herd of MAGA blacks. They're like,
Hi, Deacon Dave.
a whole herd of MAGA blacks, and them MAGA cowboys are roping them, tying them up, and branding them on the ass.
A lot of these guys, they just
hey, these MAGA blacks have brands on them. It's the DJT ranch that these MAGA blacks are cattle on.
Yeah,
it's chattel slavery all over again.
They won't admit that they're sexist. The only reason they didn't vote for that woman is because she's a woman.
Pretty much. That's why. Hey, that's why
they
didn't
admit
vote
it.
for.
That's so
That's why
cowardly.
they didn't vote for Kamala.
That's why they didn't vote for Hillary or Kamala. The men in this country are the majority of men in this country are sexist at their core, and it's going to destroy everybody, and they are perfectly content with that.
Well, I'm trying to figure
And that's
out
what makes it dangerous.
who is a MAGA black who's not a fucking misogynist.
They're all.
Hold it. Wait, never mind.
They're
Dave
all
says
misogynist.
he admits they're sexist.
Yeah. And it's like, and they will die on that hill, baby.
No,
And
they're gonna
everybody.
They're gonna die on a mound.
Okay, Stanley. Okay, hill mound.
Well, at least you got. Did you get the joke?
I did get the joke, but it's competitive based. It's like, what was the point? And you one upping me with that. The point is made.
Oh wait,
I'm not
hold it. You
understanding why we're not.
get the point about the mound.
I don't understand why we're joking.
Oh, because I think MAGA blacks are funny.
Okay, that's why we're joking. It seems to me that we laugh at the wrong stuff.
We do.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
Okay, and
because everything isn't funny.
Pretty much everything on this show is. So let's do this. Because I am going to move on. So Sin 7 Sin says, I really believe this Epstein witch hunt is just a big waste of time. So pointing out people who associated with a child molester is a witch hunt? What kind of monster? Oh, Sin, sorry. He committed a big, horrible crime, and the people who kind of associated and kind of protected him, I'm sorry, it's not a waste of time. They need to be exposed, and people need to know about them. Bag chasers, I think that's like the dumbest term for, hey, we want to go out and earn money the right way, bag chasers, that's fucking ghetto. I don't have time for might sound cool in the street, but it's not. So I was thinking about listening to this lovely speech one more time. We listened to Marco Rubio yesterday. In two different ways. The conservatives took it one way, the liberals took it another way. Marco Rubio talked about the greatness of America, of Western culture. So Brett Stevens says Western Civ can save us again, which is just fucking ridiculous. And Jamel Bowie, another person I respect a lot, basically says that Marco Rubio is failing Western Civ. So we have a capital L liberal saying Marco Rubio was wrong or ruinous, and then Brett Stevens, who's more a Burkean conservative. I think Stevens is probably wrong. Liberal institutions weren't. These guys want to act like conservatism is anti-evolution when it comes to institutions, and that's problematic. They want to basically be regressive about how rule of law and other institutions are. They evolve, they don't regress. Majority of men in the world. Now, are you man bashing, Sin? So anyway, I'm mulling over whether we should actually watch this Rubio speech again, because ultimately, I promised that we would look at some Shirley Chisholm tonight. So you know what? I think, let's see, how long have I been doing this? This is almost 3 hours. I'm more or less talking about. Okay, I don't believe the eating children part. I think that's Pizzagate. It's weird people who have an obsession with cannibalism. I think that what is it with this weird? How is Western civilization going to save us if they keep talking about eating children? So I guess I'll skip the Rubio speech unless I have to go back to it, and then we will listen to Brett Stevens saying Western Civ can save us, and Jamel Bowie saying Marco Rubio betrayed it.
Western Civ can save us again. This article is by Brett Stevens and read by an automated voice. Marco Rubio gave a speech Saturday to the Munich Security Conference, in which he extolled an ideal that's supposedly long out of fashion. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization, the U.S. Secretary of State told his largely European audience. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged.
Okay, King Picks, what's going to come of it is Trump and other elites are doing everything they can to sweep this under the rug, to stretch it out so people forget about it. And the problem is they know America well. The MAGA blacks, and I'm just going to keep picking on MAGA blacks as long as it remains funny to pick on them. They're going to be the first to go, oh, well, Trump, dude, who you associate with says a lot about your character, and Trump and a lot of people. I'm almost sympathetic with the point, the dumb fucking annoying point that, left and right wings are two wings on the same bird, which I think is just, I don't know, that sounds like goddamn hillbilly-ish, but in this particular instance, they're right. What's going to come of it is nothing is going to come of it. There have been a few resignations, and overseas, more people have resigned. Bill Gates is still going to, he might have to go underground. I don't know. But in the United States, not a goddamn thing is going to come of it. But people are still going to love Trump.
By centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. The speech got and deserved a standing ovation. What exactly is Western civilization? Americans younger than 50 might be excused for hardly knowing. A 2011 report from the National Association of Scholars found that not one of America's top colleges and universities had a required survey course in Western Civ, and only 32% even offered it as an elective. In 1964, 80% of these institutions had some form of introduction to Western Civ. What many universities do offer, even more so now than when the NAS issued its report, is what amounts to an education in anti-Western Civ, the examination of all the ways in which Western civilization is, purportedly, an extended act of imperialism and colonialism, human exploitation and environmental despoliation, misogyny and white supremacy, and phobias of every kind. This pedagogy in civilizational self-loathing, some of it justified and overdue, much of it distorted by factual fudging and decontextualized historical judgments, has done three kinds of damage. First, it helped spawn a generation of self-certain progressives, notably the pro-Hamas demonstrators.
You know what? I'm not going to even go farther than this. Brett Stevens is literally, this is even problematic for someone who is as conservative as he is. Nowhere did he say that they were lying about the problems that Western culture has wrought. I don't think it's been exaggerated. If anything, dude, you just take Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany is a Western culture phenomenon. Yeah. Let's see what Jamel has to say. Which, I'll be more temperamentally able to deal with, you know what? Let's not listen to what, let's just hear what this fucking shill, Western Civ shill, has to say. Fuck it. And then we'll get to an actual hero of American culture.
On college campuses during the Gaza war, who only dimly seem to recognize that they are the very people they are being taught to hate. Who, after all, is more of a settler colonialist, a Protestant, white English-speaking undergrad in Los Angeles, or a Jewish Mizrahi Hebrew-speaking one in Jerusalem? And does a typical Hamas militant despise a fervent Christian evangelical any more than he despises an anti-Zionist trans activist? Second, it fueled a reactionary conservatism on both sides of the Atlantic. I have in mind people like Alexander Golland, a founder of Germany's fascist-leaning Alternative for Germany, AfD party, who dismissed the Holocaust as a just bird shit in more than 1,000 years of successful German history. I'm also thinking of J.D. Vance, our cynical vice president, who last year met with an AfD leader after scolding an audience in Munich for refusing to respect free speech or accept the results of an election. But the worst damage is to normal citizens in modern democracies who, unless they've sought it out for themselves, lack a clear idea of what the West stands for. It's what Robert Maynard Hutchins called in 1952 the Great Conversation. It's the conversation between Plato and Aristotle, Locke and Rousseau, Keynes and Hayek. It's the tension between and uneasy synthesis of revelation and reason, theory and observation, the ancient and the modern, the familiar and the foreign. It's the tradition that seeks a deeper understanding of the world through a continuous upending of its own methods, beliefs, and aspirations. It's a civilization that, at its best, values questions more than answers, and the freedom to question more than life itself. Like virtually every other civilization, the West is guilty of centuries of terrible cruelty. Unlike other civilizations, most of which are also guilty of equal cruelty, the West is responsible for an outsized share of the blessings of modern society. Life-saving science, life-easing technology, civil and human rights, democracy and tolerance for nonconformity, an impressive capacity for historical remorse. Though it's now impolite to say this, that simply isn't true of the world's other civilizations. Where in China is the state monument to the millions murdered by Mao in the Great Famine? This is not an argument that Westerners as people are in any way better than other people. We aren't. Much less is it an argument that we should sugarcoat our past as the Trump administration seeks to do. We mustn't. But it's an argument that the West, as that 3,000-year conversation that Hutchins described, and in which anyone can participate by honoring its inherently open-ended nature, offers a superior way of life. Superior, especially to civilizations that treat disagreement as heresy and respond to mass demonstrations with mass murder. To confront them, whether they're centered in Moscow or Tehran or Beijing, it's necessary to have two things: pride in who we are and a serious understanding of what we're all about. Today we lack both. The woke left that condemns Western civilization as an instrument of white supremacy is as clueless as the alt-right that extols Western civilization as an instrument of white supremacy. That's why I think Rubio's speech got such an enthusiastic reception, even if the messenger hails from an obnoxious administration. It wasn't simply its diplomatic tone and emollient spirit. It was the recognition that the politics that increasingly divide Europe and the United States are secondary to the values of the civilization that still broadly unite us and distinguish us from our enemies. The West is not some make-believe concept devised to oppress others. It is the only civilization worth defending, not just for the sake of those already in it, but for everyone. The least we can do is to explain to our children what it's all about. Isn't that what college used to be for?
This is literally ignoring reality. Brett Stevens seems to be real good at doing that. So let's hear this one.
Marco Rubio is failing Western Civ. This article is by Jamel Bowie and read by an automated voice. Americans of the revolutionary generation did not think of themselves as direct heirs to Western civilization, a term that wouldn't come into vogue until the 20th century. If anything, they saw their new nation as a break with the European past, a new civilization rooted in popular sovereignty and republican self-government. The independence of America, considered merely as separation from England, would have been a matter but of little importance, Thomas Paine observed in the early 1790s, had it not been accompanied by a revolution in the principles and practice of governments. In 1793, Nathaniel Chipman, a Vermont jurist and veteran of the Revolutionary War, put it a little differently. The government of the United States exhibits a new scene in the political history of the world, he wrote. Among the major founders, Thomas Jefferson, his infatuation with France notwithstanding, was perhaps the most emphatic about the ocean of fire between the old world and the new. America, he wrote in an 1823 letter to James Monroe.
I think this is a good question here. Sin asks, do you think Black people would be better off if they talk about being Black less, or should they be talking about it more? Sin, Black people need to understand what being Black is. They need to understand the history. Most Black people that I talk to on YouTube, and I'm going to say pretty much all the Black people, with maybe one or two or three exceptions, have no fucking clue what being Black in America is about. They think it's about being together or being like Jews. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They need to read more and bullshit less. If you think that the essence of being a Black America is being street smart, then you're a fucking idiot. So that's what I think about whether we should talk more or less. We should be more informed about what to talk about when we talk about being Black. So like he came with his initial money being no idea what that means. Let's see, but how does the West compare to the East? It doesn't compare. It literally doesn't. They're two different animals. Why compare them? Where they might compare is the West has invaded the East and enslaved it. Japan is probably the only exception. So there's no comparison. Here's the other thing that a Brett Stevens probably knows but won't admit. Western culture deliberately retarded cultural evolution in places like Africa and China, definitely India. It's pretty much what we do in the United States. Western civilization, Western culture, let's call it white culture, colonizers, they did not go into West Africa to promote West African culture. They went to make that culture either gone or subservient. So how do you compare the master to, how do you compare, I'm sorry, there's a better word. How do you compare the enslaver to the enslaved, Sin? I don't think that's really, it's not the right framing. Hey, Natasha.
Has a set of interests distinct from those of Europe, and peculiarly her own. She should therefore have a system
Really?
of her own,
You never heard
separate
of
and apart
Fanon?
from that of
Oh,
Europe.
wow.
While the last is laboring to become the domicile of despotism, our endeavor should surely be to make our hemisphere that of freedom. Decades later, Abraham Lincoln, who claimed Jefferson as an intellectual forefather and often honored him for his foresight, made this distinction in more abstract form in the Gettysburg Address, elevating the United States as the one place where humanity would learn whether a new nation conceived in liberty could long endure, or whether government of the people, by the people, for the people, would perish from the earth. In his second term, President Trump has held himself and his administration out as a bulwark in defense of Western civilization, the last best hope for the grand heritage of the West against lawless incursion from foreign others. We cannot rebuild Western civilization, we cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country, Vice President J.D. Vance declared last February. During the 2024 presidential campaign, Stephen Miller, the architect of Trump's immigration program, warned that re-electing Joe Biden would represent the assisted suicide of Western civilization. And in his eulogy for Charlie Kirk last September, Miller declared that the legacy and lineage of the MAGA movement hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. And this Western civilization, Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained in his address to the Munich Security Conference last week, rests on a pillar built on ethnic and religious nationalism, and a rigid sovereignty, backed by hard borders and a jealous contempt for international cooperation. In his speech, he decried an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. It should be said that this formulation makes no particular sense for the United States, a pluralistic, polyglot nation that has throughout its history sustained profound levels of immigration from countries around the world. In fact, Rubio's formulation begins to make real sense only when you see that his idea of our people is narrow and exclusive. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, Rubio said, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. This, again, is a strange claim to make of either the United States or especially Europe, a region that's home to dozens of cultures and languages, whose history is practically defined by centuries of catastrophic ethnic and religious conflict, whose divisions produced two of the most destructive wars in human history, and whose national and linguistic identities are relatively modern inventions dating to the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Nothing in Rubio's account bears any relationship to the exceptional qualities emphasized by either the revolutionary generation of Americans or the Civil War generation, or even those Americans who, during and after World War I, developed and deployed the idea of the study of Western Civ as part of an effort to improve the citizenship, the intelligence, and the moral and spiritual life of the nation, as Nicholas Murray Butler, a former Columbia University president, put it.
Now, I'm going to say, knowing Western civilization doesn't involve glorifying it. Knowing about the founders or the framers of the Constitution doesn't require that you treat them as godlike. Only I could go on and on how people want to. Well, as a matter of fact, I released a short today about part of the problem. Part of the problem is we want to treat the Constitution and the Constitution particularly as infallible. We want to be originalist about it, like it's the Bible. And I think that is part of our problem these days. We're treating the Constitution as a sacred text when enslavers and the framers of the Constitution were sinners. They were smart men, but they were also normal men, normal inclinations, normal peccadillos. Time basically, allows people to deify people. I'm sure, when I think of my wife, I think of her as a saint, but she had her she had her days. So I don't know. It's kind of a human condition thing. Stanley, they did okay. Brian, I you know what? I'll just give up and not even try and engage with this bullshit. If you don't understand my point, I'm not in a mood to teach it to you. Okay, Japan attacked the United States, fought a war toe to toe, and then once they lost the war, the United States did unconditional surrender. You're old enough to remember, Brian, at one point, there was a time when Japan was kicking the U.S. car industry's ass. Okay, so were they subjugated? No, United States actually helped them rebuild. My point is that Japan was never colonized by the West. China was colonized, not all the way. India was certainly colonized. What became Vietnam, etc. Japan was never taken over by white people. That's my point. You need to do better, or maybe I'm just not being clear. That could be part of it too.
But this vision of a singular Western heritage extending to the American present, of a civilization defined by a common tongue, shared belief, and hierarchy of value, does bear an interesting relationship to the imagined feudal Europe that shaped the political imagination of Southern slave owners in the decades before the Civil War. As the political theorist Kedrick Roy shows in American Dark Age, Racial Feudalism and the Rise of Black Liberalism, antebellum Southern ideologues saw their society as an extension of an idealized medieval past. Politicians and prominent public intellectuals preached the importance of slavery and racial hierarchy, this thin notions of feudal societies, he writes. In publications like Debo's Review, they contended that their society retains the genius of the medieval civilization but rises superior to it by making ethnology the basis of social science, which is to say, by defining inclusion and exclusion on the basis of race. For this class of slaveholders, Roy concludes, the South positively reanimated the old world feudal order on American soil. Part of what this entailed ideologically was a rejection of the Declaration of Independence, both as a statement of equality and as a decisive break with the past. John C. Calhoun, a South Carolina statesman who served briefly as Secretary of State under John Tyler and was a pro-slavery political theorist, condemned Jefferson's proposition that all men are created equal as a hypothetical truism, and in practice, the most false and dangerous of all political errors. The truth as he saw it was that American civilization extended out from the old world, an inheritance reserved for those who could claim the mantle of whiteness. It is here, in this antipathy toward the egalitarian and universalist elements of the American founding, which is to say those parts of our national heritage that we owe to the liberal values of the Enlightenment, that the connection between the antebellum feudal obsession and the Trump administration's vision of sovereignty and Western civilization becomes clear, if not obvious. Both are tied to a racial and religious conception of culture and bound up in notions of human hierarchy. The one people threatened by migrants in the United States and Europe, by Rubio and Trump's account, are people of direct European descent, shorn of their particular histories and presented as a single imagined whole, in other words as white first and foremost. And for the larger MAGA right, as it was for the slaveholder radicals, the Declaration of Independence and its powerful vision of human equality stand as one of the chief obstacles to its effort to consummate its vision of domination and exclusion. Writing in 1859, Lincoln commented on those in his time who disparaged Jefferson's words, accusing them of supplanting the principles of free government and restoring those of classification and caste. Today we have a movement that sees as its aim the destruction of what is best in the American tradition, a movement that, as Lincoln put it, would delight a convocation of crowned heads plotting against the people.
Yeah, I don't know. I just see where Western culture is in 2026 just way different than MAGA does. And I'm not going to even talk about the MAGA blacks. They just are they're terrible for the black community. I guess I'm just going to have to really think about how I'm going to I want to hurt some feelings. I've just had too much of the Nidishes and the Savages, and they're all well-meaning, they're all making jokes, but dude, I'm just like, really? It's like, so they're gonna have a problem with a black man reading a book and they're gonna make jokes about it? I don't get it. I could literally understand it if they were 22, but these motherfuckers are old YNs. Dude, are you telling your kids to be street smart and not do well in school? What the fuck are these old YNs who have time to bash women on a panel And by the way, the women who have time to bash black men on their panels, what in the fuck are they doing? And that's fine. They can do what they want to do. But I'll be damned if I will be fussed at by some dumb fuck telling me that I'm an individualist. Motherfucker, of course I'm an individualist. I wouldn't touch some of this uneducated, fucking warped baby daddy, baby mama-ism bullshit with the 10-foot pole because I don't have to. I didn't grow up that way. I know what black people are. I know what black people can be. And not all black people grow up with that hood mentality. That's really my only point. You can be black and fucking read a book. You can be black and never talk about rap. How often have I actually done a fucking show? How often do I bring up Snoop? It's like Snoop said. It never. It's like what Master P said. Motherfucker, I have no clue. I know the name. Motherfucker, I'm sorry. There is no wisdom. That, quite frankly, there are too many philosophers, like black philosophers. Why the fuck do I need to learn street code when I've never lived on the street? Some of these OYNs need to fucking check themselves, especially when they're talking to me. Motherfucker, I couldn't, other than Crip Walk, that's about all I know about Snoop. That and he and Martha Stewart. I hope they got it on. So this happened today, and it is President Trump participates in a Black History Month reception. And I was going to do Shirley Chisholm and Natasha. I will do it tomorrow. I as a matter of fact, I'll just dedicate the show to it. But there's got to be a little bit of news stories. But I got to know what Master DJ T has to say about our people. Master D.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
This is a nice full room. You know, we have a ballroom being built right now. So in about a year and a half, we'll be able to have about, I'd say 10 times the number.
Well, wait, has Donald J. Trump code switched? He sounds mighty spry.
You can invite some friends that couldn't make it today because, frankly, this was a sold-out crowd. Has been ever since I've been president. Every year it's been sold out. So a lot of great friends. Here's your knockout panel, okay? For those that are interested, see that curtain? You open that curtain, and it's a beautiful funnel right into the most beautiful ballroom. It's being built right now. So it's pretty, and they wanted it for 150 years. We're getting it done a lot. We're getting a lot of other things done too. Well, I want to thank you all and welcome you to the White House on this very special occasion. It is indeed. I've been at every one of them, and we celebrate the 100th anniversary of Black History Month. That's a big deal.
You know what? They sped up. It sounds like they sped up this playback speed. Let me reduce it and see if that sounds more like Donald Trump. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
100.
Yeah, they sped this
Wow.
up.
That's sort of special. The 100th. That's about as like 150 is good, but 200 is better, right? 100 is better. I want to begin by expressing our sadness at the passing of a person who I knew very well.
That might
Jesse
be
was a
too
piece
slow.
of work. I want to tell you.
Let's put it back
He
into
was
normal
a
speed.
piece of work, but he was a good man. He was a real hero.
Okay, let me go ahead and so this motherfucker is gonna come out, and these MAGA blacks are going to fucking laugh at someone who did. If you took what the MAGA blacks in this room did in their lives, risk wise, just person wise, and combine them, Jesse Jackson did more. I'm gonna have to replay this, and then I'll put it back at the speed that the White House put out. I'm disgusted. As a matter of fact, I'm more disgusted with MAGA blacks listening to this fucking clown than I was. Maybe I shouldn't have even listened to this. So let's pull this back a little bit.
Oh, and I just want to pay my highest respects to Reverend Jesse Jackson. He's a good man. He was actually, as you got to know him, he got better and better all the time. A lot of people, you get to know him, they get worse and worse. Jesse got better and better. But I knew him well long before becoming president, and he really was special with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts. You would say Jesse had serious street smarts, right? A very important ingredient to life, I will tell you. He was gregarious and someone who truly loved people.
Listen to this motherfucker pandering to the fucking coons in his audience. Jesse had street smarts. Motherfucker. You know what? I'm just going to go scorched earth on all these dumb bitches. I'm going scorched earth. There's just too much MAGA blackness. And even the people who can't figure out that they're MAGA black don't know shit either. There needs to be a reconstruction.
People and a force of nature. He was somebody that we're going to greatly miss. And on behalf of everyone here today, I know you join me in sending our condolences to the entire family. Got a great family. We're also honored to be joined this afternoon by many exceptional African-American leaders and patriots, including Secretary Scott Turner, recommended. Where is Scott? Where is Scott? Will you come up here, Scott? He was recommended by somebody who's very special to me, Ben Carson. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where's Ben? Come on up here, Ben. Come here. I got to get here. And his wonderful wife, Candy. Candy, I'm going to steal Ben for a second because, you know, Ben recommended Scott. And when Ben recommends somebody, I just do it. Did I make a good decision? Be careful. Don't fall, Ben. If you fall, that's the end. You can never recover from a fall. You know, you can make the greatest speech ever, but if you fall, my predecessor taught me that. So is Scott doing a good job, Ben?
He's doing the best job ever.
Come on, say that. I like that.
You know, one of the reasons I was so high on Scott Turner is he was really the driving force behind the opportunity zones, which doesn't get nearly the attention that it should, but it was because President Trump realized that the best way to get things done is through public-private partnerships and have everybody with skin in the game. And it is working, as are all the other things that he's been recommending. And at some point, the mainstream media will recognize that you don't politicize everything. You open your eyes and your ears and you look and you see what works and you deal with that. But the best thing about Scott He's got a lot of energy. You know, I'm an old man now. I'll be 75 on my next birthday. And I'm not like President Trump. He just goes forever. But no one else is like that. But Scott Turner, we call him the Energizer Bunny, and he is doing a fantastic job. And I want to congratulate all the people at HUD because most of them have come back and continued with what we were doing during the first Trump term, and it's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Well, just very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. We are so grateful for your leadership and for your heart for America. And Dr. Carson, who is a tremendous just leader, servant leader, and been a great mentor to me. And, you know, I never thought that I would see today where I'm standing between the president and Dr. Ben Carson. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And so I just want to say to everyone that's here, you know, as we celebrate this special day in not only Black history, but American history, this year that we've been here, you know, under President Trump, the Lord has been so gracious to us and he's been faithful. And the president has been a tremendous leader in his work ethic, his heart for people. And when he says America first, he really does mean America first. Yeah. And so, and to be able to stand on the shoulders of Dr. Ben Carson and for the president to trust Dr. Carson at his word is truly humbling for me. And so to stand now as the servant leader and the secretary of HUD, I'm grateful to the Lord. I'm grateful to the president and Dr.
What
Carson.
the fuck?
And I promise you, we will.
What is this weird cadence? He literally sounds like Ben Carson. Damn, interesting.
We'll continue to do good work and to make not just housing affordable and everybody achieve the American dream, but really to bring transformation. And so that those that are in our country who depend on subsidies and this, that, and the other will get off of that and live a life of self-sustainability. So God bless y'all.
God bless y'all. Oh, you know who he sounds like? God damn, I did not even. Oh, I get the cadence now. Oh boy. Oh boy, Uncle Ben Carson. Now, Ben Carson, no, he goes deeper than Uncle Ben. Oh, damn it. You know what? I'm going to play this. God damn it. I am going to have to play this because I hadn't heard it in a while.
Thank you. And Ben mentioned opportunity zones. We did that. And I want to thank Tim Scott because he really, it was his baby. That was
Tim
his baby.
Scott.
And he did a great job with it. We appreciate it. And again, Candy, thank you very much for being here. Special woman. Ben's getting the President of Freedom. That's the biggest. That's the biggest. It's the highest award you can have outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. But it's better because, you know, a lot of people get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They're not around. You get them, they're not around. Whereas we don't have to go that far, generally speaking. But it's the highest award, civilian. And then you have the matching is the Congressional Medal of Honor, both tremendous. So, Ben, I'll be seeing you back here pretty soon, I think, and you're going to get the award. You'll probably fill up this room. I said, we'll do it in the Oval Office. He said, sir, it's not big enough. I said, what? So we're going to do it right here, okay?
Okay.
And we love it.
So a motherfucking neurosurgeon called you sir? Oh, only in that plantation they called the White House. Hey, Chris, let me tell you something, pussy. My cadence might be sissy, but your bitch ass has never been on this panel. You're a sissy for not even having a cadence. We don't know what you sound like, but you act like a pussy in my chat. You should be grateful to be here, sir. Don't make me toss your ass. I rarely toss people from the chat, but you're being insouciant, you little girl. What you need to do is relax. And if you want to talk, motherfucking bring your pussy ass up here. Let's see how far you get. Don't piss me off, son. You should be grateful that I even tolerate Chris M. Go back to CT's channel, where you belong, quite frankly.
I'd like to also thank senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General. He's a fantastic man. He's been my friend for a long time, Leo Terrell. There's no better. We have time, right? Do we have time? Yes. Anybody have to go? Like, come on up here, Leo. Get up here. This guy, he says it like it is. I like Leo. Come here, Leo. Look at you, spry. 2.0. Leo 2.0.
Let me just thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, we are living under the administration of the greatest president in our lifetime. And we have the hottest country in our lifetime. And I want to make sure the mainstream media knows this, because you represent the people who basically counter what the mainstream media has done. President Trump was the president who fully funded historically Black colleges and universities. President Trump.
Well, no, he did not fully fund them. That's a
criminal
lie.
justice reform. President Trump made sure that we had opportunity zones. Let me close by saying this. This country is at a crossroads, and we have the right president at the right time. And if you want school choice, like I know you do, President Trump wants it. If you want a law and order society and secure border, President Trump wants that. And more importantly, I say this because this is the greatest country on the planet. American citizens should decide American election. Vote for the SAVE Act.
Thank you. Leo 2.0. We love Leo. Thank you, Leo. That was very good. Yeah, 4 more years.
This is awesome.
So he's a special guy. I watched him on Sean Hannity a long time ago. He used to be a Democrat, you know. Leo was a Democrat.
Yeah,
that's a long time ago, right? Can you
Democrat.
imagine you were a Democrat? I can't imagine it.
So Leo was a Democrat, but Trump bought him from that Democratic plantation, and Trump put him on the right plantation. He's on my plantation now. Oh, and he's the overseer. Dude, these fucking MAGA blacks.
You'd see him with Leo 2.0 up in the hat. We love him. He's a great man, actually. General Counsel for the Department of War, Earl Matthews. That's a big deal. Thank you, Earl. Thank you very much. I see Johnny over there with a great book. How is the book doing? Good? What a great person you are. Great book. White House Pardon Czar. This is a big job. This is a big job. Alice Johnson. Alice? Where's Alice? What a sweetheart. I met Alice and she was incarcerated for what some people would say today is not even a fine, right, Alice? It's not even a fine.
He was incarcerated.
And I said, how long has she been in jail? 22 years. I said, 22 years?
Hey, Alice, were you a hardened felon too? How long were you there? This motherfucker has no class at all. And the MAGA blacks, they don't have any class either. This is just a convention of just like illiterate, uneducated. How the fuck do you go to the University of Pennsylvania and be this ignorant? Well, I guess daddy paid for it.
And right, Alice? And come on up here, Alice. Come on up. I said 22 years, and she was on a phone call. This was over a phone call. I know about fake phone calls too, Alice, you know, remember? They tried to get me in a fake phone call. But Alice was in jail for like 22 years. I said, how many years does she have left? 28. I said, 28 years left. And I said it, and I mean, she admitted she made a little mistake, but it was not the kind of a mistake that you serve 50 years in jail for. Like maybe a couple of months, maybe less than that. And I said, this is the most unfair. And then when I met her, I fell in love. I felt my wife was very upset with it. Our great first lady did not like that, Scott. She didn't like it, but Alice is great. And say a couple of words. It was so ridiculous. 22 years, she had 28 left. And I said, let's get her the hell out. And we got her out. We did a commute. And then when I got to know her, she was so high quality. I said, full pardon. So she's cleaner than anybody in this room, even than my friend right here. She's cleaner. Because of that, she's cleaner than anybody in this room.
This is fucking disgusting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And
the feeling was mutual.
These fucking coons, dude. This is a coon convention. I can't believe these coons. Who here? God damn it. I'm gonna have to change the background here. Hold on one sec. This is amazing. Let's hold on here. Let's see. Yeah, I know you think it's great there, Brian. It couldn't be better for the likes of coon lovers like you, but it's disturbing to me. I'm listening to these coons and I was fucking, cleaning out my show. I have like 400 videos that I've been meaning to show. Some of them I haven't, some of them, I need to do some housekeeping here, but I'm looking for one of this show's favorite. God damn it. I guess I'm going to have to do this. Let's see. Let me start this again.
Fell in love with this man, with his heart, with his heart for this country, with his heart to really bring America back to the former greatness that it deserved. And that's exactly what he has done. My story is truly a Joseph story. This president right here, President Donald Trump, brought me from the prison pit to the White House. Only in America could there be a story like my story. And President Trump is the only president who would have had the courage, to bring someone like me, someone who received a second chance, but who knows who is sit.
He got me out of jail.
Someone who has been
He
in
got
captivity
me out of
themselves.
jail.
I did not get comfortable in my own freedom, but I went back. As Harriet Tubman said she did. She went back to draw many others into freedom.
Brian.
And President Trump has listened to those recommendations. There's so much more to come, because when you see me, you see a miracle. You see hope, you see second chances, and you see someone who is willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work, do the hard work to help individuals gain their freedom. President Trump did something historic in his first term. He signed the First Step Act into law. And for that, over 40,000, and that number is low. Over 40,000 individuals have come home to their families early. And you know, many of those were Black Americans who had no hope. This president right here, as you look out upon this sea of Black
this
Americans,
is awesome.
This president hears you. This president cares for you. Don't let anyone tell you that this president right here, Donald Trump, is not for Black America, because he is. I'm standing here today as a testament to how he feels about Black Americans. There has never been a position like this. I don't know if there ever will be before, but I worked with him in his first term, and I'm proud to now officially have the title to make it happen. Let's get real with the realness. Let's get behind President Trump, who truly has turned our nation around and made us the envy of every country in the world. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, God, and raising up this man to be the leader of the free world. I love you.
You know what? She has outshone Candace Owens, but this is an audience full of fucking Clayton Bigsby's. This is hilarious. So let's bring some of this back. Hey, Solid Snake, why don't you come up here? Why don't you come up here and give some commentary? This is the favorite video of all time on the Stanley versus the World channel.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, did y'all notice that Donald Trump he didn't want any of that Jerry curl juice on his lily white face? Oh no! Relax! Relax! Oh God Almighty! I'm relaxed! Dude, a fucking embarrassment. Hey, we watched the inauguration live. It's actually one of my favorite moments on this show. And we've been around for a couple years maybe now. Oh, Lorenzo Sowell, I think is his name. Jesus Christ. What a fucking, I guess he could qualify as a tap dancer.
Great woman. When I was looking for a pardon person, like a pardon czar, they gave me somebody from Harvard, somebody from Yale, somebody from Princeton, somebody from Penn, somebody from Stanford. And I said, do you know anything about it? Well, we can learn. They can. And when I met Alice, I said, she's better than these people. And she's done a fantastic job. I said to Alice, I said, so I'm looking for people like you to let out. How many people are there like you? She said, many. I said, many in jail. Think of it. 22 years she was in jail, and she had 28 years to go on a phone call. You admit you did a little something wrong, right? But it was like, okay, it wasn't 50 years. Even if you said 6 months, today it would be probably nothing. But even if you said some little time, but I said, I'm looking for other people like you. How many are there? Many. Then I was worried I said, well, maybe she's going to say everybody should be let out. We're not a believer in that. I said, so Alice, are there people that shouldn't be? You met?
So you are going to do a Black History get together with MAGA blacks, and the whole goddamn conversation is going to be prison and how we get them out of prison. This is what white supremacy looks like. And this is what the MAGA blacks who eat white supremacy like manna for heaven look like. Motherfucker, where are the big ideas? Is the biggest problem in the black community prison? Someone needs to fucking course correct me, because I think this is condescending. Donald Trump is a fucking racist, and he's got racist adjacent fucking MAGA blacks who are eating this up.
A lot of people, right? Are there people that shouldn't be let out? Absolutely. Then I felt better. Because there's some bad ones in there too, right? But you are fantastic, and you've been great and so respected all over the country, all over the world, in a sense. You've become a very big story. Thank you very much, Alice. I appreciate it. And we have Lynn Patton. Lynn, thank you. You've been such a help. And Kelly Mitchell, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Where's Kelly? Thank you, Kelly. And we have Dr. Alveda King. Thank you, darling. Thank you. You've been with me from day one, right? From day one, she's been there. She's been fighting for me, and I fight for her. I don't have to do too much fighting for her. She takes care of herself. Thank you. Thank you. We can say Merry Christmas is right. Thank you. Thank you for all that support for years, right? even before Alice, a long time, years before Alice, right? Thank you, darling. Corinne Rankin, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Corinne. And Deontay Johnson, thank you. And a man who's been with me for a long time, and he's never asked me for a thing. Bruce, thank you very much. Bruce Lavelle, thank you very much. I wasn't sure if they had your name down here, Bruce. I was going to mention you anyway, okay? But they had your name. They did a job, finally. They always leave a lot of names out, and that bothers me. Like I see Scott Bessent, his name was left out. First time ever. Look at Scott. I'm looking for his name. I'm looking for his name. I said, I better. He's the greatest Treasury Secretary we've ever had. I think how's the economy doing, Scott? Good? The best. It's really, people are going to see, and watch the State of the Union. We're going to be talking about the economy. We inherited a mess, and now we have prices way down. We have energy way down. Gasoline is now breaking $2 a gallon in many places, and it's been actually amazing. But Scott's fantastic. I don't want to forget to mention him. I'd be in big trouble. All of a sudden, the economy would turn bad on us. I'd say, what happened? It was Scott. Thank you, Scott. And Secretary Lori Chavez DeReamer. Lori, thank you very much for your Secretary of Labor. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Diller. How are you doing? How are you doing with Harvard? How are you doing with Harvard? You know, Harvard's extremely discriminatory, unfortunately, and it's working good. Harmeet is on their trail, right? Good, good. You keep suing them. The hell with them. I like the historically black colleges and universities.
Oh my God. This motherfucker is so fucking condescending. I need a MAGA goddamn black to bring his or her dumb ass up here to defend this shit. Motherfucker, if you like it so much, then how about send all the Harvard goddamn money to the black colleges? The motherfucker's a racist. He is being condescending, and he's also just this is like the slaves at Christmas. You know, they would get Christmas and maybe New Year's off after slaving literally all year. And when Massa came and enjoyed the holiday with them, all of them would go, well, Massa's okay. Dude, this is MAGA blackdom. I need a MAGA black to come up and defend this condescending fucking racist bullshit.
Universities,
which one of your MAGA blacks wants to hit the derelict?
Leo 2.0 said it, but which I saved. We saved them. They had no funding. And every year they'd come back, and I got to know some of the heads, and every year they'd come back. And after my third year, first term, I said, you guys keep coming back. Why do you keep coming back? He said, we have to come back every year. For years and years, they had to come back. And one of them said, one of the heads, a great guy, said, they make us feel like beggars. We have to come back. I said, I'm going to get you long-term financing. And I got it for them. And I said, the only bad thing, I'll never see you guys again. I haven't seen too many of them.
He wanted, you know what? Let me go ahead and do something long-term to keep the niggas out of the White House. That's what it was. But all these MAGA blacks are just eating this shit up. He's kind of like Woodrow Wilson. What, motherfucker? They're darkening my doorstep. What can I do to make sure they don't come back next year?
But we took care of the historians and
What's
universities,
up, Ryan?
right? And
I
and it was a
suppose
great
you
thing to
come
do.
up here to enjoy the aura of white supremacy. It's like the yellow sun to Sunshine Superman.
Well, it's the gift that keeps on giving, Stanley.
Oh, is it a gift though?
Huh? It's like Christmas every day.
Donald Trump?
All of it, man. All of it.
So Donald Trump is like Santa Claus? Really?
Brother, I'm giving you that. Listen, I'm trying to give you some ammunition here. You already got the pew-pew
Like I
pointed.
need you. Do I really need ammunition? I think I'm doing okay.
Right. That's why I came up here. How's the beer fund?
Well, I asked for
How's the beer
MAGA
fund
blacks to come up and defend this shit.
I know. Well, at the moment, pretend I'm black.
You know what? I don't have to pretend you're MAGA. MAGA is the nigger of the world.
Oh, you gonna time yourself out?
Hey, it's gonna be that way. Give it. Trump is not done sinking the American ship of state. I guarantee you, once Trump is done with this bitch, Ryan, you will not be able to come up to my panel and act like Trump is like good for America.
Really?
Oh, give it time. See,
Darn.
you remember, you may not remember because I can't recall if you were there, but I took a lot of shit. It was election night or, election week. And dude, yeah, I got in my feelings because I knew Trump is bad for America. So yeah, I was a little verklempt. But
I thought you voted for him.
I literally said there will be a time when I get to say, I told you so. And I've been saying I told you so since January 1st. And I'm sorry, I was kind of tied up, so I couldn't do the I told you so New Year's Eve party. Trump is literally taking America down a dark path. And the problem is some of it is permanent. There gonna be bruises and the scars, they're gonna be permanent.
Okay. Well, we got 3 years, so.
Oh, do we? This is his second year. We actually have less than 3 years.
Well, I'm praying for an extension.
Yeah, you know what? I want you to pray for it. Let's just make sure that America gets a coup de grace.
I agree. It's Ash Wednesday. It's Ash Wednesday. So, yeah.
Hey, a good assassin. No, you got to do the coup de grace.
Wow.
I see America as a victim of MAGA. The only problem is the gun was fucked up, so they didn't quite get America between the eyes. So the coup de grace is like, got to make sure you finish the job.
How's the beer fund, Stanley? Holding up?
You know what? It is holding up just fine.
Thank you.
There's always this weekend. So you know what? Actually, it is Wednesday, I guess. So let me do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit this like button. If you're new to the channel, it tends to be boutique, but we're a good little channel. Share the channel out. We were at 300 last weekend, and I pissed some folks off, so we're not at 300. Sovereign Beer Fund. Actually, it is open today, but we got between now and Saturday.
Am I still
consider
on
the
the
show.
banner?
By the way, whilst I'm thinking about it, I went ahead and got a new newspaper subscription. I went ahead and did the LA Times. Because I'm still thinking about dropping the Washington Post, but since it's gone a little bit more to the right, I figure maybe I'll keep it. Now, the Los Angeles Times is kind of the owner of it is actually kind of to the right too. But I tell you what, it's a fucking beautiful newspaper.
About the Post,
dude. No,
you
the
read the
LA
Post?
Times, it is laid out beautifully. Dude, I've subscribed to it, and it's one of the few newspapers I'm like, well, goddamn. I'm actually glad I did. So I may do the Boston Globe too, but anyway, so my point is that the Sovereign Beer Fund actually does occasionally buy new newspaper subscriptions.
You didn't tell me that.
What the fuck do you think I do? Just drink beer all day?
Well, maybe.
What in dude,
Maybe.
I have YouTube Premium. I have I don't have the business edition of Substack, but it's the one with, a bunch of licenses. I subscribe to the Washington Post, the Washington is it the Washington Inquirer,
Do you read
the
that
New York
online, or do
Times.
you have it
I
delivered?
have like 12 like Substack plus newspaper subscriptions, and then I have one or two. It's probably a couple $100. Just and look, no
What?
one told me to do it. It's just I need to be informed to do this show.
So you pay online subscription. You read the shit online, not actual newspapers delivered.
No, I don't have room for all that paper.
I was wondering how you did that.
No, they're all dude, the New York Times. You can even do digital newspaper. Let me show you something that I think is pretty slick, actually. Wall Street Journal does it too. But you can do like a facsimile of a newspaper, even in color. Wall Street Journal does this too. That can be.
You can read
Do
that.
you see
You can
it?
read that small print.
Well, no. You can enlarge it.
What the hell?
You can enlarge it, sir. So it's readable if you want to read it. However, most of the newspapers actually do like a digital print version. So, you can do it several different ways. This is digital. If you're more comfortable with a more newspapery looking thing. So, this is what I do. I love doing it.
Right on. Let's go back to
So
the Trump.
I don't want wait, hold on now. I don't want people to think that all I'm doing is sitting here drinking beer and talking shit. I like newspapers. I like
allowed.
news.
You're allowed to.
Well, no, I'm not allowed to. What the fuck?
Oh.
What do you
Well,
think?
I thought you.
Do you think I'm a total derelict?
I didn't say that.
Well, come on now. My mama did not raise a total bum.
Well, you're a bachelor now, like me. You're a bachelor
Dude,
now. You
I
kind
have a 19-year-old. I can only be so.
Oh, I thought he
Dude.
went back to school. I didn't know he was still there.
Okay, you do realize I'm still a parent even when he's at school?
Really? Is that how that works? I thought he was a grown man.
Dude,
He's a grown
you know
man.
what?
He's a grown man.
No. He's not a grown man until he fucking buys his own house.
Oh,
look,
you are correct.
And even so,
You are
now
correct, Stan.
I'm gonna be a little bit serious here.
His
Dude,
own land.
I raised him from fucking 7 going on 8 to
Yeah.
this point. Do you
Yeah.
think I'm gonna fucking let my project just to the wind? Fuck no.
No.
I raised that boy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna interfere. I haven't
I
talked
hope
to
he
him.
finds a good wife. I hope he finds a
I
good wife.
haven't
I
talked
hope he
to him.
finds a good wife.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, I hope he finds him a good wife that's smart. Got,
Oh, that's what I raised him to do. I will interfere if I need to, but so far he's not fucked up. He honestly,
so far.
well, look, he's fucking 19.
Well, of course, we
He'll
were
be
19. I was 19. You were 19. And we know
Yeah,
what we
but
did.
I never fucked up like scarred for life fucked up.
No,
But
me neither.
19-year-old males are prone to do that.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
I don't need to see him or talk to him even every week, but I'm his parent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't call him every day and go, you need to do this, that, or the other, but I am here if he needs. I keep saying I'm parent emeritus.
Yeah. He's still at Georgia Tech. He's going to stay at Georgia Tech.
Where else would he be?
I don't know. Harvard.
No. He could, Princeton was an option.
Yeah. Don't they have sponsors?
Dude,
Don't they have
what? I
sponsors?
told you what he did. Dude, I was like, you need to apply to Duke, Vanderbilt, Princeton. He mentioned Cornell. He never wanted to do Harvard. Look, I'm not a big fan of the Northeast. I lived in Rhode Island, and if you are a freshman in college, and freshman, because I was a freshman in college, sometimes you're far away from home and shit. No, that fucking New England get dark at 4:30, cold as fuck. No, not for a Southerner. You can do that in grad school.
He has no interest in the military.
The motherfucker didn't apply. He applied to 2 colleges, Georgia and Georgia Tech. And I didn't find out, dude. I didn't find out until he got into Georgia Tech. I'm like, you didn't apply to fucking Princeton? He would have gotten in.
Yeah. He's never shown any interest in the military at all. None.
No.
That's wild. I did because of my dad. That's why I went in the Army, because of my dad. So I figured he'd have saw you.
I think if his mother had been around, there was a weird thing. Like, I kid you not. I'm not fucking kidding you. When my wife and we were talking about dreams of the Naval Academy before he could walk. And my insistence was he take the Marine option because, oddly enough, Marine officers are the best. Navy, Army, Air Force, Marine officers, those motherfuckers, if you get one who's actually smart and they're tough too, I've known a couple, I've served with a couple, and goddamn, dude, they are studs and they're smart. So
when I went in, we were friends, and they I did what I did, and they went into security forces and just went up the ranks in the Marines.
Right. So, it would be Naval Academy with the Marine option. Now, this is a weird thing. I was always very careful. Look, I'm a very forceful person. If I think you should do something, as a matter of fact, I'm probably a little bit of a pussy with my son. I was always very careful. Now, there were times like, getting good grades in high school, that was not an option. I don't give a fuck. There will be no quarter. there, there will be only pain if you don't do what I think you should do. However, if he wasn't capable of it, then I'd have to deal with that. I did not want to be overbearing. When you have what my mother used to call a motherless child,
Right.
I moved back to Georgia because my sister lives not too far away. I knew he would need a strong female.
Absolutely.
And my sister might be meaner than me. I don't fuck with my sister unless I have to.
Oh
You know,
my
my,
God.
no, we grew up together, same time. She's what, 16 months younger? No, she's tough as nails.
Mhm.
You don't fuck with her. However, I can, especially if I know I'm right. But
Well,
dude,
of course.
she's fucking 59. We're not kids. I think possibly she's my best friend. I've known her for 59 years. and, and we sometimes laugh at our cruelty. Like
Mm,
sometimes we do comparative cruelty. Now, if that was me, here's what I would do.
mm.
It's a running joke, comparative cruelty. It's like,
Gotcha.
if it were me. So anyway,
Got it.
enough of that. The point is, sometimes you got to let kids do what they want to do. Georgia Tech has Navy ROTC. If he gets the urge, there's the option.
Yeah.
And I know an admiral or two that I served with
Right.
when we were in our 20s.
Make a phone call.
If
Make a
he
phone
gets the
call.
Navy urge, at least for the next couple years, I have high level connections.
I figured you did.
But I'm not going to force it. He is smart. Got to let the kid do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Within reason, of course. But you know what? Actually, not within reason. Just don't fuck up, son. And I used to always tell him, don't put yourself in a place. Don't do something that I can't get you out
I
of.
think I'd say that's what my daddy would tell me.
No, motherfucker. If you just do something I cannot bail you out of, you're gonna be on your own.
Yeah.
So
That's wise advice.
hey,
Wise advice.
CKJ3, if they still exist when your kids are ready for high school, absolutely I would. There's no reason I wouldn't. So we'll see where we are. And I don't know, Naval Academy's fucking awesome. So anyway, let us get back to your president.
And so many others are in the audience that are just friends of mine. I look at them, so many. But if I introduce all of you, we're going to be here a long time, and that's unacceptable. Not only are we celebrating the century of Black History Month, also, as you know, this year we'll also be celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. And the good thing, when they cheated on the election, they made me wait 4 years. And because I waited 4 years, I get the 250th year. Right. I get the Olympics, which I was the one that got it. And I get the World Cup. So I got the World Cup, and I said, it's too bad before all this nonsense took place. I said, it's too bad. I got the World Cup to come here. Johnny, another Johnny, we got the World Cup. It was fantastic. The head of it, one of the great people. And I said, the only bad part is I won't be in office because my 4 years will be up. This would have been the more traditional route. And then they cheated on the election. And I said, now we won by so much. We won by millions of votes, but they cheated. It was during a COVID period, and they cheated. And we did it again, and we made it too big to rig. Mm-hmm. And by doing that, I ended up getting the Olympics. Because we were responsible for both of them. And we're going to have a great year, but we're going to.
See, this dumb fuck does not understand that history doesn't care about the World Cup. This motherfucker is so dumb.
Have a great 3 years. We're going to have hopefully we're going to have a great century, because that's ultimately what it is. We'll get it started. But as we honor America's 250, and I can't say that I got the 250. I tried doing that a couple of times, Bruce. I said, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I got the 250th year. They said, you didn't do that. I said, you're right about that. I didn't do 250. We happened to be here at the right time. That's all that was. But we thank God for the strength and courage and grit and devotion of Black Americans who have helped make America the most powerful country in the history of the world. We now have, and you saw that with our attack a few weeks ago on Venezuela. We have the greatest military in the world. We make the greatest equipment in the world. There's nobody even close. Nearly 10,000 African Americans fought for the patriot cause in the Revolutionary War. Did you know that? 10,000, and it's actually a number even, I've heard even higher than that, helping secure our independence in every generation since, from the Buffalo Soldiers to the Tuskegee Airmen. Black Americans have stepped forward to defend the flag and to defend our country.
Now that Buffalo Soldier thing, that's a little bit of a stain. They were clearing the plains of Indians. So, but of course, Donald Trump is going to play that part up.
Like few others, really, like few others. And you've never really been given the recognition that you should get for that. You know that, Ben? They never.
Let me freely admit,
kind of recognition, but
I need to freely admit this. Donald Trump can do no right. Every now and again, he'll slip up and do something that I don't have to be worried about. But no, in my opinion, Donald Trump is the worst president ever. And I think it's actually going to be provable. He can do no right. So I'm sure maybe everybody knows that by now.
Everyone knows all about the Tuskegee Airmen. They were great and amazing. The Buffalo Soldiers. Do you know the Buffalo Soldiers? Good stuff, right?
Did you hear the song?
From jazz,
you hear the
blues,
song?
That you do get recognition for. Jazz, the blues, from rock and roll to rap. Black artists like Chuck Berry, Muddy Waters. How about Nicki Minaj? Do we love Nicki Minaj?
Jesus fucking Christ. So Nicki Minaj is something you bring up on Black. This is how out of touch these fucking MAGA blacks are. This is how out of touch racist Donald Trump is. What the fuck does Nicki Minaj have to do with Black History Day? Can someone tell me? The fuck does she have to do with it? Ryan? The bitch isn't even a citizen.
I don't know, man. This is just funny.
Okay, is she a citizen?
I don't know. I don't know shit about her.
Okay, well, motherfucker, go learn something. She's not even a U.S. citizen. But he is going to stand there in a room of Black sycophants who are probably all U.S. citizens and make the comparison. This is the ignorance.
Oh,
this is the ignorance of white supremacy. They think if you're Black, y'all alike. I can't tell the difference. You might be what was his name? Amadalu, god damn it. Can't think of his name now. I think he was Ethiopian or something. And Amadou Diallo. They thought he was Black, so they just fucking shot him. He just looked Black to them. That's what Trump is doing right now. Nicki Minaj. She sound Black. She look Black with that big booty. She must be Black. Dude, Donald Trump is disgusting. He's a disgusting racist.
Right?
And his little audience of fucking Candyland Stevens.
I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks
Nicki
ago.
Minaj,
So beautiful.
Minaj, especially that
so
booty.
beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails
Oh,
are
Jesus
like that
fucking
long.
Christ. Look at him.
I
Look
said,
at
Nicki,
him.
are they real? She said, she didn't want to get into that. But she was so beautiful and so great. And she.
In CKJ3, I don't see a problem with immigrants. I'm just sorry. I'm not on board with that. Ooh, Trump, as long as Trump is a monster to immigrants, that makes him okay. I'm not on that. I'm not on board with that. So I take up for immigrants who are here legally, the ones that Trump abuses. Motherfucker, they just shot up an immigrant the other day, and they suspended the agents who shot him because the agents lied. So I take up for the immigrants who are here legally and get shot up by Donald Trump's Gestapo. So yes, I will choose the immigrants who should be defended. Any other dumb questions there, Admiral?
And she gets it, more importantly, frankly, she gets it. But black leaders from Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King, right? Little relative over here.
This motherfucker's
made
just
our
wheeling off the
country
ones he
freer.
knows.
Really, what they've really done is made life more just. And black athletes have inspired billions around the globe, from Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard also, by the way.
Hey,
great.
Ryan, you
Yes,
think
sir.
he's going to talk about the first black president? How much you want to bet he won't? This motherfucker will talk about Nicki Minaj, but he won't talk about the American citizen who racialized black was president. And you know he won't, because Trump is a goddamn racist. Every motherfucking body that he's talking to, all the black people are racist. And some of the black people in my chat are racist.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what he says,
You know
Stanley.
that? Okay. $5.
What a great fighter. Muhammad Ali, who was a friend of mine. I put a picture of myself and Muhammad. It was another piece of work. You talk about a piece of work, but he could fight, couldn't he? Huh? Mike Tyson, boy, I tell you, Mike has been loyal to me. Whenever they come out, they say, Trump's a racist. It's like a statement. Trump's a racist. Mike Tyson goes, he's not a racist. He's my friend. He's been there from the beginning, good times and bad. But Mike Tyson's a great guy, and he was so loyal, always been loyal.
This is what
and Herschel
America
Walker, speaking
has
about
wrought. Motherfucker, Uncle Tom.
You gonna dump on Mike Tyson now?
Couple of Uncle Tom's masses were,
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say. I should have bet on what you were going to respond to versus what he was going to say.
So Uncle Tom's friends,
world heavyweight boxer,
don't really give a fuck about any of that, but I do give a fuck about the point I'm making, which is you can Uncle Tom had white masses who were friends, but they still sold him down the river. Read the book if you haven't.
How good a football player was Herschel Walker. Now he's ambassador to the Bahamas. I don't know, Bahamas, Bermuda. Is he Bahamas? Whatever. It's nice.
Listen to this
nice
dumb
place.
fuck.
You'd like that, Bruce, wouldn't you?
So apparently Trump has no fucking idea where he sent Herschel Walker. It's Bahama, Bermuda. It doesn't really fucking matter.
You gonna start singing Beach Boys now?
Y'all are supporting one of the dumbest presidents ever.
Yeah.
Bahama, Bermuda.
I knew that's what
This
Beach Boys. Yeah.
motherfucker is literally getting that whole thing confused with a Beach Boys song.
Bruce wants it. And a guy that became really, he liked Trump, Jim Brown. He was tough. He'd come in, he was very silent. He was silent but deadly. He'd come in and he'd look at people, and if he didn't like them,
he was silent but deadly like a fart.
He wanted to rip their heart out. I would say there can't be a greater football player than Jim Brown. By the way, Lawrence Taylor, great friend. Lawrence, Lawrence Taylor, the greatest defensive player probably in the history of football. He's a great friend of mine. And but I'm longer off the tee than him. You know why? Because I take the club back further. He takes the club back this far, and he hits it 200 yards. When you can do that, you're strong. He is a great guy, I'll tell you that. And all of this is a part of the legacy that we celebrate on July 4th, 2026, because Black History Month is really all about American history. And this is a big year. This is a big year for you. During my first term, I was honored to deliver unprecedented victories for Black Americans and all Americans, frankly. But Black Americans, I single-handedly secured record long-term funding for. I told you the historically Black colleges and universities. I created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones with our great secretary. And also, I think we have to do, and as I said before, Tim Scott really, he came to me with that idea, and we put it into use, right, Scott? And I signed historic criminal justice reform into law. We got criminal justice reform. Just so you know, for 30 years, you, more than any other group of people, has been trying to get criminal justice reform, and they couldn't do it. And a group of people came to my office, and they asked me to do it. They couldn't get it. They needed 5 conservative votes in the Senate, and conservative was 5 conservative white votes in the Senate. And of the 5, all 5 of them were totally against. And I called them up, and they were great. They were great. And one of them was Senator John Kennedy, to be honest with you. He was not in favor of it. And I spoke to him, and he was 100%. He's a great senator, a great guy. And you know that he was a tremendous help. So we got criminal justice reform done and approved, and nobody thought it could be done. And it's no wonder that in 2024, we won more African-American votes than any Republican presidential candidate in history. And just over 1 year ago, we had a dead country. We were a dead country. Scott just said it.
Yeah, that's bullshit. And by the way, I talked about it earlier. Trump has pretty much the gains he had in the Black community. Now, I think the MAGA Blacks are just kind of doing what Sharon Bracey does. They're just going to go up. I'm not going to talk about it. That's what's happening. But according to, polls, Trump has lost any gains he had in the Black community. But this is going to be one of the times I don't particularly trust the polls. MAGA Blacks, they will vote for a racist because they are racist.
We were dead as a doornail. We had an idiot as a president. We had a man that was not a president. Number one, he didn't win the election. He was not a president.
Wait, right. Wait, hold it.
He was a real beauty, wasn't he? He allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of them should not have been here. And now we have, by the way, we went from the worst border in history.
Wait, is he talking about Obama? Wait, let me rewind this. Okay, so this dumb fuck is talking, he's talking Black American history, but won't talk about the first Black American president? Oh, he's a racist, isn't he, Ryan?
So we got criminal justice reform done and approved, and nobody thought it could be done.
Yeah, well, then that
in
just
2024
confirms,
we won more African-American votes than any Republican president.
Trump is the biggest fucking racist in pretty much all the presidents with the one exception, have been racist. But goddamn, dude. So Donald Trump in 2026 is going to have a reception about Black success, Black History Month, but not mention the first African heritaged U.S. president. And you know what's even worse than that? Can you guess, Ryan? What's
I don't want
worse
to.
than
I
that?
don't want to guess.
The fucking coons in the
Oh,
audience are going to let him get away with it. They're more
yeah.
racist than Donald Trump is.
You know what, Stanley? You're right. He probably
Okay, hey,
held himself.
let me help CKJ3 out with American history. Mulatto means black. I
Ask me a
know
question.
you, CKJ3, you are resisting the urge to be a black Republican like Anton Davis, but back in reality, black in reality, mulatto is black. The one drop rule still applies, even though the Anton MAGA level blacks want to pretend America's not racist. CKJ3, hit the link so I can educate you.
Yeah,
It
come on up here.
actually, CKJ3, honestly, I will be gentle, but you don't know shit.
Get ready.
When you say mulatto president, I'm sorry, America doesn't do mulatto. That's a Louisiana thing. When you get up and you actually do presidential or even in the Navy, dude, you need to do a little bit better with that bullshit.
What did you ask me, Stanley, before you cut me off?
You know what? It probably doesn't matter. You
Hey,
probably
probably
won't. You
you asked
probably
me
won't
something
know
and I tried to respond.
you won't know the answer.
No, I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Oh, I
Well,
didn't.
I'm
I
stupid
didn't use
Trump
the
voter.
word. I did not use the word, sir.
Presidential
Okay,
candidate in
go
history.
ahead.
And just over 1 year ago, we had a dead country. We were a dead country. Scott just said it. We were dead as a doornail. We had an idiot as a president. We had a man that was not a president. Number one, he didn't win the election. He was not a president. Yeah, right. He was a real beauty, wasn't he? He allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of them should not have been here. And now we have, by the way, we went from the worst border in history to the best, by far the best border in history. But I had the support of many people, Bruce. I had the support of many people in this room, and we've got right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. King of Saudi Arabia told me that. He said, you were a dead country a year and a half ago. Now you're the hottest country. We're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And you're a big part of it. And you're a big beneficiary. I tell you what, take a look at your 401ks. Has anybody got a 401k that's lower than it was? Better put your hand down. Lower than it was a year ago? They're double. I mean, they are through the roof. The stock market has hit 53 all-time record highs since the election. And earlier this month, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose above 50,000 for the first time ever. Right, Scott? First time ever. And also, you know, they don't talk about this. The S&P broke 7,000. So when I got elected, they said for the S&P to break 7,000 within 4 years would be a great achievement for the president, and for the Dow Jones to break 50,000 would be a great thing. But it's not possible. They were talking about in 4 years. Scott, they said in 4 years it would not be possible to break 50,000 or 7,000 under these two very important, call them a metrics. And you know what happened? We broke it before the end of my first year. So, right? So we did something. So they said we couldn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. More Americans are working today than at any time in American history. So we have more Americans right now working than at any time. And, you know, when I say this stuff, I get the fake news back there, a lot of it. Thank you. I agree. Sometimes we have to be very careful because they actually go and it's not pretty, Leo. We have to get Leo in.
Let me help some weird people who apparently don't understand English, American history, or just logic in general. Um, CKJ3, the first mulatto president, that means he was the first black president. Now, mulatto doesn't necessarily even have to mean black and white. Mulatto can pretty much mean any admixture of race. Um, he's the first black president. If you had any idea of how ignorant you sound with the avoidance, um, look, apparently you have bought into some of this racist bullshit too. Deacon Dave, I don't have to ask you if you've bought into it, but CKJ3, you don't know enough to tell me that I'm lying and I don't understand race in America. You literally don't know enough. So don't overstep your bounds. You can use the emojis and you can say I'm lying. I literally know this shit back and forth. And I've recommended the book to you before, son. And there are two black authoresses, not Barbara Jordan, the Fields sisters, Barbara Fields, literally was in, she was the lovely looking black historian, black woman historian in Ken Burns' Civil War. She and her sister, who's a sociologist, wrote a book called Racecraft. You might want to read that. This ghetto level, this black manosphere level bullshit, that mulatto isn't black, son, you got a lot to learn. And I hate to, you don't know enough to even make that statement. And I'm kind of surprised that, dude, y'all don't know shit. It's literally, and I'm sad, you know, I try and be a little educational if people want to know why I think certain ways. Dude, I don't make this shit up because I heard it on DJ Hamp's panel. This mulatto president bullshit is the worst of the black YouTube sphere. All these motherfuckers are ignorant. They don't know shit. And you, dude, I don't quell because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's why these motherfuckers, Sharon Bracey, I don't need to go up on Sharon Bracey's panel because I would destabilize it. These motherfuckers need to stay ignorant. If they want me on their panel, they will come over here and ask me to go over there. They don't come here for a reason. Sharon Bracey has been in my chat before. He knows who the fuck I am. Y'all need to get a goddamn grip. You talk bullshit about mulatto. You have no fucking clue what mulatto means, CKJ3. And you're my friend. You're my shipmate. But dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You need to read more and spout this black YouTube shit less. None of it is from a position of knowledge. Literally, I'm speaking from a position of knowledge. And if you, the only way to prove me wrong is literally to read what I've read or more and then tell me why you think I'm wrong. But because CKJ3 thinks mulatto is not black, dude, motherfucker, that's like some solid snake stupidity. That's John Galt level stupidity. That's fucking chaotic truth level stupidity.
the DOJ involved. But think of that, Leo, think of that. More Americans are working today than any time in history.
Stanley, you're muted, man.
Oh, my bad. I was telling CKJ3, keep looking in the dictionary for how race works in America. That's, I don't even know. Sociology, history, there are better ways. Dictionaries don't know shit about race. They know shit about
Well, you know why?
words.
Because
I'm
white
sorry,
men
what?
wrote it, right? Didn't white men write all the dictionaries and thesauruses
Who
and all
gives
the
a
books?
fuck about any of that?
Okay.
Where are you going with this?
Well, the terms and interpretations.
Okay, again, um, failure of understanding language. You don't honestly, Ryan, and I know I sound smarmy and smug and all this shit.
It's the alcohol.
Honestly,
It's okay.
no, it's not the alcohol.
No, it's not that.
It is literally my shock if people who feel comfortable talking about race and don't know shit about it, other
Mm,
than the stock footage of white black. CKJ3, you have no clue about what mulatto is. CKJ3, you're where I think you were born in Ohio.
that's white.
I'm
That's fucking white. Ohio is
no,
white.
that's not where I was going, Ryan. Will you allow me to finish a thought or do you want to white man this?
I'm not white, but go ahead.
Okay, motherfucker, you sound white. You're over talking
Sorry.
and I can't
Go
seem to
ahead.
finish a point.
Go ahead.
I am starting to really think that if you didn't grow up black in the South, you have no clue what being black is about in America. And I'm dead serious. I'm not even making a joke.
Mhm.
I've heard Knightish fucking think that Oakland is like the center of the black world. I hear mulatto is white. I'm like, dude, y'all have not done the hard work of understanding American culture. Mulatto is white. Well, if it was white, it would be called white. If mulatto was white, it would be called white. Italians are white. Irish are white. Mulattoes, never heard them called white. Keep trying, CKJ3. You might accidentally get a good point.
And since I took office, African American employment has increased by 182,000, the highest ever. Jobs.
It's increased, yet the unemployment rate among blacks is up at 5.6%, quite a bit above the 4.1% overall. He's not going to tell you this, folks.
182,000, nearly 500,000 Black Americans have rejoined the labor force since we took office.
Again, black unemployment is up, way above the overall average. It's a problem, but Trump is not going to tell your mulatto asses that.
500,000 wages for workers have increased $1,000, $2,000, even $3,000, and even sometimes in some cases $5,000 a year. That's faster than inflation. So wages have gone up at a much faster clip than inflation. We took over the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years or 49 years. I said that, I said inflation under Biden has went up more than.
He is literally wrong on the inflation numbers. This dude is lying to a bunch of fucking Uncle Toms, and they're not even challenging him on it.
At any time in the history of our country,
Does wearing a yellow tie imply that he's lying? Is that a signal?
he's not right about that. It's 49 years. I said, all right, I'll accept that too. Actually, I think it sounds worse, Harmeet. I think for some reason, because when you say the worst ever, but when you say the worst in 49 years, I'll take that, right? The fake news got me on that one. I think I was right, by the way, but I'll accept 48 or 49 years. But for the first time in many
Got a
years,
fan in the chat,
100%
Stanley.
of all net job creation is going to
I'm sorry, what?
American-born citizens. Think of that.
Oh, you got Mackenzie's a fan in the chat now.
She's been in the chat.
Got one on the side.
She's been in the chat the whole time.
I just noticed, man. I'm distracted like you are sometimes. You know, I'm not perfect. I get
Yeah.
distracted like you do.
Now let me help your little buddy. So mulatto was used for a mix of African and European ancestry, which means it's 50-50. Sorry, CK. Admixture or a mix of African and European, it does not necessarily mean 50-50. You could be a quadroon. Dude, do better. You're not even close to understanding mulatto. Do better. I'm trying to tell you, dude, I'll be 61. I've been reading about this stuff for like fucking 50 years.
Already books.
Yeah, and it's coming in handy right now. I know what mulatto means. I know what it doesn't mean. See, motherfuckers have to go to dictionaries. Dictionaries don't always give you everything a word can mean. Okay, you can go to a dictionary and look up the strict definition of a word. Words don't always conform to their strict definitions. If you want to know about mulatto, if you want to know about, miscegenation, you don't go to a goddamn dictionary. You go to history, sociology, and books on American culture. Motherfucker, there are blonde, blue-eyed women. I remember seeing something on one of those. It wasn't Donahue or Oprah. It was one of those talk shows. You would fucking never know this woman even had a drop, but she learned about her Black heritage. Okay, technically she's a mulatto. Never knew it, never suspected it. Literally, what people in this YouTube space and where they always fail when they talk to me, I actually know shit. I know how language works. I know how the American culture works. It's not something you even know at 30. You don't have time to learn this shit. I have had time. I will also tell you that I had a mother who kind of knew this shit too. And I started learning this sort of stuff literally because I was inclined to. I've always been a reader. Nope. I just know it.
Stanley, I'm going to ask you something.
What you can do is let me finish. And I'm trying to be as gentle as possible. CKJ3 does not have time to learn this. He's got a young family.
Oh, you're still in the chat.
Don't go up, dude.
Go ahead.
Don't go up against someone who just knows this shit. I have not opened a dictionary or Googled anything because I know it. Now, what's your silly question, Ryan?
Nah, forget it.
Wait, well, hold it. You were sounding all confident.
I still am. Just, I lost my head for about 2 seconds.
Okay, well,
God damn, this is Stanley talking.
Did you lose your head or did you lose your courage of conviction?
Stanley, no, it ain't that.
100%.
Wait, hold it. When you get your courage of conviction back, we can pause.
And in the last administration was going mostly to illegal aliens that came in, many of them murderers and others. Last summer, we passed the largest working class tax cuts in the history of our country. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Listen to this,
and you're going to see that,
motherfucker.
Just kicked in on January
I'm
1st.
trying to.
You're going to see tremendous results, and they're
Well,
already
here's
seeing it. And I
here's
think
the deal
we're going to
with
have
all that.
GDPs. We're going to have.
Oh my God.
So, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, but motherfucker, they're not going to make $1 billion. They're not going to get his and hers Bitcoins that the Saudis and all these motherfuckers are going to come into and sink $1 billion. This dude made $1 billion, billion plus for him and his family. And he has the gall to go, hey, I threw you a couple thousand no tax on tips.
Oh my God.
This motherfucker
Listen what you're saying.
is bold as fuck.
Stanley, do you not hear what you just said?
What did I just say?
You are defeating your own argument.
No. Tell me how I'm defeating it. Don't tell me what I'm doing. Get to the goddamn point. I know what I said.
You're accusing him of what you are. You're a socialist.
Oh, Ryan, you're boring me. What am I, Ryan?
You're a socialist. You just said.
Yeah, okay,
well,
Ryan, let's just go ahead and stop right there. Okay. So giving someone a tax break is socialist. Do you know how stupid that sounds?
Not at all.
Okay, let's go back to the video because I don't want you to embarrass yourself like you seem to be inclined to do.
Okay.
Tax breaks are not a socialist proposition, Ryan.
Numbers that nobody's ever seen before, Scott. Joining us this afternoon, and really somebody that is fantastic, Annetta Bradford. In 2019, Annetta and her husband opened an incredibly successful coffee shop in Arkansas named Hebrews 11:1. That's an interesting name. No one thinks that the no tax on tips matters. Well, it does matter, and it mattered a lot to Annetta. And she was able to grow her business just in a short period of time and hired more employees. And she's making a fortune. I'd like you to give some of the people in that room some of that money, Annetta. You should make it a lot. Annetta, come in. Arnetta, come. Where are you? Arnetta, come on up here, Arnetta. Come on up. Hi, darling. Please, let me move that down.
I can't do anything first but say to God be the glory. I have no business being here other than him having me here. And so, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to preach. I'm going to settle myself. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. It's such an honor to be here today. Hebrews 11:1. People ask me all the time.
I'm sorry, what?
Would you consider her a mammy?
Let me ask you an odd question.
No, I asked you.
Okay.
You answer me.
No.
Would you consider her a mammy?
We are literally going to since you interjected over the video and I had to stop it. Why would I consider her at all? Do you think someone my age looks at a woman and does this interior monologue about is she fuckable? Do you think is that what you no you why would I classify her at all?
Because she's standing next to Trump saying good stuff.
Okay, what
about
I
him.
need you to do is don't bring Trump into this. The question,
he's standing beside her.
You decided to interject, so I stopped the video. My question to you, because you asked me, do I consider her a mammy? The answer is no. And the reason it's no is because I really didn't think of her at all, other than trying to listen to what she was going to say, which was so rudely interrupted by that dumb question. Why would I consider her at all is my question. Why, mammy, it doesn't really matter. Why do you think I would why do you think I would
past comments.
why do you think I would judge her at all?
Trying to answer you. You won't let me.
Well, you better do it quickly because I think I know the answer.
Yeah, past comments you've made.
Okay, motherfucker, don't do that.
I was waiting for that.
Nothing. My past comments have nothing to do with the question you asked me.
Yes, it does.
No, I don't think so.
You have been on other panels and streams.
Okay, which am I on another panel right now?
Okay. You're gonna go ahead and divert. Go ahead. Go ahead. Divert.
Okay. Let me help you out here. This is not another this is
I'm a
not
grown man,
another
Stan. I'm a
panel.
grown man.
This is not another panel.
Right.
Generally, if I have something to say about a person, I'll just say it. I don't need you to ask me a question about it. So let's think about the next panel you may see me on.
Bomb cherry.
Generally, if I don't offer an opinion right off the bat, I either don't have an opinion or I'm formulating one. So if I didn't call her a mammy, don't ask me if I think she's a mammy, because if I thought she was a mammy, I would have said she's a mammy.
You would have said it right. Okay.
So now we know how
you found your
Stanley
safe
works.
space, Stanley. You're in your safe space.
Oh, absolutely, I'm in my safe
Of course
space.
you are.
Fuck
You won't
yeah!
let nobody else have one.
It's called. Maybe tomorrow's show will be called "This is Stanley's Safe Space."
Right.
Fuck with me at your own risk.
Of course, I got it, man.
And look at
You can
Deacon
do it. Nobody
Dave.
else can.
Deacon Dave, your biggest fan, is going. Ryan is literally making you look like a goddamn fool, Stanley, and you don't even know it.
I didn't make him say that.
You know what, Deacon Dave? Ryan is heartened that you're a fan. I'm sure.
Did I say anything? Now you're speaking for me.
Is anyone surprised Stanley didn't answer Ryan's question? They shouldn't be surprised because I thought the question was a dumb one, and I just explained it.
You're speaking for me, Stanley?
Yes. And
Don't do that. You don't like it done to you?
Oh, wait, hold it. Whose panel are you on? So, CKJ3, did you see that play a mile away like I did?
You were so predictable.
You know what? And keep predicting.
You think that's funny?
I do.
I do too. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to build content, you know.
Well, you know what? One of these days one of these days I may get 296 subscribers.
I'm trying to help, motherfucker, and I don't get no appreciation. I funded the beer fund, 200.
No, hey, well, wait, hold it. Hold on now.
Hold on.
Oh,
I'm trying to keep this lively
now. I had an echo. So the beer fund, keep talking about that. Let's hear what are your thoughts on the beer fund?
Well, number one, I don't like your beer of choice. That's why I gave that amount. Trying to get you off the Coors Light.
So you're trying to elevate my choice of beer?
I tried to.
Well, I tried to. Am I too trailer park for you? Am I too trailer park?
Well, maybe. Maybe. I was trying to just kind of give you some culturalism here. You know, there are other high-class beers, Stanley. So let's just, okay.
You got me there. You got me there.
Well, that's a first. Probably would be the last.
No, hey, you know what? It's a good little
Have
beer.
you ever had Dos Equis? Stanley, have you ever had Dos
Absolutely,
Equis?
I have. I've had Dos Equis Dark. They make
I didn't know you had that.
Version. They make look, when I was in college, I'm sure they probably still don't have it, but there was like a place not too far from my dorm who had like, I don't know, it was something like 250 brands of beer. So I know what foreign beers are. Coors Light suits my purposes.
Why?
Well, I mean, is YouTube like, some Harvard conference?
What are you talking about?
Okay, my question to you is Coors Light suits my purposes for YouTube shows.
Why?
I'm sorry, what? Why does it?
Yes, sir.
It's a cheap show. This is not
I didn't know it was
some
a hard
high
question.
level. Wait, hold it. This is not like a Harvard, biochemistry. We are all Nobel Prize winners kind of show.
Stop.
It's like
Why are you doing
Coors
this?
Light. Coors Light fits the mood.
But why?
Because I don't have high expectations of my beer, nor the level of knowledge generally on this show.
Okay. That makes no sense, but okay.
It's an everyman beer, and most of the
No, it's
people
not.
I talk
I'm
to
sorry.
are everyman
No.
people.
No.
They're as a man.
No.
I hear how many times in my chat do I see as a man? All these motherfuckers are like, as a man.
I've never heard of that, Steve. I've
Oh,
never heard
then
of that.
you're not hanging around this show enough.
Brother.
No. Hey, Mackenzie, I'm actually kind of a beer snob, but the older you get, Mackenzie, and this is specifically for Mackenzie.
The crush
I couldn't stand beer. Shit, the first time I got drunk, I was probably 20 or 21. My parents weren't drinkers. I went to an all boys Catholic high school. I just, didn't drink. So
the Sacramento wine didn't suit
you. I could not stand the taste of like Budweiser and all that stuff. First beer I fell in love with was Guinness Stout. I could drink it. It tasted good. It was interesting. Literally the first beer. Now I also have to say Heineken Dark was pretty good, but Guinness Stout was better. So I've had like a 40-year love affair with Bass Ale, which was kind of the pale ale, non-dark beer that was good.
That's an IPA, right?
Bass Ale, I guess it's a pale ale. So I guess IPA, that's what it's for. Look, but when you get older, you learn to drink what's there. I mean, you're not going to get Guinness Stout, at some bar in the Middle East. Well, actually, you could, to be honest.
You ever had Miller Lite?
The bars in Abu Dhabi are way better than the ones in Savannah, Georgia.
So you never had Miller Lite? You never had a taste for Miller Lite?
Oh no, I actually had a thing for Miller Lite, but it was something. It was a passing love affair.
Tell me.
But
I
the
want to know.
Miller Lite, hold on, the Miller Lite had to be in bottles. I couldn't drink the canned.
Correct.
And bottled beer tends to be
You know-
better, but for some reason or another, I think the cans, you get that can taste.
Right.
Bottled beer tends to be better in any case.
Yeah, you're correct. Well, that's what my dad had around, and I got accustomed to it. It was everywhere. He wasn't a drunk. It just after 5 o'clock.
Oh, dirty dude. Dirty dude.
Red Eye?
Oh, that is so funny that you bring up Red Eye. I fucking never had a Red Eye. And it was my brother-in-law, and he wasn't my brother-in-law at the time. But I think I was already dating, his sister who became my wife. Yeah, dude, what the fuck had we done? He used to like to watch Redskins games outdoors. And one Sunday, it was raining. So, he came down to my house because I had a porch. So he brought the fucking, cheap ass TVs and the hanger as rabbit ears down to my house. So we're sitting on my porch getting drunk as shit. It's raining like hell. And watching that fucking,
Isn't that cool?
$40 TV. It was an old TV. So anyway, we the next morning I'm hungover like, oh fuck. So, I walked down to his house and he's like, "Have you ever heard of a red eye?" And I'm like, "What's a red eye?" Well, it's like a poor man's, it's a hillbilly Bloody Mary, basically. It's
Right.
tomato juice and fucking beer. And you know what? That shit's delicious. I fucking I fucking love red eyes.
You
It's
know, they got
in a way it's better than a Bloody Mary.
they got
So
the ones with the clam juice now.
yes, Clamato. Yeah. I've
Clamato.
had that. I've had that too.
I almost said chlamydia, but yeah.
Well, Dirty Dude reminded me, look, I've lived, close to close to Appalachia. I don't think Front Royal, that part of Northern Virginia, is technically 35 miles from West Virginia. But yeah, dude. Yeah, red eyes are fucking cool. I haven't had a
They'll
red
fuck
eye in
you
a
up.
while.
They'll fuck you up quick.
As a matter
That
of
for you?
fact, you know what? This Saturday, I got to get groceries. So I'm going to get some Clamato probably. Thank you for reminding me of that, Dirty Dude. Motherfucker, I love the fucking Blue Ridge Mountains. I met my wife. So I will always love Northern Virginia.
Hey, Stanley,
Yes, sir.
how come nobody else has come up on the panel?
Who knows? I thank you for being brave enough to hang out.
Hey, you know how I roll, man. You don't
Look,
shake me, I don't shake you. We just have a good time.
well, the
You
point
just you
is not to shake you.
oh, whatever. I said shake. Whatever. Poke prod.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
the
give a
thing
shit.
is, look, let's think about this though.
Oh
All
Lord. Do we have to?
these are younger people with family responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, young father, DiCapriono. Salute DiCapriono. I saw you and didn't respond. Salute to
You're all caught up in that.
no. This motherfucker is possibly the first person who ever appeared in a chat. DiCapriono is a day one. He's been, part of, the Stanley versus the World project, possibly the very first person to appear, like the first. So he can do no wrong. He is like the Stanley versus shit. It might as well be DiCaprio versus the world.
Stanley, how come I'm not still on the donate banner?
I'm sorry, what?
How
Oh,
come I'm not on? Yeah.
oh, wait, hold on. Are you gonna do an Imperious? So
No.
I have
No.
to. I
No.
I gave you, and by the way, you are not the only 3-figure donator. There,
I didn't ask you that.
you have a
I didn't
okay. Well,
you
let
that.
me answer your question. Did you donate today?
No, but I can.
Because you got
Just for putting up with me.
nope. Save it
You
for the
want me to pay
weekend.
you for putting up with my bullshit?
No,
Love and
No, wait,
racist.
hold it. Let me level set. And I was afraid it might go this direction.
Oh, don't be afraid.
You got the blame for the Sunday show.
I did.
If you will recall, the only reason I did a Sunday show, Lupin, another 3-figure contributor,
Oh yeah.
and I'm
Sure,
like,
sure.
I can hold on.
Okay.
I cannot let a person be this generous and not at least do something interesting.
I just
I'm
want to see you
not
spell my name right.
I can't get out a sentence. I'm not a performer, but I do appreciate people who just kind of put up with my foolishness.
You're an
I
entertainer.
will not just because you give a huge sum of money, I'm not beholden to do what the fuck you want. I'm
Yeah, you
not
better not,
beholden.
because I
I'm
will
not
leave you.
beholden.
I'm not doing
You
that.
got can't finish apparently. The reason there was a Sunday show was because of you and Lupin. I was going to take the day off so that I even did it. And if I recall, I gave you effusive praise and thank yous. So
Look,
today's Wednesday.
there's a lot of stuff going on, Mike, and all that mess, and
Not my problem.
no, I'm just saying a lot of stuff was going on.
With Mike. Well, if Mike needs help, he knows where the channel is. I
Mhm.
do a show almost every day. He knows where to find me.
And
As a matter of fact, Mike has my email address. If he needs my help, he doesn't have to come on this show to get it. He can always, communicate in the back.
Damn.
You talk about banners. That
Mhm.
banner that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen has my email address. It says show ideas contact. Well, it doesn't have to be about a show idea.
Okay.
The people that rock with me in this show, there's an email address. I have a phone number. I do talk to uh, a few people every now and again, actually on the phone. I'm not that hard to get a hold of,
That's not
especially
weird
if I,
either.
dude.
That's not weird.
No, if I can help, of course I'm going to do it. Why wouldn't I?
Just YouTube weirdos calling me.
Okay, let me help you out. I was literally on a goddamn ship with 350 souls, and I did not know every one of them. But you know what? They knew me. I might not necessarily know them, but I will always help if I can. That's what I do. I solve problems.
Mm.
It's what I do.
It's what I do.
I'm sure I've said this before. So let's see what's going on in the chat. Let's see. There was something I was going to mention, Mackenzie, and I can't remember what it was. Natasha, who is a word girl. So I always appreciate seeing her. And let's see, new to streaming. Oh wow. So let's check out StreamYard. So anyway, this show is getting long in the tooth. 5:18. And I saw T started the show. And I saw she's got some all-stars over there. And that I'm missing some premium trolling. So there is somewhat of a sacrifice, sir. Skywalker's over there, Nasus is over there, like the Bob Show All-Stars. and I could fuck with them and mock them, and they can't fucking do anything about it. God damn it.
I would encourage that. I'd say go
No,
ahead and do that.
it'll wait. It'll wait. Me and Natasha are just kind of enjoying each other's big words. Big words. Big words, big heart.
Business. Why did I even call it Hebrews 11:1? Hebrews 11:1 is my very favorite scripture. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. That scripture has walked with me, it has grown me from a little girl on up. Not having no longer my mother here, no longer having my father here, my husband not having his mother and his father here. We opened Hebrews 11:1 with no funding, no money, no big family investors, no business loans, didn't have great credit. It was us and faith in God.
I am going to make one snide remark. And
oh, no.
I hope, let's see if Sin 7 Sin is here. God damn it, she's not. See, I was going to make a joke about that wig, but now that I know Sin 7 Sin isn't here, I will refrain.
That was 7 years ago.
Air half
But
humor.
I ran that business with just myself and one employee.
No, it's more complicated.
Then here comes
than
no
that.
tax on tips.
I got it.
I was able to hire 7 more employees just by what she did. Not only that, I was able to open a second location on our college campus. Things are just going off simply because having now faith. And so I love the fact of that scripture. Now, I say all of that I'm trying to stick to my little written down thing that I wrote. I don't know how to do that so well. But as a small business owner, I understand how critical support is. I understand that you have to have the right people that make the right policies for us as small business owners. So no tax on tips has been an extremely blessing for me and my business. Not just mine, but I know so many people across the country. I know a lot of us don't want to talk about the good part of it. We only want to share the negative, but I'm here today to tell you you've done a great thing. Thank you for just loving on us and showing us that even in small town Hope, Arkansas, and I have got to say this, I have the best governor in the world. I don't only just call Sarah my friend, I call her my sister. And so that's why I am here today to just tell you that no tax on tips has been an amazing blessing for me. President Trump has been an amazing blessing for me. And at the end of the day, Jesus has been an amazing blessing for me. I love you guys and thank you so much because I am a youth pastor, but I will not preach on today. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amen.
Good job. Good job. Huh?
Hug that racist.
So thank you very much, Arnetta. And we can't provide opportunity for the
Well, I hear racists smell like bananas.
next generation if we do not also have a thing called law and order. We need law and order. You know, Washington, D.C.
How do you know
is
about
amazing.
that, Stanley?
It was a
God
crime
damn
capital.
it.
It was.
How do you know about that?
Whoa. There is our DiCapriono. She is wearing a Trump power wig. Yes. Welcome back, DiCapriono.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
It's about the same color. It's the
Isn't that
fucking
nice?
same color. Hold on one second.
See?
Oh my God, it's almost the same color. Oh, DiCapriono. Let us sing the praises of the one-liner king. Good job, DiCapriono.
An amazing blessing for me. I love you guys and thank you so much because I am a youth pastor, but I will not preach on today. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job. Good job, huh?
Oh, you didn't get
Now,
the
you remember
banana
Down in
joke,
Silk?
did
Did you ever follow
So
them?
thank you very
Bill?
much, Arnetta.
I'm
And
sorry,
we
what?
can't provide opportunity.
Did you ever follow Down in Silk?
SILT?
Diamond and Silk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of them's dead, right?
Well, the sister, the one sister, the real
Which
pretty,
one?
the
Diamond or
real pretty
silk?
one.
Diamond or silk?
Diamond.
Okay, I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
So,
Well, one was prettier than the other, but
really?
yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. To me,
So you were sweet on her.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you're
You
talking
said that.
about looks. You're talking about the looks when it wasn't even the topic.
Well, I didn't get to hear her finish, but yeah. I got it now. If you pause it 15 times.
Boy. You know what? I'm sad that you never
Don't be
got your
sad.
chance.
Don't be sad, Stan.
Opportunity for the next
Oh, come
generation
on
if we
now.
do not also have a thing called law and order. We need law and order. You know, Washington, D.C. is amazing. It was a crime capital. It was a horror show. A year ago, it was really dangerous, and now it's one of the safest cities anywhere in the country. And we're in Memphis, Tennessee now, where it's like a different world. In 4 months, we've made it safe. We're in Louisiana, as you know, lots of other places, and we have the lowest crime numbers that we've had in many years. We have the lowest murder numbers in 125 years since 1900. And that's despite the fact that a lot of people are here, but those people have been taken out. Lots of them have been taken out. That's why we stopped the invasion at the southern border. And just 1 year ago, and think of this, 1 year ago, we had the absolute worst border that we've ever had, and now we have the safest border that we've ever had. So it's going to be really something. 125 years ago, that's before my father was born. I had a wonderful father, but that was
Hear all the clapping.
Yep.
This motherfucker isn't even connecting with his coons.
before. So we have murders are down from 125 years. We had the best numbers. When you think about it, that's pretty incredible. And those numbers are made up by Democrats. Can you believe it? They don't want to give me those numbers. They can add a couple of people here and there. But I've also deployed the National Guard to bring back safety to Memphis and to New Orleans and Washington. And the National Guard has been incredible, and people are safe. In the case of Washington, the restaurants were all closing up. People were getting really.
This motherfucker has code switched his meds. He actually sounds awake. Maybe these people are kind of transferring their electric.
This is not Biden. This is Trump, Stanley. This is not Biden.
Oh,
wait,
wait, whoa. You think Trump?
Whoa.
You think Trump is mentally fit?
Well, yeah.
Oh boy, okay.
He's been checked out. They got doctors, dude.
Talk about a double standard. Dude, have you been? You see, I tend to look at the news every day. I tend to hear a little bit of Trump every day. Oh, this motherfucker's out of it. He's having a good day right now. Remember when Biden, I thought Biden was looking sharp when he did that State of the Union address, and by June, it was like that illusion was gone. Donald Trump's having a good day.
Watch it again, Stanley.
This motherfucker. This is MAGA Biden. You haven't been reading the newspapers? You haven't been keeping up with his day-to-day. Oh, dude, you need to.
But I've never seen Trump.
You need to
get
do
himself
yourself a favor, Ryan, so you don't sound so out of touch with your boy. Oh, dude, you are way out of touch.
Really? Okay. Amazing.
I encourage you to know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You gotta keep up with Trump day to day. This dude is Biden.
Badly hurt
Has he
and
fell
killed,
asleep?
frankly.
And I'm not kidding.
And now you can walk down the street and you have nothing to fear. We have one of the safest cities in the world. And it happened very fast, Bruce. One of those who knows the importance of this mission is Felicia Cook, a lifelong Washingtonian who tragically lost her grandson to violence in 2017. Felicia, we're so sorry. And
you by the
are
way,
a spectacular person. If you could say a few
Who was president in 2017? Any idea?
words, please. Thank you very much. Yes, come on in. Oh, yeah. Oh, help her up. We don't want any mistakes. Come on in. Yes, you can.
Well, Trump can finally step out,
I like her.
off the stage and not stumbling.
Please.
I like him too. One
Okay.
thing I like about him, he
Oh, another
keeps it
black
real,
lady.
just like
Look,
Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly
Oh,
how
you
he
didn't
feels and what
know
he
this
Stanley,
thinks.
was
she's black.
Trump
Thank
celebrating
God
Black
for this
History Month?
president.
You were waiting
Look,
for the
she's
white
black,
lady?
Stanley.
I am
Okay,
filled. My cup runneth over.
let me help my
Okay.
brother Ryan out.
Stanley. She's black.
Let me help you out.
Okay.
This
Black.
this is Trump celebrating Black History Day. It would
Okay.
actually be kind of surprising if she was white.
What?
Because he allowed his constituents, his people, to come to my house to interview me.
She looks
to talk
lovely.
about the murder of my grandson.
See?
It seemed like nobody cared. I'm
Nobody
an
cared but
advocate for
Trump.
murder. I marched. I rallied. I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We
Preach,
marched and we
sister.
rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats.
Nobody
They mad at
cared.
me.
They didn't care.
Until this Republican
That's
sent
right.
his constituents, his people out there to interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing?
Not by
Then they
Democrats.
invited me twice before
Just
Congress
vote for us.
to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple. If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple. And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on.
He did.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the
He's
news
talking to you,
hating on
Stanley.
me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do
He's
his
talking
job.
to Stanley.
He's doing the right thing. Back up
Leave
on
it
him.
alone.
And Grandma said it.
Oh my God. This is golden. She told the truth.
Wow. That's pretty good. When is she running for office? Felicia, when are you running for office, please? You have my endorsement. You have my endorsement, Felicia.
See,
Thank you,
this
darling.
is
Oh, here
what
we
I
go.
love.
Here we go.
It's what I love.
Here we
Motherfucker,
go.
I have no clue about her circumstances,
Well,
but
research it like you told me to do.
leave it to Ryan Bardwell and his vice president Trump
You
to think
told me to
all but
research it.
oh, I hear it all the time, even on Black YouTube. Dude, all Black people don't know all Black people. All Black people don't agree. I have no fucking
That is
clue.
so
What
racist.
her okay,
That's
I
so
don't know
racist.
why I have to be. You're interrupting while I'm talking.
Because you're racist.
All Black people don't agree with Black people. And quite frankly, a Black woman who is, you know what? She's old, so maybe Trump did
Oh my
her a solid or something.
ageism.
The bottom line
Ageism.
is dumb fucks in 2026 love to flatten the race dynamic into Democrat and Republican. They are dumb when they do that. If your premise is that Republicans are not racist, but Democrats are, or vice versa, you don't understand America. It sounds dumb when you think race is a matter of political party. It's really stupid. So that's my response.
Stanley, did you not
Yes.
start the show with Black MAGA? Hello?
And is MAGA
Uh,
a party? Whoa.
You said
Is
Black
MAGA
MAGA.
a party? Okay, son.
Okay,
Is
go ahead.
MAGA a party?
Well, then change your title then.
Okay, no.
No, no, no,
I
no,
need
no,
you
no,
to
no.
answer the question. Is MAGA a political party?
You're trying to make it that it is.
Okay, I know you don't want to answer the question, but I'm gonna extract that fucking rotten tooth of logic you keep hiding. Is
Why would you
MAGA
say black MAGA
a
people?
political party?
No,
Okay, then
it ain't.
we don't need to go any farther. I
Go
was
ahead.
talking about political parties.
I know what you said.
When I say MAGA black, that I'm not referring to party.
Then change your title.
Now am I? Motherfucker, I'm not changing shit.
Well,
MAGA
then
is
you can't
not
back
a
it.
political
Then you
party
can't back
now,
what you're
is it?
saying.
Is MAGA a political party?
No,
Okay, then
but
why would I change my title?
when you inject black
Can you
MAGA,
read the title of this show?
hang on. Well, no, I can't because I'm StreamYards and it'll drop
Okay,
me if
it
I do.
literally says I
Calm
got
down.
a telephone call from Istanbul. It's credited to Tom Waits. What the fuck are you talking about?
The same shit you are.
Okay, I need you to take a
You
deep
don't
breath
need
and level
me,
set.
Stanley.
I
You don't
need
need
you to take a deep breath and level set. What the fuck does this song lyric have to do with race, political
what
party, or
song are you
pretty
talking
much
about?
anything? It doesn't even have anything to do with Trump.
I didn't know you liked music, Stanley. Now you're talking about
There are
songs.
there are a lot of things you don't know about me, Ryan.
I know.
Did I call you Ryan? So, you will have to kind of catch me up with the thinking. MAGA's not a political party. I
Stanley,
think
how could I
that
catch you up? You know everything.
black racists and white racists and just generally people who
Yeah.
don't fucking know what they're talking about want to flatten American racism to political party.
You had to add.
I'm sorry. American race relations is cultural,
You
not
love
political.
isms. You're hung up on them
Yes,
isms.
because I
Isms.
like systems, and most people have no fucking clue how systems work.
I do.
I don't think you do.
Well, you don't think I do, but I
You're
do.
looking at a show title that's not even political.
Well,
Help
you
me
put
with
the
that.
son of a bitch on there. I didn't put it on there, Stanley. You put it on there.
Okay. Let me help you out, Ryan.
Help me out,
What in that title is racial, political, or anything?
Everything
Other
about it.
than it's a song lyric. Were you looking at the wrong show title?
I don't know. I'm reading what's
Okay,
up
well,
there at the top.
motherfucker, don't do that. If you don't know
You
what
don't
the fuck you're talking about,
I do
I
know.
might be the
I'm
wrong
reading.
person to talk to. If you don't know what the fuck
I
you're
don't know
saying,
why you're so
it
goddamn
might be a
triggered.
mistake to talk to Stanley versus the world because I'm gonna crush you.
God.
I will make you suffer for that mistake.
You really? Are you gonna do that?
Absolutely, I
Motherfucker.
will, and laugh when I do it.
Of
All
course.
right, that's great. What a great. And it's from the heart.
Let my leader
Your
talk.
little baby, right? Was
Your
just
leader?
so horribly, horribly taken from
Yeah.
you. Under
makes
the
more
Trump
sense.
administration, we believe that no community should be abandoned to the scourge of violent crime, and we're saving thousands and thousands of lives in many cities. And frankly, if these radical left lunatic Democrats would come and say, please help us, please, we'd stop crimes all over the place. And we're doing it in a lot of cities. Sometimes we have to force ourselves upon them because they're so bad. And I don't even think they realize
Sometimes we have to kill people.
Their towns,
to get what we want.
every town that we go in, every city that we go in, like
Oh, my
Washington,
God.
Felicia, you feel much safer now. Totally safe. You can walk to a restaurant. The restaurants were all closing. Now you can't get a restaurant. And the bad news is you can't get into a restaurant. But it's a great thing to see what's happening in Washington. It's like it's a hot place, and hopefully people will be coming in record numbers. And it's been. Well, I know we need a little help. You need help in Atlanta. He just said. You're right, Atlanta. We could take care of Atlanta. I'll tell you what, you ought to get them to call me. We could take care of Atlanta so fast.
Let me
Hey,
tell you
Stanley?
why he's not. Yes.
You know, Trump
Yes.
was in Atlanta, Georgia, the hotbed.
Let me tell you why Trump doesn't have the balls
Blazed over that.
to do.
He's in Atlanta.
There
With
is
Democratic ran
there is
for-
a Republican governor that is way smarter than Trump, tries to stay out of MAGA's way. You don't want to fuck with Brian Kemp. He will crush Trump like he did in 2020. Trump tried to bring that fake election stolen bullshit.
Really?
And what happened? Okay, maybe you don't remember what happened in
Oh, I
2020,
do.
but I do.
I didn't know if you did.
Okay, Trump's not going to fuck with Brian Kemp.
He don't have to.
That's okay. Again,
He doesn't have to, Stanley.
I need you
He's
to
defeated.
take a deep breath. Trump is talking about going into Atlanta, and ICE is already in Smyrna, by the way, which is a suburb. But no, what happened in Minnesota is not going to happen in the South. Trump doesn't have the courage, the smarts, and dude, shit like what happened in Minnesota. You wanna see black people like fucking dude. Trump, he knows better. He can talk some shit. Not gonna happen. You will lose Republicans and black people if he fucks with Atlanta. If you didn't know, the governor's mansion is in the middle of Atlanta, along with the state house. Trump is not smart enough. He's not brave enough, and he will lose Republicans and black people. So that's what'll happen. He's talking shit to black people who know shit about Georgia. These are northern blacks. These are northern blacks who don't know shit about being black. Cali
You see how
blacks
racist
don't
that
know
is?
shit about
That's racist.
I'm talking. Cali
Yeah.
blacks don't know what being black is. New York blacks, Ohio blacks, these
You're so
motherfuckers
racist.
have no clue what it's like to be black. Southern blacks do.
That's racist.
No. What
It
does
is
race
by
have
your
to do-
definition.
Okay, hey, Ryan.
Don't
Don't call
want
something
people here-
racist if you do you even understand my point?
Yeah, I do, but you don't. You
I don't think you do, Ryan, because if you did, you would never call it racist.
you're putting blacks in different categories.
Okay,
That's fucking
motherfucker,
racist.
you don't, dude. You
Don't call
know
me
John
motherfucker,
Dog. You
motherfucker.
think you and silly
You
people,
You said it.
motherfucker. I said it. I meant
put
it,
black
and
people
you
in
don't
different
seem to be
categories.
able to dissect it. Dude, see, this is you have a lot in common with MAGA blacks. And I don't give a fuck whether you're black
Yeah, I
or
have
not.
friends. I have
You are
friends,
MAGA
yeah.
stupid. You are MAGA stupid.
See, now you called
Just
me
because you
stupid.
don't, yes, I use the word.
You said
Just 'cause
earlier
you
I
don't,
would never call you
I
stupid.
don't know why I have to be interrupted mid-sentence.
That's how it
Just
works.
because you don't understand something, that
Oh,
doesn't mean it doesn't
I
make
have
sense.
comprehension, Stanley. I have
I'm not
comprehension
sure you
skills.
do.
Okay.
Comprehension about what? Simple stuff?
What you're talking about doesn't define that. You're trying to
Okay,
blanket every
Ryan.
black.
Let me repeat it, Ryan.
Don't please.
I
Don't.
think
Doesn't stick.
that the
It doesn't
crux
stick.
of what it means to be black. And America is a racial country. It's a racist country.
No, it ain't.
It is a
No, it ain't.
racial
It's cultural.
country.
It's
It's
cultural.
chock full of, okay, Ryan,
Nope.
please
Go ahead.
let me speak. Uninterrupted, please.
Go ahead.
Black people understand race in America better than white people do. I think that there are people who don't live around like normal black people who aren't packed on top of each other in the ghetto. Those black people have lost something over the 100 years. Okay. I will never accept that, say, a Nightdish knows anything about black culture. He knows Snoop Dogg. That's the extent of his culture. If you, he just doesn't. And it's not his fault. It's circumstance.
Stanley?
A 55-year-old black man who literally doesn't understand that black people like Ralph Ellison and James Baldwin, Frederick Douglass, writing and communicating literature, that sort of thing. Black people have been reading books since Phyllis Wheatley and probably before that. These old YNs are not, they know what they learned in their hood, and they know what they know from talking on a fucking YouTube panel. They don't have deep knowledge of black culture. They don't have deep knowledge of American culture. They are lost in the wind, and they get mad when I call them stupid because they're stupid. And I'm not going to sugarcoat their ignorance. I'm not going to fucking give them an attaboy because they didn't say axe. I don't need to. I don't have to. My opinion is the 55-year-old YN will learn more from me calling them on their ignorance than just saying attaboy. You'll do better next time.
Stanley, would you back up what you just said about 20 seconds? You just clarified what I said. You started out defending that it's race, and then you said it's cultural. And that's what I fucking said.
Okay, let me help you out.
You said it.
American culture is racist. You cannot separate the two. They're not different things. American culture is fundamentally racist. The weft and the warp of the American fabric has race in it.
Stanley,
there has never been a time in American culture and pre-American culture when race did not play a part. Never.
Stanley, you cannot.
There has never been a time from Columbus going forward that race has not played a factor in the cultures in North and South America. They can't be separated. They are pretty much the same thing. It's the same cloth.
No, it ain't. I don't care what you say. You can't.
Then, motherfucker, I'm gonna be blunt. You don't know American culture.
Well, I do. I've been here all my life.
You are literally, you have bought hook, line, and sinker into American exceptionalism. It's fundamentally racist. European culture post 15th century, fundamentally racist.
Okay.
Well, they brought race from Europe to the United States, or what became. Motherfucker, it started with the goddamn Portuguese, moron.
Portuguese? Never
the
gonna blame the Portuguese
were the first to enslave West Africans. You didn't know this?
Stanley, do you know a Portuguese person?
The first goddamn Europeans to enslave West Africans were the goddamn Portuguese. And if you don't know this, then you have no place even in this conversation.
Stanley, you just made that
Do
up.
you need me to recommend the books?
Stanley, why are you yelling? I'm not yelling.
Because
Why are you
I'm
yelling?
annoyed at your ignorance, Ryan.
You ain't got to yell.
I am annoyed at your ignorance.
You ain't got to
I'm
yell.
annoyed. You sound just like the regular old YN I meet on YouTube. You don't want to learn. You want to
I'm
pronounce
not
about
waxed.
shit you don't know. You
I'm not
literally
waxed.
don't know shit, but you're comfortable talking about the shit
Yeah,
you
but
don't
are
know.
we having fun, Stanley? We're having fun. Nobody else is up
No,
on the
I
panel.
am not having fun right now,
Well,
Ryan.
stop it.
I
Let's
don't
have fun.
suffer fools gladly,
Let's
Ryan.
have fun now. Now you're all caught up in
Why?
all this mess.
Okay, what I need you to do is
I
address your
support the beer
ignorance of
fund,
American
Stanley.
history. I need you. See, this is what I mean when people like Be Brave, for
Do I need
instance.
to get
It's a
Mike up here?
it's a waste of white skin. Be
I'm
Brave
not
is a
white.
good example. Be Brave had the advantage of
And
white
why you bring
skin,
him up?
and he was too goddamn lazy to get a good education.
And you bring him up. Why?
But now
Weird.
he's got a bunch of dumb old YNs, most of them. And
Stanley, you're
it
wrong.
sounds
He has
good,
no channel.
therefore it is good.
Stanley, he has no channel.
I don't have to put up with the ignorance, Ryan.
You're not hearing me.
I
You're
don't
talking about
need to
somebody who
hear
has
you. Ryan, why do I need to
no
hear
channel.
you? Why do I need to hear you?
You have me on the panel.
For
You're
now,
not listening. Brave has no
I
channel.
do not need
He's
to
banned.
listen. I do not need to listen,
We're
Ryan.
talking about somebody
There is
that has no channel.
literally
That's
no
weird.
reason for me. I said what I said about Be
That's such
Brave.
a weird.
He wouldn't be surprised that I said it.
He has no channel, Stanley.
Motherfucker, he has no brain, no culture either.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking
Because
about.
he has no channel means I can't use him as an example?
It's just weird because he's not here to defend
Why
himself.
is it weird, Ryan?
He has no way to defend himself against your
Fuck him.
accusation.
He knows where my channel is.
Yeah,
He's not
but
banned. He's not banned. Of course he knows where my channel is. He's been on this panel before. The channel hasn't changed.
He has no channel, Stanley.
So
he can't come up here.
Fuck what? Well, then I'm just gonna beat on the weak like a white boy.
Go ahead.
Be Brave is not some innocent babe.
Why would you do that? You wouldn't want it done to you.
Because I can.
You wouldn't want it done to you.
Because I can.
Okay. Wow.
And?
There ain't no and. It's just how you roll. Nobody else does that.
It's how I roll. And not only that, you want to defend people who have perfect defenses. Dude.
What people?
Be Brave. Be Brave is not banned on this channel. He knows where I am.
And? What are you talking about?
I'm betting this conversation will get back to him, and I don't give a fuck if it does. He knows I think he's a racist. I've called him a racist to his face.
Maybe.
I've done it on John Galt's channel.
And maybe. But does he have that right?
The right to what?
To be whatever he wants
racist?
to be. To be whatever he wants to be, Stanley, on his fucking channel.
Absolutely. Oh, dude, I defend his right to be a fucking racist, and I defend my right to call him a racist and mock him.
Well, that's fair.
We all have rights. He has a right to be a racist, and I have a right to call him a goddamn racist any glorious time I want to.
Yeah.
Okay, we have that established now.
Absolutely. It took 15 minutes to get there, but yeah.
No, it took
goddamn.
15 minutes for you to figure out a point that would have traction. I've been noticing, Ryan. You've been struggling.
Have I? Well, I'm glad you straightened me out, Stanley. I'm glad you
Oh,
straightened my ass out.
I gave you that point.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Thank you. Can we move on?
I am nothing if not gracious. So anyway, I'm pretty much done. Pretty much done with Trump.
Yeah. You've said about everything you can about him hatefully. Go ahead.
Oh no, there's more, but I'll save some for tomorrow.
Save it up. It's burning in you. You just can't help it.
Not particularly.
Does it wake you up during the night?
I am almost at 6 hours. So let's see if T is still on.
She is.
Oh, is she?
Oh yeah, and 7-7's fixing to do a big thing, and that guy you like so much, So maybe we can go over there and just disrupt it all, and
Nah, I'm not going up on the panel. I'm tired and I need to make dinner.
I bet you do, Stanley.
So let's see. I see Big J's going to be on at 10 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to see what this is all about. Let's talk about real mammies. How can I not watch that?
I can't mention that.
I'm sorry, what?
But I can't. No, they can mention real mammies, but I can't.
Well, wait, hold it. Are these people up on T's channel, or is she simulcasting from Bob's?
Both. That's a thing I learned a while ago. Yeah. I didn't know they could do that, but they're doing it.
Yeah, this is like Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
Where is T? Is T?
Going to do with it.
I don't even. Oh, there's T. She's got that fucked up.
James Brown picture. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you, Stanley, what's going on here. Nasus is going to run the show. The Nasus
what show?
Both shows. She's going to simulcast, if that's the word, simulcast. She has keys for both right now. Skywalker's going to drop out for a little bit, and then 777's going to come up and co-host. I know it's kind of weird. I've never seen it happen before, but that's what they're doing,
Yeah, well, T tends to rock with Bob's crew. I think they're all morons. Literally, the only smart people in that crowd are Bob and blacks. The rest of them are literally stupid. And they know how I feel.
Right, they do.
Because I told them.
You're not allowed over there.
And I see RLM is in the chat. So RLM is okay, but barely. So
let's just go there and fuck with them. You'll feel better when you go there.
You know what? I don't even know that I want to fuck with them.
You most of later.
Wouldn't. Most of them won't get it. So,
nah, they're too stupid. They're too stupid, Stanley. They're too goddamn stupid. They wouldn't get it. You're too goddamn smart.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm so happy that you agree with my assessment, but literally, what fun is it to deal with people who don't get it? The other thing I don't do is there's like 88 people on the panel. They need to deal with the stupidity. It's like, I don't think
what it is, Stanley. It is, Stanley. It's like this. When you enter the YouTube streets, buyer beware. Be conscious.
Yeah, that's why I don't go. There are too many people that I really don't respect intellectually up on.
I don't either, but I do engage.
It would literally be a suicide mission.
It's like you, Stanley. I'm kind of like you. I engage with some bitches I don't agree with, but it's funny to me. It's entertaining.
I tend to mock the people I don't agree with.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
most of the people that I don't agree with, I literally don't respect intellectually.
But you know what? I don't even
it's,
do that.
It's easy. I don't go in expecting like, hey, they might surprise me. I just go in there and mock them. It's for the sport.
And just kind of throw it out there, and I get it. This is entertaining.
Well, let me put it to you this way: if I went up on that panel,
they
the
wouldn't let
world class would probably leave. 777 would get into his feelings.
Well, but depending on how much cocaine he sniffed.
I don't really give a fuck how much he
I'm just
sniffed.
telling you.
I just know he's a fucking moron. And by the way, he just gives pervert vibes.
Well, I'll give you that, Stanley, but I think it's an act. It's an act. Everybody has a stick.
Dude, so if you're saying giving off pervert vibes is an act, dude, that's even worse.
It is.
You're acting like a pervert when you're not. That's fucking way worse.
Yeah, I
A
agree.
natural born pervert, he can't.
I'm not
help
saying he is or anybody.
He can't
It's
help
just,
it. But a motherfucker acting or pretending to be a pervert.
pretending.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, I've never done that, Stanley. I've been here 14 years.
Well, I didn't accuse you of doing that. I was talking about 777.
Yeah. But I thought you were trying to draw a comparison.
No, I'm not trying to compare. I'm literally talking about 777.
You have said some things in the past. Well, you're guilty by association.
I generally, if I was talking about you, do you really think I'd be shy if I was talking about you?
Maybe,
but not probably. Maybe, but not probably. I'm talking about 777.
Yeah. Well, you brought him up.
Yes, and I continued to talk about him once I brought him up.
I didn't bring him.
I didn't switch. I didn't switch to someone else. I brought up 777 and I was consistent in my ad hominems.
Okay, so let's just okay.
So anyway, it is probably time to wrap this sucker up. I would agree. Coming up on 6 hours, and I will not be able to clip the wonderful. Oh shit, we're past 6 hours. Too late. So I will have to manually clip, but probably
Stanley. Are you going to do a tomorrow show, or are you going to save up for the weekend?
No, I pretty much do Monday through Friday. I pretty much do a show between 2 and 3 o'clock.
How about the morning show? I ain't talking about the evening show. I know about the morning show, but I'm talking about the evening show.
I haven't done a morning show in.
That's what I'm asking. Because I can't participate because I got to run the goddamn business. I have to do shit.
I have been doing a show that starts somewhere between 2 and 3 since last summer. It hasn't deviated. I haven't done a morning show since last fall. Now, I mean, the Supreme Court, if there's a Supreme Court case or something, and they usually start around 10, but there hasn't, I've literally not done a morning show in months and don't intend on doing one.
Yeah,
so.
I would totally discourage that. It's too.
Well, it's not so much. Look, I'm just more rested. The shows are actually planned out. Starting at 2, 2 or 3 o'clock just gives me time to do chores, plan the show, be rested, etc. It just works out better.
And plus, everybody's going live.
I've never really been a morning person.
Oh shit, no, fuck that. But everybody starts firing
early
up.
Morning is night, but anyway.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, I'll be around 2 or so.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll see you later. Thanks for having me.
I enjoyed it.
I know you do. You have to whoop me a little bit. I whooped you a little bit. That's how it works.
Well, that's how it should work.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Anything, Natasha? That show title, like the first point you made about Nadir, it is. I think it's tomorrow's show title. It made me laugh when I heard it. So, or when I read it. So,
Stanley, what's for dinner? Tell me what's for dinner, Stanley.
You know what? I have some leftover pizza from
You know
last
what?
night, but I'm not gonna
Are
do
you
it.
shitting me?
I am not gonna do it. Oh, hey,
Oh.
that sourdough crust,
Mhm.
but it's in the refrigerator. I'm gonna do a frittata, and well, pretty much gonna be a frittata.
So you're
So
gonna roll it out. You're gonna roll it out tomorrow when you're gonna set it out and let it roll out and
no, a frittata is basically an omelet, but it's got a lot more chopped vegetables and stuff.
Really?
So the frittata is gonna have onions, peppers. Um, I'm gonna have to do tomato sauce because I did a grocery order and forgot to fucking get tomatoes.
right.
Somehow or another.
Yeah.
So it'll have tomato sauce, possibly a little bit of milk,
Mhm.
some dairy, but it's pretty much gonna be it.
Right on, man.
And I guess maybe I'll do sausage. I actually have grits in the refrigerator, but I'm not. It'll wait. Just gonna be frittata.
Yeah.
Frittata.
That's
And I've already dealt with the sourdough. It's gonna sit in a bowl till, till the morning. I may have to get up in the middle of the night and deal with it. Um, so the sourdough,
yeah.
the journey has started.
You get it
I am
round or
going to
square? You get it
attempt to
round or
do
square?
a second successful. I'm not doing the stretch and folds. This is
Mm.
the funny thing. All these sourdough, um, like 4 rounds of stretch and folds, and you got to do all this stuff, laminating and all this stuff. Dude, I watched a lazy English chef who said, fuck all that. Literally,
Mm.
because you can do no knead bread recipes, and usually I just kind of don't do them. But basically, once you get the starter going, and I made my own starter that I've been trying to
Mhm.
maintain for pretty much shit beginning of December, so it survived.
Yeah.
It survived 3 months.
You put it in the oven or a bread maker?
Oh no, bread maker. Who the
Yeah.
fuck? No,
I have
hell no.
one. God damn it,
I
I have
don't do
one. Don't
bread.
tell
Nope.
me I have one.
It's my wife had a bread maker, and I've never used it. As a matter of fact, I gave it to my sister-in-law.
Scare you? Scare you a little bit?
No, they don't make full loaves. They have these little half
I
loaf
agree. Yeah.
pan things.
Well, they make new
And
ones,
then the
Stanley.
other thing
It's
is,
2026.
it's like a blender. Some of the bread makers have that little blender thing, and
Mhm.
no,
I do.
no, um, it's just I. Some of it is I just like the full loaves because I make 2 full loaves at a time.
Mhm.
Bread makers won't do that.
You cut
And
them half.
it's
Do you slice them
really to
half or
me.
3/4?
I'm sorry, what?
You have a slicer? You have a slicer?
No, I have a knife. It's
I
now
mean,
I actually am thinking about getting a slicer because sourdough is a little bit more chewy. It's a
yeah,
little bit
stuff,
tougher to
stuff,
slice.
stuff.
But
Yeah, yeah.
I made 2 loaves of regular a blend of whole wheat. It's not honey. It's just basic sandwich milk bread. You don't
Half
need,
inch.
you
Half inch.
use a bread knife for that. It's easy.
It's half inch.
Sourdough's a little bit more.
Yeah.
You have to saw it, and might get a like a hand crank slicer. But no, It's literally all by hand. I like it's almost like you know how sometimes there are certain arts and crafts like the Zen. There's a Zen thing.
What the hell are you
Years ago
talking
there was
about,
a book
Stanley?
called what is it?
Oh my
The
God.
Zen of motorcycle maintenance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes there are physical things that you do that you just can kind of unhinge your thought processes and you just do it, you flow. Bread is like that. Cooking is kind of like that.
Really?
Lawn mowing, if you get up on a riding lawnmower, you'll just kind of zen out and it just gets done.
Oh my
And
God,
you
Stanley.
you kind of flow with the process.
I don't know.
Well, you should know. You're a man of a certain age.
Yeah, I have a landscaper,
You
but
gotta
I can
get
cut some.
your you
I can
gotta
cut some
find
bread.
something that fishing is like that.
No hunting.
Hunting.
Yeah.
Except, most times, hunting season tends to be cold. Um, Deer hunting is not zen for me. Sitting up in a fucking deer stand.
Well, I'm sorry, but I like it.
Duck hunt. Well, no. If you like
I
it,
like
that's
it.
great. Hunting is not zen for me though. It's my father and I used to quail hunt. I used to
Yes.
enjoy it, but it's not
Well,
zen.
yeah.
You know what, Dawn? I'm gonna have to figure out how to redirect people automatically. T show, I'll drop that link. I don't know whether it's I think having the power to redirect is a monetization thing. If it's not, I haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But anyway, this is T's link. She's who I'm going to recommend. I cannot promise I am going to go over there because she's got a bunch of Bob personalities, and I literally think most of them are blockheads. I may listen for a little while to see if the conversation's good, but I don't hold high hopes. So this is here for the tea. Tell
It's
her
9 o'clock
I
your time.
sent y'all over there so she knows that I'm thinking of her. And there we go. I will be back tomorrow around 2, somewhere between 2 and 3. We did not get to the Shirley Chisholm videos,
Oh my God.
we are definitely going to do that tomorrow. Look, she was a great politician. And Barbara Jordan's another. She was a Texas House of Representatives
Oh,
member.
absolutely. Yeah, I
But
voted for her.
Shirley,
Isn't that weird?
I'm sorry, what?
I voted for her.
Did you really?
Yes.
Well, damn, you are old.
I'm 54, motherfucker.
Well, no, when you voted for Barbara Jordan.
Yeah.
Like the Barbara Jordan, the black
Yes.
lawyer Barbara Jordan?
I did.
Well, goddamn, you are old.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have to have 1,000 subs to redirect. I didn't know that. Well, we'll get there one day, ma'am. Dawn,
But of
hey,
course,
I'm
fucked
sorry.
around and found out.
Kind of worn out and on my way to
Well, you're
frittata
old.
for dinner.
You're
Frittata for
old,
dinner.
Stanley. You're old.
And what was I gonna put in there? I got pepperoni. May not put meat into it. Haven't decided. But DiCapriono, the day one of day ones. Please do not be a stranger. And she is wearing a Trump power wig. That's of course that's of course going to be a show title. I will probably have to find this lady. No, I'm not going to do that to her. I'll just have to find, a funny wig cartoon. But our friend and the original Stanley versus the World, uh what would I call you? Stanley versus the World, like um you weren't a fan, you were a Stanley versus the World, like, oh hey, he's not horrible. That's it's
Horrible.
like he was like, well, goddamn, it's
What
the
a mess.
middle of the night and no one else is doing a show, so I'm just gonna stay here and
That does
hear what he
happen,
has to
Stanley.
say. So he was the first Stanley versus the World. I'm not gonna leave the chat immediately because he's talking about something I'm not
Right.
interested in.
We
So
all do
there
that.
we go.
Well, shit, they just ended our live stream. Where are we gonna go now?
All right. Well,
Anyway,
I am out of here.
Get on down the road, Stanley.
Well, everyone head over to Tees. I think I dropped that link. So y'all go over there. Did I? No, I did drop the link. Yeah, I thought it. You know what? I don't
No,
see
you
it
didn't.
in StreamYard.
No, you didn't.
Oh no. I see it in YouTube.
On the back chat.
For some reason it didn't make it. No, it's not in the back chat, it's in the YouTube chat.
We'll do it again.
We shall.
Yeah.
See y'all
They
later.
need some support. They need support,
Who, T does?
Everybody does, man. Everybody does.
You're right. See
Thank you.
y'all tomorrow.